fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, there, bitch. Yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see it.
Fucking Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheels here is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. Player will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. There we go. I cannot believe I got this working. I know, it's unbelievable, right, Keith? 2 fucking streams in a month. Ridiculous. I better be paid for this overtime. I'm like the living embodiment of act your wage if no one paid you. Seriously, it's good to be back. I got my life sorted out. Things are fixed, and I swear to God, if anyone, doesn't matter if it's a family member or not, tries to like ruin the momentum I've got going, I'm just gonna straight up tell them all to fuck off. What up, Saro? How you doing? Right. I have a ton of shit I want to do today. And I'm in such a strange place. There are 3 things I want to play at the same time. You're almost the streaming equivalent of JonTron schedule-wise. Hey, don't talk shit about JonTron, okay? Don't talk shit about him. He's definitely more consistent than me. Plus, he's got an actual career doing this shit. Like that, at least that man's got a career. Right, so there are 3 things I want to play. Right? Obviously, one of them is Guild Wars 2. And I want to save that for tomorrow. I want to play Dune. Because it's the beta weekend, but it's not really a weekend. It just keeps on fucking going. So I'm busy downloading that now. I want to see if that still works. If it doesn't, I'm fucked. And what I'll be doing instead is changing my title, pretending I never said a goddamn thing about it, and starting my journey into playing Black Desert Online. Right? I figured it's time to play the Guna game. Also because I want to make a video on it on my main channel. What's up, Jay? How you doing? It has been a little while. I haven't seen that name for a while. So, if for some reason I can't access the Dune beta because they're like, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just gonna switch the title to BDO. And we're gonna pretend that never happened. But before all of that, the crypto market's woken up. And this is part of my job, and I'm so excited to see the crypto market wake up. It's such an exciting thing to see. Not because it's the opportunity for making money, but now is the opportunity to see everyone start to lose money. You will see, like, watch, over the next 2 weeks, if you are on YouTube Shorts, or you're on fucking TikTok, or whatever the fuck, a bunch of retards in white vests standing in front of rented Lamborghinis are going to be trying to get you to buy their crypto course. Right? And I've had apotheosis in the space of crypto recently. I've registered something both disgusting and beautiful about the space. And the worst part is, the more I looked into this, the more I realized this doesn't just apply to crypto. Everything is fucked. I'm not in a grooming mood. I never groom. What are you talking about? I just roll out of bed, shit myself, and then start streaming. I don't even wipe. So, this comes with a preface, right? No one should follow me into what I'm doing. But I spent the morning preparing for something I'm going to be doing for my job. I still have to pitch it to my boss. If he says no, well, fuck it. Then this will be the only place it's ever seen. But I wanted to show you something so fucking disgusting, right? So, what do you think all markets are based around? Stocks, ETFs, dividend yield stuff, bonds, real estate, crypto. What do you think it's based around? I'll tell you what it's based around. It's based around nothing else but narrative. It's based around nothing else but the story we tell each other. Now, once upon a time, in like the early 2000s, maybe even the 90s, there was this thing called fundamentals, right? Things did well because they held a value. Ever since the GameStop incident has occurred, that went out the fucking window. It's all about which loser on the internet can convince the most people to buy the most retarded shit. Right? And what do you think the most retarded shit is right now? What is the narrative, do you think, that everyone's talking about? Everyone's been talking about it for a fucking year now. What is the thing that has, like, dominated every media space ever? It's not crypto. It's not Tesla. It's so simple. It's so... You've heard it so much. You've heard it so much that it's become background noise. John's got it. It's AI. Right? Everything to do with AI, 99% of it is bullshit. And I say this as someone who uses AI pretty regularly. What up, Edward? How you doing? So
Hello, retards.
I've done something. We're going to get NFT AIs. No, NFTs are going to drop off. What's going to happen with NFTs is they're going to drop off for like, I would predict like another year or two. And then they're going to come back, and the same retards who were pitching them before are going to be pitching them all the time. And they're not doing it because they believe in the narrative. They're going to be pitching it because they've been holding on to an NFT for the last 4 fucking years. And they haven't been able to sell it to anyone. And they're so goddamn tired of having that shit. So I've been working on a project this morning. I'm going to show you what that project is. I've been dragging out a million different APIs, stealing every free API I can, and throwing it into an Excel spreadsheet. Now, I did something mentally insane, right? Just because I think it's funny, and also I know how to cover the loss on this and so on and so forth. This doesn't affect me financially. I cannot convert this into actual money, because if I did convert this into actual money, my government would literally take like 90% of it. They just take all of it, because my government's thieves, basically. So there's no such thing as turning this into actual real money, right? But essentially what I've done is I've taken out a crypto loan, small amount, $3,000, right, that I cannot use anyway, that I can write off as a loss, as a business loss, and I've thrown it into a bunch of bullshit, right? All this bullshit here are different AI tokens, right? Except for Ethereum. That's just there because I needed a parity for the rest of this retarded shit. I loathe crypto and AI on principle, but I understand that you need to do what you can. Put it this way, Cyro, right? If you live in a third world country, crypto is incredibly useful because all of our payment systems are fucking broken. If you live in a first world country, there's almost no reason to touch anything like AI because all your payment systems work. There's always a way to get your money back. There are different systems and mechanisms. If you lose shit down here, if you lose shit in a third world country, it's gone. It's never coming back, right? Which is exactly why we like crypto in the third world. It works for us, right? Because think about it this way. If 99% of crypto is a scam, 99.999% of all our governments are a scam, which means moving into the crypto space means you're reducing the amount of scam you're putting up with. So I've dragged a whole bunch of APIs. This is going to update itself every day, and it's going to throw all of this out into this bullshit. I've got a marker where every single day it tells me whether I'm in profit or loss off of this, and I'm going to be tracking this every single day. This is a pure narrative play. I have very purposefully not looked into a single one of these tokens, and I've thrown $200 into each of these. Right now, this investment is down $150, basically, right? Earlier today, it was up $100. Now, I'm going to see over the space of a month, maybe 2 months, where this ends up and whether my theory about the market being based on nothing but fucking narrative is correct. Because I'm willing to bet, the more I've dug into this, everything that is below the top 10 in crypto is a bunch of bullshit. All of it is bullshit. All of it is narrative. Nothing is made. It's just VC people throwing money into retarded shit. Like borderline dumbass, moron, dipshit, idiot stuff that does nothing. And somehow it makes money. And I'm willing to test that. It's been bullshit since day one. I'll tell you why. The only things that aren't really actually bullshit is probably Bitcoin, right? Is because it works as a good digital store of value. You can travel anywhere around the world with it. It maintains its value better than most stocks do. Its volatility is beneficial, not detrimental, unlike in the stock market, right? And it actually has some significant use, right? As long as you got an internet connection, you have access to all that shit. And also, someone's not gonna kill you and fuck your corpse for a gold coin. If you have Bitcoin, what are they gonna do? They're gonna kill you and fuck your corpse, but they're not gonna get you Bitcoin. So at least you can fuck them over that way. Everything below that, complete horseshit. If you buy the Mukluk Ashura plushie, imagine the things you could do. XR. I've got a meme sitting on my desktop, and I can't show it on stream because it'll probably get me banned on YouTube, and I don't want to get banned on YouTube. But I have a meme. I've bought the Mukluk's Asura plushie. I'm going to put it in a Guild Wars 2 video. I'm waiting for it to arrive. Do you know what I bought at the same time as the Asura plushie? Take a wild guess. What if you were on Amazon right now and you saw the commonly bought alongside list, what do you think the thing is that I bought alongside that Asura plushie? It's not a jar. You're thinking too clean. It's worse than that. Yes. That's right. I bought a fleshlight with it. I'm gonna make a video on Guild Wars 2. And I'm gonna give Mukluk PTSD. Because I'm gonna do surgery on that little plushie. And it's gonna be in a video. He will never be able to look at that plushie again. That little thing that sits next to him in stream, he may just delete it after what I'm about to fucking do to that thing and put it in a video. I have plans. I've decided to go full evil today. Because I'm in a good mood. It's time to fuck with people. Right, so that's the crypto shit over, right? I'm going to tell you this now. Never, if you have a stable bank account or whatever the fuck, and you're not looking for long shots, and you're not looking to try and save money, or whatever the fuck, don't touch anything in crypto except Bitcoin. That's the only thing that has value. The US government now is looking at a strategic crypto reserve that uses what? Bitcoin. Vanguard, BlackRock, all these fucking people have now bought into Bitcoin. You've got large countries trying to build up a store of wealth in a digital currency, because it turns out that the thing that works the best is Bitcoin. It just works better than everything else as a store of value, right? Don't touch anything below that unless you're ready to lose everything. And it's all narrative based. So that's my warning to you. Coffee mug, 2 dish sponges, latex glove. Joe. Joe's revealing his power levels. I feel like you've done this before, Joe. I'm getting the feel. I'm getting subtle hints that you've got experience in this space. Should we warn Muck? No, don't warn him about the plushie. I want him to have a stroke when he sees that video. I'm gonna do my best to make sure he reacts to that video for no other reason than I want to see him have a stroke live. That's all. That's all that matters. I don't even care if it gets 2 views. If one of those views is Mukluk, that's all that matters. And I'm gonna have to sneak it in. You know how YouTubers do that thing where they sneak in ads so they catch you off guard and then you at least watch some of the ad so they get their revenue. I'm gonna do that, but it's not gonna be an ad. It's gonna be me fucking it's gonna be me with that fucking plushie. I remember when the German telecom joined the stock market and was hyped, TV commercials and everything, people bought reservations for the entry price at 50 DM, tanked on day 1. Ravenstein, you know what's really interesting about that? I've tracked, this again is for my job, I've tracked 1 million different stocks. You should almost never buy shit on day 1. Doesn't matter if it's stocks, doesn't matter if it's crypto, it doesn't matter what it is. When things launch, what happens is the price goes up by 5%. And because all of it is a game that is rigged against you, it goes up by 5% and then it collapses by 50%, right? Because the insiders sell out on day 1 knowing that there's a bunch of people who FOMO the shit into everything, stocks, crypto, whatever the fuck it is, and they sell out into the public, fuck you over, and walk away with bank. That is literally such a common trend. And this is not limited to crypto. This happens all the time in the stock market. There are only two groups of people who actually benefit off of day one stock listings. Group number one are the insiders who work for that stock and are holding it before it's gone public. And group number two are politicians. People like Nancy Pelosi and shit. So you should never touch it. You should, like, generally speaking, like, wait a week or two. Hey, what's up, skunk? How you doing? Why are you gay? I'm not gay. Well, I am happy. Damn, if I'm gay, I better tell my wife. Better tell my kid as well. Be a real shock to them. Thanks for the sub, I appreciate it. Thanks for making my tax burden more difficult. Yeah, I'll keep calling you Super. I suppose it's you changed your name, so I was like, well, fuck it. Maybe I'll use your name. Yeah, your new one. You know how it is. We try to be inclusive here. When people change their names, we just accept their pronouns, no matter what their pronouns are. We just accept it. But I have plans. I have plans for that plushie. Now, I had a bunch of videos lined up last time on stream that I didn't get to. I think there were 2 or 3. I have not closed this tab. This tab has been sitting here with these 3 videos, just sitting there on my desktop since the last time I was streaming. Yeah, the Muckluck plushie. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll see it in a video. It's just gonna come out of nowhere. All that matters is I get to see Muckluck fall over from... If I put him in the hospital, I'll smile. From a stroke. If Hitler was still alive and came out as trans, Twitter users would respect it. If Hitler was alive and he came out as trans, how quickly do you think Kanye would make a song about it? Week-old videos. Ew. I know, right? You're supposed to steal content on day one. But what can I say? I had to fix my life over the weekend. Oh, and that reminds me, before I forget, I had to do something else. Right? I finally did it. I upgraded my main monitor. Now I'm going to caveat this with a side note. I had to have a conversation with some guy who was really fucking mad at this monitor. Right? This guy was like in his 50s, and he bought this because he thought it was going to be... I'm going to show you now, Allah. Don't worry. So, there was this 50-year-old guy. I'm still figuring out the aspect ratio of this monitor and shit. Sometimes I can't close the tabs, but that's fine. I had this conversation with this 50-year-old guy. He was selling this monitor on Facebook Marketplace. He hates it for a few reasons. Reason number 1, right, is it's a curved monitor, right, which I'm so excited about. I've never had a curved monitor. I've never had one that's curved. Mine's been perfectly straight the whole time. It's the first time I've seen a curved one. Second, it's the first time I think I've actually bought a monitor that wasn't from like a cheap Chinese knockoff store where I got shit at discount. And the third thing is he didn't tell me he fucked up the ports at the back. And that's why he was selling it for so cheap, right? 21-inch stolen from a side. So, okay. It is a 32-inch. Which I was so excited about. Wait, it might be 27. Actually, I've got to double check. But I'll tell you why I upgraded my monitor. My old, cheap Asus Chinese knockoff monitor was running at a refresh rate of 23.5 hertz. Now, I don't know why it was 23.5 hertz. It just was. And I didn't check the refresh rate when I first bought it. I was just like, oh my god, a huge fucking monitor. Amazing. I'm gonna get it. And I have experienced in every single game that you've seen me play on stream, including Guild Wars 2, I have screen tearing so fucking bad that I'm immune to screen tearing now. It doesn't show up in the recording software because it's a monitor specific problem. This new monitor has a refresh rate of 165. And the only thing I had to do to this was over the weekend, I had to fix one display port at the back. Like I had to yank out the casing and shit and then put the monitor back together and just make sure that the actual connector inside of it stuck out just enough that I could shove a display port thing in. Look at this. I want you to see this. Is this not a fucking gorgeous monitor? It's my first not knockoff monitor. It is beautiful. I'm so happy with this thing. I mean, the colors are a little bit wonky. And I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a little weird having a monitor that's not nearly desaturated all the time. And I thought I was going to have a fucking stroke when I first booted up Oblivion and tried to play that game. There was actually color on my screen and I nearly fell over dead on the spot. If you want to set it up, I have set this thing up. There is no, I've looked at this online. There are no settings for this monitor specifically, Chicken Flaps. And I bet if I click on this link, yes, I've already watched this video. I've already watched this video. That one you linked, that was one of the first videos I watched trying to set this shit up. This monitor is so fucking weird. It is such an odd monitor to deal with. I had to turn off HDR. I had to change a bunch of Windows settings. I had to uninstall a bunch of Windows fucking bloatware just to get this thing to not just hypersaturate every single fucking image that it came across. I spent my time on the weekend setting this shit up. And it felt good. It felt so fucking good. Do a flashlight onto it, you might... You know what? Ravenstein, I'm not kidding. I've considered actually doing this. I've considered getting myself a cheap knockoff Chinese lamp and running it across the top here, so that I've got some light coming down here, and it's, you know, then I've got some light reflecting off here, and I don't have to have that big fucking light that's just off camera, burning my eyeballs out so I can see what the fuck's going on. But that's for later. That's for when I've got 10 rand to spare. Actually, no, I could probably... Come to think of it, Chinatown's not too far away from where I am. So I could probably go there, ask them for a fucked up LED light, and they'll give it to me for free. Because they know me in Chinatown, I'm always there. I'm always in Chinatown buying random shit. They're like, I'm like the token white guy in Chinatown at this point. They're like, oh, he will buy my knockoff electronics. All the shit that's broken, that white boy will take from me. And I do. Downstairs in my garage, I've got a bunch of fucked up, knockoff stuff that I got for free, just because I was trying to fix all of it. And it's like a 33% success rate, 1 in 3. And if you get shit for free, that means it's 100% success rate because it was free in the first place. Took colored 27 inches from a random guy from Facebook and discovered a whole new world because of it. Quite literally. Mangovnik, quite literally, I booted up this monitor and I'd gotten so used to my knockoff Asus monitor that was running at 23.5 hertz that when I turned this monitor on, I couldn't look at it for a good 5 minutes without needing to take a break because my eyes were so used to desaturated colors. But now my brain's more attuned to it. And I'm good at looking at the curve now. The curve has become natural to me. And I'm so excited about it. So there were 2 videos that were in my Discord that I said I would watch. Both of these. We'll start with the short one. We'll start with Palworld fighting back, which is fantastic. I hope they're kicking the shit out of Nintendo for all their horse shit. We know that they're creating like this interconnected network of all these retarded patents that don't actually help the consumer and fuck everything up for everyone else. So I really hope that Palworld wins that lawsuit. More than anything, I want them to win that lawsuit. I want them to make Nintendo look like a bunch of fucking losers. Question, all the names we see here are currently watching the stream online. Which one? What you mean when I'm here and you see those down there? Yes. Those are all the people in the stream. Now, I don't know if this is tracking the people on YouTube, but it is tracking people on Twitch. Right? I'm still trying to get it to track people on YouTube. Think about it this way, right? In the world of streaming, everyone builds everything for Twitch because Twitch has been like the thing that's been there the longest, and that's the thing like everyone's used to developing things for. Twitch is now falling off. Twitch is slowly becoming the platform where you go on. This is how you stream on Twitch if you want to be a professional. You go to Twitch, you say a bunch of bad shit about Jews for about a good 4 to 5 hours. You say you're gonna play a game, then you don't play a game, and you leave. Right? That's how you stream as a professional on Twitch. If you want to stream on YouTube or another platform, then you got to do other shit and put in effort. Unlike me, I'm just a waste of space, basically. What up, Jester? How you doing? So what's going to start to happen? This is my prediction for streaming in the future. I think Twitch is going to slowly start falling off, and Kick is going to take over, YouTube's going to take over. I think at some point, it's going to get to this, like the place where Twitch is going to fall below Facebook gaming. That's what I expect. That's pretty much what you do. You just need to work more on the Jew thing. I know, right? But the problem is I dual stream over on YouTube. So the real issue is, if I say the most heinous things, like about Jewish people, on Twitch, I'll be fine, but YouTube will ban me, right? And the issue, as well, is I like to go after everyone, right? I'm an equal opportunity racist. I will shit on white people, black people, Muslims, Christians, Jews, doesn't matter. I think everyone's a different flavor of wacky, and we might as well shit on all of them. Now, unfortunately, Twitch has decided you can attack Jews all you want, but if you dare say a bad thing about a Palestinian, that's it, you're done. Look what happened to Tectone. He called a fat bitch fat, and they banned him permanently. And if you don't know who Tectone is, he's like he's that schizophrenic guy who always wears the wife beater, also balding white guy, standard for being a streamer. Ask Saw Man, he knows. He got banned permanently because he started calling Frogan a fat hideous bitch, right? Which, I mean, I don't see the problem with that, because he was just stating the obvious. Frogan goes on Twitch, talks about how she wants US soldiers to all have PTSD. Talks about how 9/11 should happen again. Wants to make it happen again. Whatever the fuck else. She's perfectly fine. See? So, that's the problem. So I expect to be banned off of Twitch permanently one day. That's just how it is. Also, as a side note, and I've been tracking this for a while now, I've got okay, so, here, let me pull it up. Where's this fucking button? So, I have 3 monitors attached to the streaming PC that's below here. That monitor over there has a bunch of analytics on it that I track after every stream. And I look at the graphs. And what it tells me is that YouTube has a lower latency, higher quality, and doesn't fuck with the stream nearly as much as Twitch does. Now, I'm wondering if that's going to change over time, but currently that's not the case. Currently, YouTube's fucking killing it when it comes to quality in comparison to Twitch. Twitch will be the MySpace of streaming. How the fuck can you insult MySpace like that? MySpace is a place we regret getting rid of. Okay? Twitch will be like, you deserve to be in the fucking shitter. People will turn around and be like, fuck Twitch, they should have died sooner. That's what's going to happen when this platform goes under. That's just how it works. Now, enough about that. Enough about Jabba the Hutt talking about how she wants 9/11 to happen. Enough about the schizophrenic guy who got banned off of it for calling a fat bitch fat. YouTube has been a shithole since 2015. You're not wrong, Cyro, and I'll tell you, there's a reason for that, right? No one wants to produce, like, high-quality episodic shows because they're so fucking expensive to do. TV programs and broadcasters and all of that are not giving out money to random YouTubers. So that means most people understand how the system of YouTube works. This is not a content creator issue so much as it is a YouTube issue, right? YouTube rewards consistency, not creativity. So they want as much slop and as much shit on their platform as possible because people will watch that consistently. If someone creates something truly artistic, that takes time and effort and energy, right? Unlike me, who's a lazy fuck and who's got a job, like someone who's got like actual skill will work on one thing for 4 months. They will then put it out. They might get like 1 million views, but then it's another 4 months until they do that again. And if that happens, YouTube declares their channel dead. That's how that works. So YouTube is a place made for slop. It's made for the shittiest content. It's not made for creativity or building up. It's how do I put this? I think the best way I can describe this is the entirety of YouTube right now, right? It's just a bunch of people looking at a camera going, "What's up, guys? So, I've got a very unique and special opinion to give you guys. Did you know that rape is bad? Rape is bad, guys. You shouldn't rape people. Now let's watch this video about this guy almost raping this person, and I'm going to tell you how bad it is." And then that's the entirety of the platform. Is people saying, "I've got a hot take," and then giving the most bland, milquetoast, shitty opinion that every single person on the planet agrees with. Right? Give a sensible take. Give a fucking give an actual spicy take. Channel's deleted. Get the fuck out of here. That's how it works. Welcome to 2025. There's no going back. That's why I'm here. I remember Chad Vader, Night Shift Manager, Chocolate Rain. Dude, I used to love Filthy Frank back in the day. I used to, you know what, iDubbbz once upon a time was pretty cool. As fucked up as it was when Logan Paul went into the suicide forest and showed a dead guy, right? I actually think, looking back, that was more creative content than the dog shit we see today. But yeah, let's get into the video. I'm wasting time now. I'm just talking about random shit. At least Vanos hasn't changed. He hasn't. He hasn't. Every now and then I binge a bunch of Vanos gaming stuff, and I'm so glad they haven't changed. And I don't know how they've gotten away with it. They are so impressive. He's like one of the old guard. Now we're going to get into it, Jester. We're going to find out exactly what the fuck is going on with this Nintendo shit. Because I've been really looking forward to an update on the Pal World stuff. Pal World is an amazing game. And apparently, at some point in the past, they were going to make an update where you could fuck the pals. And man, is that another level of creativity we haven't seen in a while. The power of minorities. You know what? Cyro, you say that, but the most interesting thing I've noticed is that most minorities are never the people who get offended by that kind of shit. I like the worst people I see who are always getting offended and trying to speak for others and shit is always it's like white bitches number one, and just underneath that, it's white dudes trying to fuck those white bitches, right? That's the power dynamic, right? It's a bunch of white Karens being like, actually, I have to speak for this race because they can't speak for themselves. And then underneath that, there's just a bunch of guys going like, yeah, you're gonna fuck me after this, right? That's it. It's a white people problem. It makes me understand why minorities get upset at white people, because they fuck up everything fun. They just take everything too fucking seriously. People just need to embrace their inner Kanye. I actually listened to his recent how do I say this? How do I say this without this being like something that's brought up 7 years from now? I recently listened to his new hit album, and I was like, okay, Kanye just outperformed anything that Eminem ever did. If this was a game of offense, Kanye in the space of one song has outperformed any offensive thing that Eminem has ever created. Second, when I left to go pick up this monitor, I was at a stop street with my window down. And on a black guy's phone that was walking past, they were playing Kanye's new hit album. And they loved that shit. They were having the best time. So what the fuck do you make of this all? It's the funniest shit ever. 211 hours in Power World, no point in playing anymore with no friends. Yeah, it's kind of died because it's like one of those games, it's kind of like Schedule 1, right? Once people have like beaten the game, there's no point in playing it anymore. It's time to move on, right? Unless Pal World does something incredible, like releases an old school full expansion, pulls like a Pokemon and they release like, gold and silver. That's not, there's no point, right? Unless there's some kind of like restart again, except now you're the pal and you're trying not to get raped by a bunch of people who are trying to fuck you because you're the attractive one, right? Then yeah, there's no point in playing Pal World. Someone give that idea to the devs. Someone be like, okay, but what if you could play as the pal? What if of your friend group, all of you were trainers, and then one of you was the pal? And it's just that scene of that white chick on the couch with a bunch of black dudes behind her, except it's all the trainers and the pal, and that's what's happening. That would be a fun update. That'd be the funniest shit ever. Make a video about rape, its benefits, and that good stuff that comes out of it. Fibers, the seeds. Oh yeah. Oh fuck. Okay, that's slick. That's slick. Yeah, talk about the seed. The seed. Talk about how good it is when it goes down your throat. How even the people who don't want it need it in their lives. Anyway, we're getting off fucking topic again. My ADD is kicking in. Let's see what the fuck Nintendo is up to now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So here's what's going down. Games Free. Hey everyone, welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
So here's what's...
It's literally been open so long on my desktop that it stopped loading. Like it's been on the backlog of my PC's memory, just sitting there, untouched.
Going down. Games Free got a patent lawyer in Japan to head over to the Tokyo District Court and dig into the actual case file behind Nintendo's lawsuit against Pocket Pair, the creators of Pal World. We wanted to know exactly how Pocket Pair is defending...
Jesus. Is this... I'm still getting used to this, actually. Is this what it's supposed to look like? Are videos supposed to have color in them? Okay, I gotta fix this thing's color grading because it's oversaturating that, and I don't think it's actually showing what I'm seeing. But holy shit, I'm so used to like a desaturated screen that every now and then I see color and I'm like, what the fuck? I've been living in a world of black and white. It's been real strange.
itself? and now we've got the inside scoop. In this video, I'm breaking it all down so you can get a clear picture of what's really happening. It turns out Pocket Pair isn't just saying, hey, we didn't copy Nintendo.
Hold on. Is this just shitty footage? Or is it just like, it's so fucking HD that I'm seeing like every pixel? You need to tell me, is this like just shitty footage? Are you seeing like pixels and blurring and shit? Or is that just me? I'm so not used to HD. Yes, it's shitty footage. Okay, thank God.
Nintendo. They're going way deeper, challenging the very validity of the patents Nintendo is using to sue them. And here's the kicker. If even one of Pocket Pair's arguments holds up in court, it could be game over for Nintendo's case.
I love those patents. I love these patents. These ones right here. Let's just go back a little bit. These patents are fucking incredible. Look how fucking retarded these patents are. Right? Let's not talk about legal arguments. Let's not talk about the legalese and the little, song and dance and shit that everyone goes through. Look at how fucking stupid these patents look. The vector images that look like they were drawn by a seventh grader. This literally describes almost every single game where you play a human being against animals. If this patent goes through, Nintendo should be suing the entire fucking universe at this point. Eventually, Rose will learn that Guild Wars 2 is not black and white, and not all Char are black. Asura are all grey, though. Are you fucking serious? I'm not even kidding. Like, I thought they were all Char are like a mottled kind of brownish. And like the Asura generally range from just dark grey to like a little bit lighter grey. Anyone who throws a rock at a dog owes Nintendo. Exactly. This was the argument I was making like months ago. I was like, these patents are so dumb that this means Monster Hunter World needs to be worried, that any game where you like Ark Survival Evolved needs to be worried. Any fucking game at all. Elden Ring needs to be worried. This is like the dumbest fucking patent on the planet. I think the patent was specifically about animals that you catch with balls. Then, okay, so think about that phrasing. Sun Matrix. Animals that you catch with balls. Theoretically, what that means is if there is a monster taming game where there is a mechanic at all, where there's some ball-shaped object that you throw at a creature with a health bar, and that assists you in capturing that creature in one form or another, that means it's fucked. Some of the spells in Elden Ring, circular. Some of the objects in Monster Hunter, circular. They're fucked.
It could be game over for Nintendo's case.
It could be so malicious, this shit.
Right now, both sides have made their stances crystal clear. Nintendo says, we have 3 patents and Pal World infringes all of them. Pocket Pair responds, each one of those patents is invalid, and even if they weren't, we're still not infringing on them. The court will now review more written pleadings from both sides before it moves on to the trial phase. Now here's where it gets interesting. Nintendo's patents are based on mechanics from Pokemon, which, let's be real,
shit. Do I need to open Pal World? Is there actually this much color in the game?
Is a very different kind of game than Pal World. Yes, both games feature fantastical creatures, but Pokemon is a turn-based RPG where players train and battle. Pal World? It's a survival and crafting game. Players gather resources, craft items, and level up through exploration. Now, the genre difference, it's not a legal defense in itself, but it does help explain why some of the game mechanics differ, which might play into the arguments around infringement. So yeah, when Nintendo and the Pokemon Company took Pocket Pair to court over Palworld, it wasn't just about cute creatures, it was about these specific patents. In this video, we're breaking down the 3 core patents.
Hold on. I just noticed something about the gameplay, and maybe it's just because I can see now. I'm not that blind. I want you to look at this Pokeball when it's thrown.
Specific patents.
Did you see that? Look at this Pokeball. It's facing forwards. It's facing forwards. Ball closes. Flash a light. And immediately it's turned around. This is not the dog shit quality I expect from Nintendo. But man, I'm gonna start noticing shit now.
In this video, we're breaking down the 3 core patents Nintendo
At this point, Nintendo should sue monitors. Holy shit.
says Palworld violates, and why Pocket Pair is arguing those patents should have never been granted in the first place. So now that you've got the big picture, let's get into the details. What exactly are these patents, what do they cover, and how is Pocket Pair planning to dismantle Nintendo's case piece by piece? To understand the defense Pocket Pair filed in Japanese court on February 21st, we first need to break down 2 key legal concepts, invalidity and non-infringement. When it comes to lawsuits like Nintendo's case against...
Okay, I'm concerned that this person, this Azalea Games, doesn't actually understand how predatory the Japanese legal system is, and they are basing their legal precedent on what the US would do, right? So the US tries to protect IP without being fucking bastards as much as possible. Obviously, they don't get it right all the time, but I think they do a much better job of it than Asian countries tend to do. I know the Japanese system has vicious legal systems that are like manipulative and really aggressively fucked up, and I worry that this person is taking this from the American perspective, but maybe they're not. They, if anything, believe them over me, because I would assume that this person's done their research and their homework, and they know more about the Japanese legal system than I do currently.
Pocket Pair, there are 2 main defenses. And while both matter, invalidity is the real heavy hitter, and here's why. Non-infringement means we didn't copy you. Pocket Pair could argue that Palworld doesn't use the same mechanics Nintendo patented. If they win on that, great, Palworld walks free. But here's the catch, the patent itself still survives.
Hold on. I gotta change a monitor setting here, because I'm almost fucking, like, I'm having like a moment here. I'm wondering if I've got schizophrenia. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do something here, because I don't believe, like, I'm having trouble believing that what I'm seeing is. Hold on. Is it? No. I think there's a setting here I fucked up, because I was playing with this earlier today. I was playing with the monitors. I love how the monitors button is right here like a dick. It feels like I'm just like rubbing the monitor's clit the whole time. Maybe that's why no one knows how to set this monitor correctly. Because gamers just aren't used to that kind of fine-tuning ability. You know how it is. Eliminate screen tearing. I think it might be that. Let's just switch that off. And now it's going to reset my monitor. And now I need to fucking go into my display settings. I need to duplicate this again. No. Fuck. Duplicate on 1 and 3. We'll keep that. Oh my god, okay, it was the monitor. I had a shitty setting on. I had a really, really shitty setting on. That's why it wasn't working. Let's see if that fucked up everything else. Is that still working? It is still working, thank God. What's up, Filter? I know, can you believe it? 2 streams in a month, it's insane. It's gonna snow tomorrow.
So Nintendo could still go after other studios using similar ideas. Invalidity, on the other hand, changes the whole game. It means this patent should never have been granted in the first place. If Pocket Pair can show that mechanics like capturing creatures, riding them, or throwing with aim assist...
It's a good thing Nintendo owns Link. Maybe Nintendo will be brave enough to sue itself.
...already existed in earlier games, like Ark Survival Evolved, Craftopia, or even Final Fantasy XIV, then that patent gets wiped out completely. Once a patent is invalidated, it's gone. Not just for Palworld, but for everyone. Nintendo loses the power to enforce it at all. So instead of just...
Now, don't you wish that had happened with the Nemesis system? Don't you wish that invalidated that patent and we could have the Nemesis system in a bunch of different games? Wouldn't that be fucking incredible? Don't you love how they made Shadow of Mordor? They came up with this awesome system, this Nemesis system that could be taken to the ends of the earth, and then they just locked it in a vault and never used it again. Oh, fuck, game devs are such... I mean, not even game devs, just the companies are such fucking bastards sometimes.
Defending themselves, Pocket Pair could end up doing the entire industry a favor, pushing back against what some see as a massive overreach by Nintendo. That's why invalidity isn't just a defense, it's a bold, industry-wide counterattack. Now here's something important about how invalidity actually works. Sometimes one piece of prior art is enough if the patent is basically copying something that already existed. Easy win. But more often...
Whoa, hold on. Okay, there's still something wrong with this monitor. I'm going to be fucking with it for a while. You're going to have to forgive me for this. I'm just going to... We're going to play with the monitor's clit again. I feel like it's almost doing it on purpose. Like it knows. It knows. What are we looking for? Okay, no. The response time is fine. Wait, hold on. Actually, maybe the response time isn't fine. And it should be over there. And then we're gonna... The fucking joys of a new monitor. No, that stays off. Okay, there we go. We'll see if that fixes it. Man, I'm so not used to seeing color. It's so fucking odd to me to see color. Unironically, the closest game to using the Nemesis system is Warframe. You know, you actually might be right. You might actually be right about that. I've never thought about Warframe that way, but now that you've said it, I'm probably not going to be able to unsee it. Who needs lube? There's never enough time for lube, Ravenstein. There's never enough time for lube. There is time for a balaclava so they can't identify you later.
The defense is built from a combo. If 2 or more earlier games each had parts of the idea, and someone in the industry could have reasonably combined them, then it's not really an invention. In patent law, that's called being obvious, and if it's obvious, it's not patentable. The combo argument is actually a pretty common and powerful way to kill a patent. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company say Palworld is infringing on specific gameplay mechanics they've patented. But Pocket Pair is not just saying, we didn't copy you. They are saying Nintendo didn't invent those mechanics to begin with. Here's where the pride...
They didn't invent those mechanics to begin
Warner
with.
Brothers really patented the Nemesis system for that fucking Wonder Woman game and said game ends up dying in dev hell years later.
Warner Brothers is probably the worst the worst people to ever touch a game that I can think of. Hogwarts Legacy was not nearly I'll stand by this opinion, and this pisses people off. Hogwarts Legacy was not nearly as good of a game as it should have been. And I think that's because Warner Brothers are fucking retards. They don't understand that what people wanted and what they sold the game as was Wizard GTA. And what we basically got was we got Dragon Age the Veil Guard, but without all the retarded dialogue in it. Right? Think about every single AAA game you've ever played, even some of the good ones, right? Like Space Marine. What have you noticed about all AAA games? They follow the same formula, right? You get in combat, there's a white indicator or a yellow indicator for light attacks that you can block, and there's a red indicator for attacks that you can't block and you have to dodge. And it's always that system for the combat. There's always a crafting system attached to it in the back that doesn't actually matter. There's always a meaningless upgrade system that barely does anything. There's always an unlock system that's strapped to the fucking game that gives you access to things over time that doesn't really actually change the way the game functions. It just gives you like 1 or 2 extra options. It's the same thing over and over again. And this is upsetting to hear because I'm putting Space Marine in the same category as Dragon Age the Veil Guard, and I'm putting that in the same category as Hogwarts Legacy. But it's the same game at its core. It's the same fundamental game. So what's up, Fox? Sure, Technosite Kodo boyband is not what I would have wanted for Infested Liches, but at the end of the day, I cannot complain about being... I don't even know that fucking game, dude. I have no idea about that game.
Priority date comes in. The priority date is the official starting line for a patent. If someone else used the same idea before that date, then the patent might not be valid. It's not new anymore. Pocket Pair is pointing to earlier games, Ark Survival Evolved, Craftopia.
Okay, here's the problem. That starts at 2013. This thing right here starts at 2013. The first Pokemon game was released on the Game Boy in, like, what, 2009? Hold on. When did the first Pokemon game ever come out? It was either red or blue. 1996. So this argument doesn't hold weight. Unless there's a D&D game out there somewhere that was like on the Sega Genesis, where you were you were throwing testicles at a lich to capture them. That's the problem. This starts at 2013. Pokemon's been around longer than that, way longer than that.
Zelda, Final Fantasy XIV, and saying, look, these mechanics already existed before Nintendo filed. If they can prove that...
Aha, okay, there's the argument. Before they filed this patent. If I remember correctly, and this is me going back to playing Pokemon Red on the very original Game Boy, where there wasn't even color. If you looked at the bottom of the game, you would have seen...
the patents that Nintendo is claiming today were filed in 2021.
Yeah, okay, so that was my point, Keith. Is if you go back and you play the old Pokemon games, if you can find a Game Boy that's like the really, really old one that didn't even have color on the screen, if you looked at the bottom, it was Game Freak, not Nintendo, so they didn't own it yet, I don't think. And the thing at the bottom said patent pending, and I don't think they ever actually filed their patent. They just put patent pending because they wanted the game out as quickly as possible. There's a dog somewhere in this neighborhood that's going fucking ballistic. I hope my neighbor's out on the streets right now with his shotgun, wandering around in his boxes. He's been doing that like every day this week. I think a house got broken into, so he's been like wandering around. I said hello to him earlier. I think he really wants to shoot someone.
Nintendo's patents could be thrown out for lack of novelty. But if those other games added the same mechanics after Nintendo's priority date, it's game over for that argument. Those can't be used as prior art. Let's break it down. Say patent 390 has a priority date of December 2021. If Ark
Okay.
Survival Evolved had an aiming and throwing mechanic back in 2015, it qualifies as prior art and could help invalidate that patent. But if Ark only introduced that feature in 2023, like in Ark Ascended, too late, that version can't be used to challenge the patent. The
Interesting.
priority date is everything. It decides what earlier work counts and what doesn't. For Pocket Pair, knowing exactly when Nintendo filed their patents is crucial because their whole strategy is to prove that Nintendo wasn't first. Now, let's move on to the non-infringement side of Pocket Pair's defense. Remember,
Honestly, at this point, if I was a dev who was like working at Ark Survival Involved and they like called me into like a court case, I would just lie through my fucking teeth. I'd be like, when was that throwing mechanic in your game? I'd be like, day one, fuck you, Nintendo. You should be a good neighbor then. Buy him some Tiger Print Speedos. Now, he prefers boxes. Dude, okay, look, this is completely off topic, right? My neighbor who wanders around the neighborhood at like 2 a.m. with a shotgun, like he like walks outside of his house and he's just like standing there on the street corner. I've seen the tip of his dick, okay? I've seen the tip of his dick. It's dropping out the bottom of his boxes. Dude's hung like he's got fucking, like he's hiding salami in there. Dude's got a cock like a fucking Coke bottle. It's terrifying. If I was a criminal wandering around this neighborhood, I'd be more scared of what that dude's got in his pants than what he's got in his hands. He's black. No, he's a white guy. He's a white guy and he's got like a belly, but dude's got a fucking cock. He's African below the belt, that dude. Dude's just wandering around with a baseball bat in his pants. It's ridiculous.
if a patent is invalid, it doesn't matter whether Palworld infringes it or not. You can't infringe a patent that shouldn't exist in the first place. But if Nintendo's patent does survive the validity challenge, Pocket Pair still needs a backup defense. Even if the patent is valid, we didn't copy it. Pocket Pair filed these non-infringement arguments on January 31st, 2025, a few weeks before their invalidity claims. It took a while for those court...
Okay, now the big question with the invalidity claim is, does that apply to the Japanese legal system? Does the Japanese legal system account for people trying to retroactively file patents to fuck someone else over? That's the real question.
Court records to surface, but now we finally know what they argued. Here is a key rule in patent law. A patent claim is only infringed if every single part, every claim limitation is met. Miss even one, the whole claim falls apart. Let's go through the 3 patents Nintendo says Palworld infringes and what Pocket Pair says in response. Patent 117 focuses on capturing mechanics. It covers how a game tracks your aim, displays a capture success rate, and lets you throw a device to catch the creature. Sounds like Palworld, right? Aim, see your chances, and throw the Pal Sphere. Nintendo says this is a direct lift, but Pocket Pair fires back with examples from older games that use similar systems, arguing that this wasn't new and shouldn't have been patentable in the first place. Patent 390 is all about mounting creatures, flying or ground-based, and having the game switch modes automatically when transitioning from air to land. That's a
Okay, I need you guys to check this with me, right? Because this will tell me if this is the monitor or not. Do you see this right here? This, like, UI. Do you see this UI flickering? Or is this my monitor doing this?
The game switch modes automatically when transitioning from air to land. That's a Palworld staple. Ride your flying pal, land, and keep moving. Smooth as butter. Nintendo says that's infringement. Pocket Pair says games like Ark, Zelda, and Final...
Maybe I saw a slight flicker. Okay, so yeah, it's not like a big flicker. It's just like a little bit of a shift, right? If you're seeing that as well, then I'm not schizophrenic and it's actually happening and it's just shitty footage.
Fantasy XIV did this before Pokemon even filed for the patent. Again, if it's not new, it's not protected. Patent 191 focuses on 3D aiming and throwing, specifically tossing an item at a character to interact with it, like capturing or applying effects. Sound familiar? That's core to Palworld. Aim, throw a sphere, catch a creature. Nintendo calls it a copy. Pocket Pair points to Ark, Craftopia, Tomb Raider, and even Final Fantasy XIV, all using similar mechanics.
I can already see the argument that Nintendo's going to come up. They're going to be like, yeah, but they weren't using spheres. They were throwing differently shaped rocks, unlike you. And then the argument that Palworld can use against that is, no, but if you look at our balls, look at our balls, Nintendo, and they have the little pointy thing on the bottom and the top. So it's not really a ball then. I can see, this is going to become such a shit-flinging contest. This is going to be like 2 4-year-olds trying to accuse each other of who ate mom's spaghetti. That's what this lawsuit's going to devolve into. I can see this.
Mechanics before Nintendo filed this patent. In short, Pocket Pair is attacking from 2 angles. If the patents are invalid, case closed. If they are valid, Pocket Pair still argues, we didn't infringe on them anyway. So where does all this leave the case? We've got a legal showdown brewing between one of game's biggest IP holders and an upstart indie studio challenging the status quo. Whether Pocket Pair wins or loses, this case could set a major precedent for how far game mechanics can be patented and who gets to own them.
If they win, shit's gonna go so bad. If Nintendo wins this case, here's the problem. Every single publisher and game dev studio is no longer going to be interested in making games. They're going to be interested in patenting the shit out of every single mechanic that they can and then suing each other. Dune's still alive. I don't know. We're going to find that out, Trollrise.
So where does the case go from here? Now that both sides have laid out their arguments, invalidity, non-infringement, and everything in between, the court will review additional written pleadings, hold trial proceedings, and eventually issue a decision. There's no official date yet for a final ruling, but in Japanese civil cases like this, it could take months or even longer before we see a verdict. And depending on the outcome, there's a good chance this won't be the end. Either side could appeal.
Okay, so here's the problem with it taking so long, right? By the time, if Nintendo wins, nobody's going to give a fuck because it's going to be so far outside of the public consciousness at that point. What we need is like this to be a rapid fire case where people still give a shit about it. That's what'll keep people's attention. And if Nintendo gets fucked hard and fast, then it's going to be really, really good. But if they're not, the problem is if they win and it's going to be like a year and a half from now that they win, no one's going to care at that point.
Potentially dragging this legal battle into higher courts. This lawsuit isn't just about Palworld versus Pokemon. It's about where we draw the line between inspiration and infringement in game design. If Nintendo's patents hold up, it could reshape how developers think about mechanics like creature capture, riding mounts, or 3D aiming systems.
It'll screw everything
up. If Pocket Pair wins, this might embolden more studios to challenge aggressive IP claims and push back against what many see as overreach. One ruling could end up changing how gameplay innovation is protected or limited for years to come. We'll be keeping a close eye on how this...
See, this is why we need people in like the legal system and in politics and all of this shit who are under the age of 9,500 years old. Because if you have younger people who've actually played video games in that, they'll understand the wider macro perspective of this and what happens if they fucking get away with this shit, right? The problem is all these old fucks, the last time they saw technology, it was like the invention of a chisel scraping words into a piece of clay. And the problem is they're not going to understand any of this shit. So the issue is you need like young people to be involved in this. You need a judge who's at least like a young hip judge who's 65 years old. Who wasn't there to watch Jesus being nailed to a cross, right? If that guy is in court, then maybe we have a chance.
This plays out in the courts and what it means for game devs, players, and the future of creativity in gaming. If you want a breakdown of each patent's claim language or updates as the case develops, hit that like, drop a comment, and make sure you're subscribed. It really helps my channel out. If you want to do more to help me keep making helpful videos for you.
Okay, now this is just a plug. Not a bad video. Well done. That was actually pretty good. That was very informative. I really hope that Pal World wins. I hope both arguments hold up, and I hope that from this point onwards, Nintendo just continues to get fucked. Iwata died and okay, you're saying that Nintendo lost its soul when Reggie left and Iwata died. I can't disagree with that because they don't have that same guiding light that kept them on track, and even when they did devious evil shit, they could cover it up with a good guy who's in the front and everyone would forgive them. Now they don't even have that. Now they're just demons. They're just legal demons out here to fuck people over. If Nintendo falls, then won't you miss it? No. No, I won't. Nintendo will become the new EA. You know that phrase? You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That shit is real. EA, believe it or not, once upon a time, EA used to be a good gaming company that people were really excited to play their games. You know what happened to all the gaming companies they absorbed? They fucking died. They died heroes. Everything else is fucked. Hold on. I send the video on your DM. I don't know about WoW anymore. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the WoW stuff, but I see there's a video here that's talking about there being an update that just released. So I want to see this as a follow-up to this video to see if anything's changed. Then we'll take a look at that. But thank you for sending that, Filter. I'll take a look at that afterwards.
Nintendo is trying to destroy Pal World because the developer of Pal World, Pocket Pair, dared to innovate and create something new off of some existing ideas in the game industry. And if Nintendo's not the one doing it, clearly that's not allowed. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. Pal World has posted an update on X today that is a very long statement we're going to go through in this video. But what I took out of it is Nintendo really is the bad guy in all of this because they are trying to stifle innovation and claim all the way to the bank that it's
I forgot about this from the Nintendo Direct. Look at this guy. Look how do they frame this guy so well? And he looks like a normal ass human being. He looks like the guy you want deving your games.
They are trying to stifle innovation and claim all.
And then they put this guy in a fucking oversized suit, and then they have the gall to lift the camera so that they're looking down on him like he's a baby wearing his dad's clothes. This is so fucking emasculating for this poor fucking guy. What a dickhead move. Either this guy said some shit to the cameraman, right? Or the cameraman's just straight up an asshole. Either everyone hates this dude in the office. They were like, we're going to make you look like a baby-backed bitch in this direct. He has an oversized suit. Fuck you. Ritu Japanese man. This is the guy on the battlefield back in the day when they were like still samurai and shit. This is the guy who didn't have a sword. He was just running around biting people's dicks off.
All the way to the bank that it's copyrights. That's what we care about because it's not someone else stealing our lunch and making a game better that we could ever do. No. It's we need to protect our IPs. Even though Pal World isn't stealing Pokemon. They made their own game and they made it better.
They did.
Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out smashjt.com.
Have you noticed this trend? This is a recent trend in gaming. It's like one guy or a small group of people make a fucking banger of a game. And this gigantic company with infinite money can't cobble together a pile of shit good enough to get a 5 out of 10 rating from an audience. It's becoming so common. Schedule 1, Dragon Age the Veil Guard, fucking Vampire Survivors, Pal World. It just keeps happening.
for the full article breaking down how Pocket Pair's Pal World is getting completely kneecapped. Nintendo's legal warpath plows on. And I mean, at this point, Nintendo seems more focused on litigation than video games. But I guess such is life when you get as big as Nintendo does and everyone's waiting on their next system. Nintendo couldn't be bothered to make the updates to Pokemon that people have been
Look, it's the Afghani rape dungeon.
clamoring for decades, and when someone else goes and does it themselves, they get sued. Not just on copyright infringement, mind you, but on innovation itself. We have some movement on the lawsuit against developer Pocket Pair and their game Pal World that makes it abundantly clear to everyone. This lawsuit isn't about protecting Pikachu's precious image, it's about crushing any competition whatsoever that dares play in the same sandbox as
obvious.
Nintendo, because we can't be having that. Palworld on X said regarding the lawsuit, changes to Palworld and the future. And they started off kindly enough stating, "We would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the continued support of our fans over the past few months. We apologize for not being able to..."
Hold on. It could be Pakistan. I heard there's a new
Rose,
war.
I think we are all glossing over the elephant in the room. Is Japan going to be number 110?
I don't think any of them are there. Are they? Japan's like pretty like isolationist and like pretty xenophobic about a lot of shit. I don't think there are that many over there. Also, I'll show you what I understand about the Pakistan-India war just now after this video, and then we'll watch Fielter's video, and we'll finish off with some research when it comes to Sawman's video, and I want to see what the fuck this WoW update is.
To share as much information as we would like, but we trust our fans understand how difficult it is to be fully transparent while litigation is ongoing.
Still played you.
And
Thank God.
I know something about that personally myself, so I do appreciate Palworld doing their best here to let people know everything they're allowed to know without going too far. Currently, we remain involved in prolonged legal proceedings regarding alleged patent infringement. We continue to dispute these claims and assert the invalidity of the patents in question. However, we have had to make certain compromises in order to avoid disruptions to the development and distribution of Palworld. So these changes that they're about to go into here are already updated and impacting the game as we speak. On November 30th, 2024, we released patch version 0.3.11 for Palworld. This patch removed the ability to summon pals by throwing pal spheres and instead changed it to static summon next to a player. Which, hearing that, it's like, come on. So now Nintendo is trying to copyright throwing a ball in a game?
Yes.
Do you understand the problem that comes from this? Because now when we start litigating and copywriting trademark stuff like, oh, you can't throw a ball in a game, how that's going to turn into a legal minefield when it comes to trying to create anything in the...
I just thought of something. Just because you said it. Patenting throwing a ball in a game. Imagine. Okay. Have this image in your head. I don't know if you remember that Godzilla versus King Kong movie where that Japanese guy was like, let them fight, right? What happens if they patent throwing a ball in a game? And EA is like, you fucking what, bitch? That's every single sports game in existence that we own. And then EA and Nintendo are just going at each other and just ripping each other to pieces. And everyone's just like, yeah, I hope both of you fucking die. No one cares anymore. They're just like, let them fight. I would love that shit so much. People just egging them on non-stop. Oh, that would be so exciting. I'd be so happy about that.
Video game industry. Several other game mechanics were also changed with this patch. As many have speculated, These changes were indeed a result of the ongoing litigation. Everyone here at Pocket Pair was disappointed that this adjustment had to be made, and we fully understand that many players feel the same frustration. Unfortunately, as the alternative work would have led to an even greater deterioration of the gameplay experience for players, it was determined that this change was necessary. And honestly, just hearing this, I'm thinking Nintendo is happy that they are destroying a game that was successful by kneecapping it and making it inhibited to what it used to be, a shell of its former self, to make it not as good so that Nintendo's original Pokemon game can stand out and be like, look, you can do this stuff in our game.
You know what's really insane about all of this? I've just thought about the perfect analogy to this, right? Of how Nintendo could have come out looking like the good guys, right? I'm gonna explain this using a similar video of something that happened similarly, right? Do any of you know this? Do any of you recognize this? No, hold on. Here we go. Do any of you recognize this animation? You see this? This guy got a job because he made these animations. They were gonna sue him, and then they hired this fucking guy. They were like, what a goddamn legend. We need this guy. Now imagine Nintendo saw Palworld, saw its success, and they went, you know what? This little studio, we want you guys on our team. We need you guys to be our next flagship. We need you guys to make the next Pokemon game for us. And then they publicize the shit out of it, and everyone would love Nintendo. Instead, they've got all this reputational damage that keeps building up because they're being little bitches about this. Think about how much of a W that could have been for both Nintendo and the Palworld devs. But I don't want Pokemon, I want Palworld. That's fine, Cyro. But imagine the nostalgia and all the build-up and shit of Palworld, but in Pokemon, right? If they rewarded that innovation, they would have had such good fucking PR off of all of this. Do you know how many people would have bought the Nintendo Switch 2 just knowing that the Palworld guys were working on a new Pokemon game for that system? Yeah, I don't control the chat filters. I've dropped them as low as possible on Twitch. If your messages aren't going through, that's because Twitch has decided, you know, freedom of speech isn't a thing for you. You can go fuck yourself. That's Twitch's decision, not mine. I will only ban you if you fucking violate the law. You come in here, talk about how much you want to fuck kids or some shit. That's it.
Those other games can't do that, so they're inferior to ours. Whereas I take a step back from all this and say, by Nintendo trying to copyright and trademark throwing a ball in a game, that will limit...
Oh, I'm just thinking about it now. Now the idea is like running wild in my head. If any of you played Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow, or the like re-releases, remember Lieutenant Surge with his Raichu? Remember he talks about being in the war? Imagine they give the Palworld devs the Pokemon War arc. That would be so fucking amazing. And that's never gonna happen because Nintendo are fucking pieces of shit. Nintendo does not have the dick and balls on them to reward amazing development. Industry would be better if Nintendo disappeared tomorrow. You know what? I don't disagree with that at this point. I think they are a limiting factor. I think they make games that are not as good as what they used to make. They're supposed to be an innovator and a developer, and they're just biting off of the same fucking gameplay they've been nostalgia goggling people with for the last, like, fucking 15, 20 years. And they don't actually develop new and good things. I think it's just the same gameplay on repeat with better graphics. And even that's a bit of a joke, because if you've seen the updates with the Nintendo 2 Switch, if you break their TOS, they will brick your system, right? So remember I said that there was going to be like the webcams and shit, the butt plug webcam, and like you can imagine connecting online and seeing 3 faces and one guy's dick in like a 4-player game. Yeah, they'll brick your game. You break their TOS, Nintendo bricks your Nintendo Switch 2.
Limit creativity for not just game companies in general, but think of all the indie developers out there that now need to take into account any kind of mechanic you ever do in any video game ever, and then worrying about getting a lawsuit thrown at you because the mechanic is just too similar to another game that exists out there in the mountain of millions upon millions of games that are already existing right now.
Yep.
Or at least it seems there's so many out there. Furthermore, we regret to inform
If Nintendo wins, it's an infinite money glitch. It's literally an infinite money glitch for them. They will sue everyone.
our players that with the implementation of patch version 0.5.5, we must make yet another compromise. From this patch onward, gliding will be performed using a glider rather than with pals. Pals in the player's team will still provide paths.
Nintendo's going to sue them because if they use a glider, then that's the same as Breath of the Wild, and now they're going to say, oh, you switched it to another patent that we just filed tomorrow. So then they're going to sue them for Breath of the Wild copying.
Passive buffs to gliding, but players will now need to have a glider in their inventory in order to glide. Which I gotta take a step back from that one and say, why is gliding not trademarked? Is that too generic? But throwing a ball is...
It's probably, actually come to think of it, they probably can't trademark gliding because, like you just pointed out, that shit's in Guild Wars 2 with ArenaNet. There's gliding in World of Warcraft. There's a bunch of different glider systems in really old games, and Nintendo probably knows they can't get away with that one.
Isn't? You see what the problem is when you start doing stuff like this and litigating out what you can and cannot do in a game? Because, yikes, if anything, I think this makes Nintendo look awful.
It does.
But then again, Nintendo has been on a collision course with looking awful seemingly every day since the Switch 2 got announced, so no surprise there.
Yeah, the fucking Switch 2 is such a joke. And you know what the worst part about it is that's probably already sold out. Pre-orders are going to be sold out day one. It's gone. People are building bots. Scalpers are going to go wild, and those scalpers are going to make so much money because it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter if you have an IQ above 5, there are infinitely more people with an IQ below 5. Let's take a look at a bit of what Nintendo did. Patenting game mechanics. Remember Mario 35 pulled the plug artificial scarcity on their store? You could have bought only for 3 months. Bayonetta was up on PC and other consoles. 2 and 3 is exclusive. It literally does the worst thing. They are demons. They are literal demons. If you want to play good old Nintendo games, you might as well get an emulator and start pirating the shit out of it.
I understand that this will be disappointing for many.
I'm not saying go and do that. I want to make this clear, right? I don't want to be in any trouble. But you definitely shouldn't go and teach every single person you know and every young person who likes Nintendo games to go emulate that shit on a PC and then show them exactly how to torrent that and then share files between each other and then find the people who are not connected to Nintendo at all and are giving their games away for free. You definitely shouldn't go out and do that. That's a terrible idea. Please don't go and do that en masse and make sure that Nintendo collapses into the dust like they deserve. Definitely don't go do that. It would be so bad if that happened.
As it is for us, but we hope our fans understand that these changes are necessary in order to prevent further disruptions to the development of Palworld. We want to also extend our apologies to our fans for the discomfort and concern this ongoing litigation has caused. We remain committed to developing Palworld and delivering exciting new content to our fans. On behalf of everyone at Pocket Pair and Team Palworld, thank you again for your continued support. And that one really hits hard because you can see this developer finally found a hit on their hands and genuinely passionate about making it great for the player.
I don't know if you can say they finally found a hit on their hands. Isn't it their first game? Wasn't Palworld the first game they made? Hold on, let's double check that. I need to double check that. Pocket Pair has developed the games Palworld, AI Art Imposter, Craftopia, Overdungeon. Okay, so it's not their first game. Okay.
Base. And here we have Big Corpo coming in saying, oh, popular indie game? Looking a little too familiar to our game? Yeah, we gotta knock that down because we can't have someone else being more popular than us. Let's call this what it is. Nintendo is trying to kill Palworld before it can turn into something even bigger, which is saying something because many could argue it's already a massive phenomenon. And you could even say, pointing at this lawsuit, that it's actually brought more people into the world of finding out what it is, hearing the name all over the place. Probably like the Barbara Streisand effect, and I'm sure Nintendo didn't really count on that. Since its launch, Palworld has captured attention of fans worldwide for being what many called Pokemon with guns, a bold, chaotic alternative to the stale formula Nintendo had stuck to for decades. And I can speak to this because I was someone who played the original Red and Blue on the original Game Boy. I even have the link cable and played it with my buddy.
Fuck. Oh, fuck, life is unfair. Do you know how I know life is unfair? Because I did the exact same thing he did, and this motherfucker still has hair on his head. That's how you know life's not fair. This motherfucker's got a hairline down here. God damn it. I still remember playing Red and Blue. I still remember I had a link cable that I bought from a Chinese shop. So this is a lifelong trend. Like I buy like knockoff Chinese stuff. I had a link cable, and I remember I traded my Kadabra for my buddy Vinny's Haunter, right, to get them to evolve, right? And I got a Gengar that was so fucking insanely overpowered. And whenever my buddy tried to use the Alakazam, it wouldn't fucking listen to him. He was so mad. For like weeks, he was like, traded back. And I was like, no, fuck you. It's my Gengar now. It was so good. He was so angry at me because he was like, this fucking Alakazam won't listen to a goddamn thing I said to him. It was so good. I laughed about that every single time he got mad. I refused to trade back that Gengar. God damn it. But you still have wild ass kinky sex where your dick. What the fuck are you even talking about? You're 5'6". I think not having hair was not the worst thing that happened to you. Listen, being born with midgetitis, also 5'6", not my height. I'm never telling you how short I am. You're just gonna have to believe I'm a leprechaun forever. I'm not actually gonna ever tell you what my height is. I think not having it, it's like being born with midgetitis was pretty bad, but like, listen, not having hair was the nail in the coffin, okay?
And we had fun with it. And then I played the other versions of Pokemon that came after it. I was like, oh, it's cool, it's more of the same, but it's still whatever, it's fun. Then I played the ones on the...
See, that's what I mean. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. Over and over again. For 20 fucking years, Nintendo's been releasing the same game and they just changed the graphics. They did it with Mario. They did it with Pokemon. They've done it with Donkey Kong. Every single fucking game. It's the same thing. And they've gotten away with it, but people are getting tired of the shit now.
The Switch, and I'm just like, all right, the graphics are a little bit better, obviously. It's not like 8-bit or whatever, but it's still like the same game. It feels like there's no risk being taken, no chances being made here. It's just straight up basically rehashing a formula that people just go to buy every year like it's a Madden franchise. And I fell out of love with it at that point. I'm like, nope, the battles are too easy. The gameplay's boring. The gameplay loop.
No, gameplay of Pokemon got worse in the last 20 years. I don't think so. I'll tell you why. I think, and this is personal opinion, obviously people are going to disagree. I think Sapphire and Ruby and Emerald was the pinnacle of Pokemon games. It was an advancement on the original formula. And then immediately as the next, season of Pokemon games came out,
the problem with Nintendo innovating gameplay is that it usually means shitty gimmicks. No one asked for, just asked Star Fox fans with zero.
Yes. I think they refined to a point, and then they just enshittified the shit out of everything. It just fell apart after that. Because they had no idea what they were doing. Since White and Black Pokemon, every game was the same. I didn't give a fuck about Pokemon White and Black. I played it. I played the game. But man, I got to a point playing Pokemon White and Black where I was like, I literally could not give a singular fuck about this. I didn't have that experience going through Sapphire and Ruby. That's where it fell apart for me.
Itself is way too repetitive. It's just not for me. And clearly, Pocket Pair felt the same way. Oh, and rather than up their game and embrace the competition, Nintendo decides to choose to go nuclear with lawsuits with their ninjas. They filed lawsuit in Japan claiming that
I thought he was going to use another N-word there.
Palworld infringes on 3 of their patents. These same patents, mind you, that Pocket Pair is now challenging for being illegitimate, citing games like Craftopia and others that use similar mechanics long before Nintendo had locked them up themselves, which when you hear that, it's pretty curious, isn't it? Almost like Nintendo is trying to say, yeah, no one can sue us for stealing other people's stuff, but then we will sue other people for stealing our stuff that we stole from someone else.
Fucking demons.
Nintendo logic.
Absolute
Nintendo's
demons.
not fighting to protect Pokemon at all. Let's be real. They're fighting to eliminate threats, just like they've done with fan games, ROM hacks, and emulators for years.
Emulators did nothing wrong, by the way. Emulators, there was a time when I got deep into emulating the old Game Boy games, and it let me re-experience the joys and wonders of all the old Pokemon games, but without all the hassle, because I could just hold down the spacebar to speed up time. Emulation is not just morally correct, it is an obligation of anyone who loves video games. If you truly love video games, you will support emulation.
Now they're turning the same scorched earth playbook on commercial competitors. As much as I love Nintendo IPs and games that they've made over the years, this is a double-edged sword that threatens true organic growth and expansion in the entire video game industry. And it's something that I will definitely never get behind. Pocket Pair's latest statement was measured and extremely respectful, maybe even too respectful. They're apologizing to the fans, they spoke of compromise and concern, but make no mistake, this is a company under attack from all sides of Nintendo's ninjas. A creative team is being forced to gut the core features of their game just to continue to survive. And for what? Because Nintendo thinks they own the concept of throwing a ball to summon a creature.
I just realized something, right, of what he's saying, right? I just need to double check something quick. You're going to have to forgive me. This is a little bit down the beaten path. Just forgive me for this. Hi, Clippy. I just want to know if the streamer slash YouTuber known as Pirate Software has made a video about Nintendo actually being right about the Pal World lawsuit yet. Can you check that for me, please? He has. Are you fucking serious? Don't fucking... I'm not Clippy, I'm Grok. I love that. Created by blah blah blah. I've checked for available information, including posts on X web sources. There's no indication that Pirate Software Thor has made a video stating that Nintendo was actually right about the Pal World. His content, particularly videos like Pal World lawsuit, blah blah blah, focuses on analyzing the patents involved, describing them as vague and problematic, and suggesting Pal World could bypass any infringement with minor changes. Even Pirate Software is against Nintendo. Holy shit, that's a low bar for Nintendo. Rose, Pirate Software died last week. No, you're fucking bullshitting me. There's no fucking way he died. I don't believe you. No fucking way he died. Nah, I'll search for that afterwards. There's no fucking way. Imagine being so low that the guy who makes contrarian content, the guy who makes ultra contrarian content isn't even on your side. Holy shit. Holy shit. W for Thor. Well done. Well played.
Which,
GG.
I gotta be honest, when I hear that, no, bro. That in itself is a bridge too far. The irony with all of this is Pal World's popularity didn't come from cloning Pokemon. It came from doing what Nintendo didn't have the guts to do. Ironically, evolve. Do anything different with Pokemon than the same old gameplay loop that every Pokemon game seems to have. They never added any challenge, no creativity, variety, or anything like that. Pal World might have taken inspiration, like every good game always does, but they built something edgy, new, and wildly successful. Something that, get this, gamers actually wanted to play and flocked to in massive numbers, and Nintendo only raised an eyebrow once it became popular. Think about that for a second. So now they're trying to sue Pal World into mediocrity, strip it of its fun, and dismantle its identity. Ultimately,
Good. I agree with Pirate Software on that. Fuck Nintendo. They shouldn't get that patent. It's damaging to the entire ecosystem. Pirate Software has built a brand around pretty good advice for people looking for a job who are retarded, right? And contrarian takes, and not even he would take a contrarian stance on this. That's how you know how fucking... that Nintendo isn't even cooked on this one. They're fucking roasted in the oven for 25 hours. Piece of fucking charcoal.
Discouraging any other indie studio in the future from ever trying anything similar again, which sounds like a really fun environment to try to make a game when you have to deal with these massive companies that will completely destroy you if you dare step out of line. That is not really the ideal environment for art and creativity, I'd argue. But here's the kicker with all of it. Despite the legal attacks, Pocket Pair is not backing down. They're still updating the game, still engaging with the community, and still pushing forward. And maybe that is what terrifies Nintendo the most. The fact that Pal World might survive this lawsuit, survive the sabotage, and maybe even emerge stronger than they ever had before going into it. And that might just be the silver lining in all of this. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. I will link this in the description
pretty good
below.
update.
If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Mr. Kawamoto.
What the... Hold on. I'm having trouble liking this video. Why is it not letting me like it? I'm literally clicking on the like button. It's not working. The fuck? What the fuck?
Hello.
Again with that guy. F5.
Nintendo is trying to
just
destroy...
fucking reloaded it. Okay, there we go. That helped. Thank you. Hold on. Let's go back to guy getting emasculated. Hold on. I'm sure this is like a kink for him at this point.
Thank you so much for watching, and as always...
Okay, that's just his outro. Poor guy. Not bad. Not bad. I'm glad that happened. So, I'm going to watch Fields' video that he linked to me now. But first, to that comment about the India versus Pakistan war. This is my full understanding of the situation that we're seeing in India versus Pakistan now, right? This is the most educated take I can give you.
You are fucking, you bloody, bastard, bitch, fuck you, bloody, fuck you, bloody, fucking mother, bloody, fuck, bitch, you bloody, fuck you fucking bloody bastard, benchwood, bloody, you blunder, no, but why, bloody, no.
That's what I understand of the India versus Pakistan fight right now, right? That's it. That's my entire understanding of what the fuck is going on.
You fucking accident, then what you wanna do? Why you fuck me? I fuck you, bloody, bloody bastard, fucking running like lady, eh? Bloody, what the fuck, man? Fucking now shout at me, innit? Why are you shouting at me? Because I am going to the work. If you don't do, you do to other places. Why are you shouting? Because of this, you are doing...
At this point, just switch to Hindi. Just fucking shit on each other in Hindi. Why are you going to do this in your second language?
I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident. No, shouting at me no good, man. Me no shout at you. But the thing is that, what you think if you do like this one, you are going at work and somebody else... But that like one, this. If you running like that one, you're gonna fucking fall, innit? But hurting yourself. But yeah, because of this, I saved myself. That one very...
That's it. That's what I understand. That's my entire comprehension of the India versus Pakistan thing. And I'm happy for it to remain that way. Right? This whole fucking thing of like the idea that some streamer, some asshole who sits in a chair and never leaves a room and is eternally online is going to tell you how international policy and shit works, right, is like the most retarded thing on the fucking planet, right? Like what the fuck? I'm like some asshole who's sitting there who's got the moral equivalent of a toddler and like a teenager who jerks off into a fucking sock is going to tell you how Israel versus Palestine is supposed to be solved, is going to tell you how Russia versus Ukraine is going to be solved, and is now going to tell you how India versus Pakistan is going to be solved. Yeah, fucking dumbass shit. Most retarded thing imaginable. I've played enough. I've played Europe and Universalis. I know exactly what's happening. Not even. That's the worst part, is they haven't even played that fucking game. Maybe they played Civ when Gandhi was hitting people with nukes, but that's about it. That's all that is. Like, it's the most retarded shit. And everyone's acting like they're like a fucking expert in foreign policy. And it's the dumbest shit imaginable. It's just propaganda left to right. Now, where's that video that Filter sent me? Where's that video? Somewhere. Oh, that's the WoW add-on philosophy. We're going to take a look at that. But first, I'm going to take a piss. And you know what? Just so you can sit here and look at my beautiful desktop while I go take a piss. Here. Enjoy some AI music from past streams. I still have the playlist.
Rin got his tail in his paws, fur out and within, his diet's a shock.
Hold on. Let me open that link before I leave.
Poop on his plate, served with zero disguise. Watching a bald man troll forums.
I'll be right back.
Dead gamer worlds from days of old. Super sharing secrets, being oh so bold. He howls at the screen while munching away, sharing his meal in a questionably brave display. The bald guy laughs, tearing trolls apart. Super's got his quirks, he's surely an art. Super streaming, the chat's going wild, watching a bald man troll forums defiled. Dead gamer worlds from days of old, super sharing secrets, being oh so bold. Autistic genius, the bald man schemes in digitized ruins of multiplayer dreams. Super makes it his mission to overshare, filling the stream with cringe and flair. Super streaming, the chat's going wild, watching a bald man troll forums defiled. Dead gamer worlds from days of old, super sharing secrets, being oh so bold.
All right. There we go. I'm back. There we go. Well, that one's a bit loud. Okay. All right, where were we? Barking dog never bites. Oh, is this related to the India-Pakistan thing? Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, and then the gate opens and they're like, yo, close the gate. We gotta bark at each other. Yeah, and they're like, oh, okay, the gate's open, fuck that. Okay, we're done. As far as I'm aware, though, it didn't India, like, bomb a part of Pakistan to get, like, a hold of some terrorists and shit? No. I'm getting too deeply involved. It doesn't matter. What's this? This is just a fucking map. Oh, these are the different caste systems. I recognize it because of the word Tamil. Now, India has this caste system thing where you're like relegated to a certain class of people depending on your phenotype and how dark your skin is. And the darker your skin, the lower you are on the list, right? I only know this because my psycho ex-girlfriend was an Indian girl who got and her whole family got like ejected from their community because her dad, who was I think it was Gujarati, went and fucked her mom, who was fuck, I can't even remember. I think it was Tamil, but I might be wrong. It's languages, right? But there's also classes related to these languages as well. I know that, right? And I remember it was like they got ejected from their community and whatever the fuck else. It's so fucking wacky, dude. It's so wacky. But that's like the entire human race, right? It's like Russians hate Polish people until they're both in a different country. Then all of a sudden they're best friends because everyone else hates them instead. It's real weird. The one that had a horizontal vagina. No, that was the dude who was dating like a flat out girl who was from China. Right. And he was so sweet to her. He was such a gentleman. She barely spoke English. And he was so mad. We knew he banged her when he came into school, and he was so fucking mad at all of us. He was like, fuck all of you. You fucking liars. He was so angry. And you know what the funny part was, right? We just told him the vagina was sideways on her. That's all we said. And he started treating her like it was a disability. So who's really the bad guy here? We didn't tell him to do that. He just treated her like she had a disability because of that. We didn't tell him that. We just said, look, it goes that way, not that way. So, like, you know, do a handstand. It's not our fault. Isn't horizontal vagina just a mouth? Only when they're asleep. Otherwise, it's got teeth and it can take shit off. All right. Finally, onto the video. Onto the video about World of Warcraft. Is this fucking game finally saved? Are they fixing the game? Is improving its UI? Now what? Okay, let's do some CSI here quickly. This title isn't what concerns me. It's the fact that the people who made this video are World of Warcraft themselves. That's what concerns me. That's what scares the bejesus out of me. Because if this was some random YouTuber, if this was Balula, if this was Asmongold, if this was, I don't know, some other guy made this title, I might believe it. But this makes me want to put on a red t-shirt and before I even watch it, say the words, is this an out-of-season April Fool's joke? But I suppose we're going to find that out. The game is dead. Everything's dead. It's 2025. Everything's dead. I wonder what the population player count is in WoW right now. I would actually be curious to find that out.
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature, and then a broad...
Okay. You know, I've been pretty harsh on Blizzard about the whole, like, molesting bitches in the office and drinking titty milk and stuff, but take how much has he cost us out of the frame, and just take a look at these guys. Maybe the only way they were ever going to see some pussy was if they took it by force. Maybe this makes a little bit more sense. Maybe I've been too harsh on them. That's a joke, by the way. These guys are probably married. Let's be honest. Asmund spurged out over it, but Preach has a short summary of it. Now, I want to see the whole thing. Remember, I played this game for a solid 15 years of my life nonstop. And then even when I stopped, I kept coming back every now and then. Married with 5 black children each.
Broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max, I'm the raid leader of...
Oh, okay, this guy creates content. I've never heard of him before in my life. Let's look him up quick. Who the fuck is Dratnos? I'm out of the loop here. Okay, so we know he's not sexually assaulting people because 1, he's a WoW player, not a Minecraft YouTuber, and 2, he's not a part of Blizzard. I know nothing about this guy. Literally, this is the first time I've ever seen this guy's face.
Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
And I'm Ian Hasekost.
Who are these people? I feel like an old person in like who's got like Alzheimer's, and my children just walked in. Who the fuck are you? The red shirt one is a cuck. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't judge these people because I don't actually know them. I'll make jokes about them. And it's fair if they fucking shit on me back. That's just how it works. If you're gonna throw shit, you gotta get shit back. But I have no idea who the fuck these people even are.
Game director on WoW, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys.
Very excited to be here. So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
Didn't you play when Team Liquid was starting to dominate? Yes, I did. Though I didn't really care about competitive WoW. I didn't give a shit about it at all.
A bunch of fun stuff, but...
My man, Dune just closed the server. Don't fucking tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Are you serious, troll? Did they just shut down the servers today? If that's the case, I'm just going to switch over and play BDO instead, and I'll change the titles.
But one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when, without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players.
That's fine. That's fine. That gives me an excuse to start working on my Black Desert Online video and the experience. I'm gonna play it like a new player. So I'm gonna play it solo. I'm gonna try and get like the bearing of the game and try and understand what the fuck is going on, because I've made videos of it in the past, but I haven't actually like sat down and played the game. But now I'm getting off topic. Let's focus on this. I missed what they said here.
So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players.
Yeah.
We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into.
Oh, cool. So they're stealing add-ons. Okay, cool.
That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given, your current energy, what's going on around you.
I need to hear how much has he cost us. Say that again.
The recommended next ability given, your current energy spec or a version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given, your current energy, what's going on around you, and so.
I never want to hear another fucking WoW player ever say to me again, World of Warcraft is a more complex game than other MMOs because you've got so many more buttons to think about. If you have a literal one button game. Holy shit. WoW is now officially the old age button game. It's the old age home. It's just got this guy tapping one button. That's his rotation. They took the idea of a druid and they made it every other fucking class in WoW. That's amazing. As a bald guy, I can assure you that your comb over isn't doing... Yeah, no, just shave it at that point, dude. Just shave it. You lost that battle 3 or 4 years ago. Shave that shit off.
So forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like...
Oh my god! Oh my god! I was memeing because it was like, it was telling you what button to push. It's actually a one button. Oh, this is a treasure trove of retardation. It's actually one button. Oh my god. That is so much worse. Like I was memeing on the one button thing because it was highlighting what you had to press next. But it's actually one button. World of Warcraft Retail is now functionally a 10 out of 10 IGN game.
I know you talking shit, but I have seen black women with more of a receding hairline than this white guy. I'm talking Breton nobleman hairline. This white guy is doing all right in comparison by a country mile.
Yeah, but you can just get a weave, ne? This is the thing, is like, you know how in StarCraft the Zerglings, like they'll eat something and then they'll like absorb the ability of whatever they ate? Black women are the same, except it just works with hair, right? They'll find a Brazilian woman, steal her hair, and then it's fine again. I don't think How Much Has He Cost Us can get away with that.
A keybind that if you just want almost...
By the way, this is not chocolate. This right here. What I'm eating is a square of compressed cocoa powder. Because I'm trying to stay away from sugar and shit. Alright? This is literally cocoa powder compressed with, whatchamacallit, with coconut oil. It's actually not bad.
Almost an auto rotation.
Slowly.
You can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like master.
Every fucking raid from now on in World of Warcraft is just gonna be this. Where is it? I know I left it here somewhere. God damn it, I may have thrown it out. I'll just use my wife's one. Hold on. I just don't want to be slapping buttons on my keyboard because it's actually going to fucking break. I use my wife's one because it's got some resilience. Every raid from now on in World of Warcraft is literally gonna be the raid leader yelling, "Press the one button, you fucking retard," and people going, "I'm top DPS." That's it. And anyone who doesn't press that button gets kicked from the raid. That's it. That's every raid in WoW now. I'm so excited for this. That's it. That's it. That's every raid from now on. I don't want to hear shit from WoW players. I never want to hear a fucking word
It's an
about WoW
auto
being
sequence like
complex.
Raid Shadow Legends OMG. It is game journo friendly.
Never again. Never again do I ever want to hear, "Yes, Vaseline, it's for my lips." It's literally for my lips. Thank you for reminding me. Don't put the shit on your dick. Vaseline is a sealant. You will get an infection. I've said this before. That's a PSA. I always say this. Vaseline's really good for your lips. Don't use that lip eye shit. Don't use Labello. It makes your lips burn more. Just use Vaseline. Get the one with aloe vera or cocoa butter. Black people were right about that shit. It's an auto sequence like Raid Shadow Legends. No, I think Raid Shadow Legends might actually be more complicated. Did you put Vaseline on your dick? No. But I worked in factories. And in factories, they'll use Vaseline for certain sealants on certain, they'll use it as like a cheap sealant for certain bearings and stuff. And they'll also use it to fuck with each other, where a guy will heat up Vaseline in the microwave. He'll dip a paintbrush in it and he'll go and like paint a guy's like entire tool set handles with Vaseline because it's impossible to get that shit off, right? And he'll just ruin someone's fucking day doing that. That's why don't put that shit on your dick. I'm almost convinced that you'll end up with an infection if you do. I need to buy some Vaseline. All I have here is some Burt's Bees moisturizing lip balm. I mean, beeswax is not bad, right? But still, nothing's going to beat aloe vera Vaseline or cocoa butter Vaseline. That shit's good. That shit's good for you.
During their spec, they want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some
what he just said is not going to happen is exactly what's going to happen.
DPS check. That we want to give you the tools to kind of go through that.
I'm going to have so much trouble getting over the idea that that's exactly what's happening in WoW.
Organic progression naturally.
Great. But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Hakili add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established.
You know what the add-on people are going to have now that they've integrated the highlight assist button into the game? Is the add-on that someone is going to make is they're going to make the one button rotation button that just switches out the abilities onto the button. So whatever button is highlighted next, the add-on's going to pull that button into the one key, and you're just going to spam the one key without the extra 0.2 second global cooldown that's on that auto button that I saw. That's what's coming. If WoW wanted to help, if WoW actually wanted to fix their game, and I'm not kidding you about this. I shit you not. If WoW wanted to begin fixing their game, the first thing they need to do is ban every single add-on. No add-ons. 0. Fuck all add-ons. That way, people know exactly what a piece of shit the game is, will bitch about it, and then they've got something to work with to fix it.
Crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts to it, right? Like,
this hurts my throat. I feel like someone's fucking someone I used to love in front of me. This is insane. You know what's gonna seriously? This whole one button rotation thing is such a fucking holy shit, dude. Oh my god, this is gonna be beautiful. This is how every class, I bet there's gonna be a ranking on Icy Veins or whichever thing. This is what's gonna happen next, right? They're gonna have rankings. So they usually have rankings, and it's they'll be okay, so this patch we know that Warrior's doing really well, and then under Warrior we've got the Hunter, and then under that just competing with the Hunter at a 2% difference is going to be the Rogue, and then just below that there's the Druid, and then there's the Warlock, right? You know how they're going to have that? They're going to have that now on Icy Veins, right? Except now they're going to have a second table, and this is going to be the one button rotation table, and it's going to be okay, so this patch, if you play a Rogue and you do the one button rotation, you will have the highest DPS, right? You can literally just hit a macro, spam the one key, and you will beat everyone. You will be the OBR, right? And what's going to happen is there's going to be a line somewhere here where one button rotation beats all of these classes, right? And everyone will be fuck you. Don't play the thing you enjoy. Just play the Rogue with the one button rotation. You don't even need to learn the class. This is exactly what's going to happen. Preach tested the one button thing, and it's very inefficient. Literally made for handicapped people. Devilus, what you just told me is that the entire World of Warcraft player base is going to use it. That's literally what you just told me. Also, what's up, Nodush? How you doing? You just told me that every single WoW player on planet Earth is going to fucking use it. Okay, but having one button rotation is better. Will be better than don't having it. Okay, to be fair, maybe I'm being too harsh in my criticism, because I've led raids in WoW, and I know these people are fucking retarded, right? So what's going to happen is you're going to get on comms, you're going to gather all the retards together, like you're going to get on Discord, right? And all the retards, you're going to go from this Discord group here, that's every single person in the raid, and you're going to pull them into this raid. This group here, and this is going to be labeled one button rotation, and you're going to scream at these people, hit the fucking button, and then you're going to pull them all back into this group, right? And anyone who doesn't do that in the raid gets kicked. That's what's going to happen. That's every raid from now on. Every single one.
the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, it can be, there's a lot going on within a particular.
New players are the worst people to use this. New players are the worst people to use this. Because that means they are never going to learn how their class works. They are literally just going to sit there spamming the fucking button. And then their raid leader is going to be like, you know what, if you want to get rid of the 0.2 second global cooldown, get this add-on that takes the highlighted key and moves it into the one space and just spam one the whole time. It's amazing. It makes me want to play WoW again. Now imagine someone's doing it in PvP. You know what? Actually, average DPS might actually increase. Come to think about it. Now that this button's in the game.
Particular class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding.
They're not going to move off of it. They're not going to have a basic understanding. They're just going to hit that key. They're going to fucking break that key on their keyboard. That's it. That end of story. That's it. Power rifle mechanist is a sin. Hold on. Well, I'm gonna learn power rifle mechanist, and that's all I'm gonna do. That's all I'm gonna do in Guild Wars. I'm that retard.
What actually should I be doing at a base level of this?
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick. You got a bunch of Warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. We've never played the spec seriously before. Can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommend. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling.
I need you to hear that again.
And that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling. And that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling.
If I ever murder someone, I am phoning up how much has he cost us. Because he's obviously an expert at being a lying piece of shit. He will get me off of that case immediately.
That just recommending what the next ability is isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the
muscle memory you need to form is just that.
Nuances of, like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target dummy, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to...
WASD in spamming 1. Bind a macro to the side of your mouse, hold it down, spamming the button all the time, then just run around.
Play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years. It often feels like I've got like a...
Hold on, they're trying to make MMOs for people that don't play MMOs. You know what? You're not wrong, Cyro. What they're trying to do is they're trying to turn WoW into Fortnite. And they're slowly trying to edge it towards Fortnite. And I think by the time they get WoW into Fortnite mode, no one's going to want to play Fortnite anymore. That's what's going to happen.
30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago, I got to rebind that.
But Fortnite sucks though. Yeah, it also swallows.
And then I got to go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and oh, here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have this is a way to jump in to...
Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay. Both of these two are raid group leaders. Of course they love this button. It gets rid of the retards they have to deal with. Of course they love this button.
Some content to do with your friends and have it work out nice and easily. One thing that jumps out to me is that a lot of the content I'd want to do would be like delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have a, are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets, and is it going to cast my Arcane Explosion instead of my Arcane Blast, or is it just always going to be a single target?
It's not just single target. There is, some sense of, how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, etc.
Oh my god, AI is going to be playing the game for you in 6 months. In 6 months, there's going to be an AI that you strap to your game, and you just leave it running in the background while you're fucking whacking off, like on your second monitor. What am I saying? The pawn's on the first monitor, WoW's on the second monitor, and you're just sitting there jerking your dick while you're in the middle of a raid, and you're like, the fucking AI is not performing because I'm only second place on the DPS chart. That's
and so that will affect the recommendations. Again, the goal is
Give it
not
6 months.
optimal. The goal is not like this is gonna, okay, everyone's always gonna get perfect parses and so forth going forward. But as a baseline, this should be, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hakili useful today. And really, like a lot of this, building on the foundations of the cooldown manager that just came out in 11.1.5, kind of reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel like they need to seek out these third-party resources just to play the game at like...
Yes, but that has been since day one. What? There are already AI extensions to full raid groups, but they are currently limited to mediocre skill level. I think we need more than 6 months. No, give it 6 months. People have been running bots forever in WoW. I would say give it 6 months. There will be one guy who comes out with a really, really good add-on, and Blizzard's going to have to ban it. The fact that people, also to what he's saying, the fact that people have been running around looking for add-ons to fix WoW for them means that you made a game that's not fucking good enough baseline. Ban all add-ons, deal with the people bitching it, and fix your game based on that. Don't just be like, the add-on guys will fix it. Ban all the add-ons. Fix your fucking game. You're not Ubisoft. Don't just let people fix it with mods.
A baseline effective level in competitive content. And us asking, like, is that where we want the game to be in the long term? And what can we do to build in native solutions to many of these problems?
Like the base construct of it, there is a, this will help you learn what you're supposed to do if you are new. And then there is a, hey, I don't want to be the best player at this game. That's totally fine. I play it for a different reason. I want to collect things. I want to, like, understand the story. I want to quest. I want to level, right? And I don't want...
What he's saying applies to kids under the age of 15, probably. And the problem is, I don't think there are very many kids under the age of 15 who are ever playing WoW. Also, what the fuck does he mean people want to experience the story? The story's a fucking mess. I want to, the buttons I had to push were pulling me away from the dog shit, but that was really distracting. When I'm chewing on dusty pieces of dog shit, I really want to focus on the flavor of that dog shit.
Want to feel like I can go into any content and I just don't really know what I'm doing. I feel anxious about that. Like you have the ability to just be like, okay, well at least Blizzard's got me. You know, I can have something at a base level where I can press one button and just kind of hang out and play the game.
Me.
I have one question about the actual rotational thing. So is that going to like change with talents? So like, let's say, is it going to work off the base talent build, or let's say you select a talent that now moves a AoE button into your single target rotation? Is it going to be smart enough or planned to be smart enough to incorporate a bunch of different potential?
If theirs won't be, someone with a mod will make it smart enough to do that. If the game had sexy characters, maybe, but they nerf tits with every patch. They do. Blizzard is so scared of every form of sexuality that is not two dudes fucking each other, right? I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. Blizzard is so fucking terrified of tits and sexy, attractive women that they are actively killing every single fucking franchise they have. Every single one. They have 2 gay frogs that fuck each other in the game. I still remember that quest line from Dragonflight. But they are so terrified of an attractive woman. Gee, I wonder why the game's dying.
Potential talent builds.
The goal is that it's aware of your talents, and the logic is conditional based on what you do or don't have talented. As with, this is going to be something that continues to evolve. We may not have every single possible permutation accounted for in the version that we roll out with, but it should still be very useful in that form to everyone, and we'll just get refined from there. Similar to the cooldown manager that we know is that is a first take at this. We have plans to add much more customization.
You hear that? You hear that? They're gonna make it worse. He just said, we're gonna make it worse. WoW is now a mobile game. Can you do a pause? I need to pee. Don't worry, I'm gonna be pausing all the time. This is gonna be a 25-hour stream with how long this fucking video is. And how much I have to say. They're gonna... You know what he said? We're gonna fuck this game into the dirt. Oh, by the way, we're not done. We're not done fucking it into the dirt yet. We're gonna make it 10 times worse. We're gonna make it so bad that moms who play Candy Crush are going to look at WoW and be like, there's just not enough gameplay. Are they scared of Anita Sarkeesian? I'm scared of Anita Sarkeesian. Imagine that goblin bitch coming at you. Fucking the stuff of nightmares. That absolute demon of a creature. Fucking hell. God, sometimes I look at things like the Warhammer universe and I read about the Chaos Gods and all the fucked up shit they do to people, just to take a break from knowing that someone like Anita Sarkeesian exists within our reality.
Much more functionality to that over time as well.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a really exciting feature individually. The thing that's most exciting to me is in the broader context of the cooldown manager, of all these other edit mode changes that have come out. There was a time 5 years ago in WoW where if you were just getting into the game...
How much do you think they paid these guys? Look, I'm not above being a sack of shit. If Blizzard was like, here's a check for $5 million to come suck our cocks for a day, I'm not above that. I'll go do it. I mean, sure, I'll post on afterwards and be like, guys, I did this because they paid me. But I'd do it. He looks like they promised him better days. Maybe they promised him a few women in the office. The ones they broke down enough that they no longer have the self-confidence to go to the police. What am I saying? He's a raid leader. He's not doing that.
There was an intimidating list of, these are the add-ons that you need, and if you're not using these, you're kind of worse, right? Like you're noticeably worse. If you can't track your group member's major cooldown, right? Like you're worse at Mythic Plus than somebody who is, right? And it seems like the goal that has been accomplished with a lot of these things that have been coming into the base UI is, you can use those add-ons if you want, but we now have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
Just as an aside, it's highly likely, and there's a non-0% chance that he took this, he had to sign a contract saying that, he had to, not disclose certain things, and he's not allowed to talk about certain things. And so his only form of subtle protest that he could think to manifest in this situation was to wear this red shirt. And that was his loophole around this. Just something I noticed. That shirt looks eerily familiar in color. I feel like they don't get paid for this. They get paid monthly. Maybe. Man, you'd have to pay me for years to do this.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal here, right? Like, add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available at their fingertips, that is a huge part of WoW's success, and we don't question or want to undermine that for a moment. At the same time, as you said, ideally it is about, what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do?
Do you think that's what the woman in the office had to had to ask Bobby Kotick before they were given their job, how would you prefer things presented to you?
What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you you must download? Or if you ask people, hey, how can I get better? Or, I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on, otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of, how we're thinking about the role of add-ons in WoW. As we can probably all agree, today, there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period.
Yes, and it makes the game a fucking worse experience baseline. Because the whole idea is they're so fucking lazy, they'll wait for someone else to fix it. Pro bono, for free. Ban all add-ons. I'm an extremist on this. If WoW really wants to fix their game, ban every single fucking add-on they have and fix their fucking game baseline. Make the game into a playable enough state that no one needs to leave the environment to fix the fucking game. I don't think the BDO will be the same since it's really combo based. I don't think other MMOs will follow this trend because they're watching WoW crash and burn and they're thinking to themselves, we don't need to be the WoW killer. They're fucking committing suicide before our very eyes. All we have to do is whatever Blizzard decides to do the exact opposite and we'll succeed.
Period. We would like to get away from that being the case. I think I'd love to...
That's a good change, but they're doing it in the wrong way.
See a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI, you can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are, just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of...
Okay, now, that's great. That's wonderful. Thank you. Fix the gameplay. Stop doing it in this stupid fucking way. Fix the gameplay, please. Stop having me have to install and put in like 25 different add-ons to put the game into a playable state. Sure, fine, great, wonderful. But here's the real question. Thanks for the follow, Scourgefist. Here's the real question. How in the fuck are you going to fix the story? How are you going to fix this complete cock-up lore? Bullshit, dogshit, trash ass, unfollowable story that you skip through every expansion because the only one that matters is the most recently released one. How are you going to fix that one? Huh? Because you can't fix that with add-ons. Not even the add-on community will touch that shit because they know it's unfixable. Go ahead, Blizzard. Show me. That's right. It can't be done. I've got the solution, make all WoW first, and all very competitive, events playable only on Blizzard PCs. No add-ons on them, base UI. Yeah, no, ban all add-ons. I'm an extremist on that. Ban all add-ons and just fix the fucking game. They're going to need their version of Dragon Break and reset everything. What they're going to need is they're going to need World of Warcraft 2, or I've got a better idea. Shut the fucking game down. You fucked it up. Throw it in the trash like an aborted baby. Pick up the other aborted baby that you haven't touched for years, known as StarCraft, and turn that into an MMO. Start again.
Of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better than...
WoW will go from populated to dead if you ban all add-ons. Yes, and do you know why that is, Sasha? Because it's a fucking shitty-ass game that doesn't fix its
I know
problems.
a famous guy in red shirt. Check your DMs.
I know a famous guy... Hold on. Yeah, that's the exact point. I was making that point earlier, Tape, about why he's wearing a red shirt. It's exactly why he was wearing a red shirt. I think this is a man screaming out. You know how like when kids get abducted by an adult but they can't say anything because they know the guy will fucking stab them, and they do this sign, right, to let you know, please fucking help me. This guy's gonna probably like rape and kill me, right? And then you know it's time to call the cops and to like choke the guy out in the street. That's this is the WoW version of it, is wearing a red shirt to an interview.
Anything the UI could natively provide you as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us into like raid bosses where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be anywhere. They could be in this room with us.
Hey man, I am the like #1. Let's just YOLO this. Let's just do the
Well, Diablo 4 could have been an MMO the way we're going. Cried MMO and then they turned it into slop. Yeah, it could have been actually. Diablo 4 could have been an MMO RPG if they actually gave a shit about doing something interesting and unique. They could have made it into an MMO RPG that made Lost Ark look like a joke. And they didn't. So next I want to see them abort the StarCraft franchise. I want to see them dig up that fucking corpse and then destroy it all over again.
Let's make it work, and then sometimes it gets to, let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved with that. I would definitely be, I think a lot of the raiding community would be pretty for that. You know, I think a well-designed mechanic that the game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically, a lot of the times the community will just use one because it's like what everyone else uses, it gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, you know, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched...
Is it objectively better to get raid information from the native UI? It would be if the UI was any fucking good.
You know, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the Race to World First, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
Going back to, you know, Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey, can we...
Deadly boss mods. Literally deadly boss mods. Run away, little girl, run away. They are taking a 15-year-old idea. I don't even know if DBM's been around that long. They are taking that idea. It took them 15 years to be like, maybe we should put this in the game for retards. Oh, this is amazing.
We automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day about that. Yeah. No. I mean, I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, you know, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. You know, it is funny. Like when I do that now, I think.
Jesus Christ! Hold on. Before they keep kicking the corpse of the game I once loved, I need a fucking monster just to get it through this video because god damn it, fuck, it's making me catatonic. Holy Jesus. How? How do you fuck up this bad? Deadly Boss Mods, DBM, initially released in 2007. 2007. So it's nearly been 2 decades. God damn, and I used to think Blizzard was great at stealing ideas.
You know, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah, that's sweet. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder also about those kind of mechanics. So like what bosses have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been defined by when we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a weak aura. Something like Brood Twister
Yes.
or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first ones, right? And those mechanics, I feel like, could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you, I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding, you've raided for a really long time. What do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out those things? Like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them? Do you have to like go back into like a more simple version of that? Do you find other ways?
I just realized what's going to happen. You know how, like, whenever you install a new version of Windows, right? Anyone who's like a power user, but who doesn't want to switch over to Linux because they've had sex with women, what they do is they uninstall all the bloatware, and then what they do is they try and find like a previous version to make Windows look like Windows XP or something like that, or they'll revert it to an earlier version. What's going to happen is someone's going to make an add-on for WoW that reverts it to what it used to be, so they can then add their old add-ons back into the game because they've been trained to use it over like such a long period of time that they're going to want to revert it because they can't escape. They're like an ant in a sand trap. They can't leave. They can't imagine a world outside the cave.
To make fights difficult, there's obviously a bunch of ways to do that.
The way we design encounters has been influenced in significant ways by the way players use add-ons. I know, the community sometimes speculates that, this was built clearly to require an add-on. I can say that's never the case. No encounter designer is ever sitting around saying, all right, we're going to make this mechanic, and then players will write this weak aura to solve it this way. All right, mission accomplished, let's ship the boss. But
so ban add-ons and just make fun boss fights.
But when we're thinking about the overall pacing of a fight, the tuning, we, might get feedback on a fight that it feels like there isn't enough going on, when in actuality, there are 4 or 5 mechanics going on, but add-ons are largely compartmentalizing and making it so that most players don't have to think about them most of the time. And then players give us feedback that, hey, this fight felt a little bit slow, like I was just punching the boss for 3 minutes. And so then maybe we add another mechanic in the next iteration of that, or a similar encounter. We get to a higher overall complexity space where, there's just, you look at the dungeon journal and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and maybe half of it doesn't even matter because add-ons are going to handle it for you.
Also, WoW players can't read. That's been proven.
I think that's not a great place for things to land. It also definitely ties our hands in some ways. Like, I think we do fewer coordination mechanics than we
How's about you put some voice acting in your game? So some of the characters actually speak to you. You're a multi-dollar company. I'm sure you can afford some voice actors. And you used to do that when Overwatch was still good. Maybe it's time for us to not be reading fucking Edgar Allan Poe's Nevermore every time we want to go through a raid. Maybe we can have some idea of what the fuck's going on based on the environmental factors around us. Oh wait, never mind. We'll just fix all of that with a fucking add-on.
There used to be, if you look at old school WoW days, there were encounters where the primary challenge for your raid was by design coordinating some rotation. And the execution beyond that wasn't super complicated, but making sure that this thing stayed soaked, or that you were rotating people through with their debuff or whatever, that became a big part of the fight's challenge. Now we know ultimately that that can never be the thing that we lean on for challenge, because it's going to be solved, and it's not going to be solved through what we think of as the more just interesting MMOE, like communication, cooperation, figuring out systems for having these things work in a way that feels collaborative. It's going to be downloading the weak aura pack, setting it up appropriately, maybe having 3 or 4 frustrating wipes because there was...
I still remember this. I played a shaman healer during the Ulduar raids, right? And there was a boss. I remember this. There was a boss where I was the main healer as a shaman, which made no fucking sense at the time, but the raid was retarded, and we still did it, right?
We don't design with add-ons in mind. We design according to the feedback influenced by add-ons.
Exactly. That's why add-ons are the problem. Remove it entirely. Fix your fucking game. Right, now, when I was a healer, right, and I was doing raids like Ulduar and shit, like the days they came out, I did a fight where I raw dogged a fight as the best healer in my guild at the time. I raw dogged an Ulduar fight, and it was fun, and it was complex, and I was moving, and I did a bunch of shit. I had a suggestion from someone in my raid. They were like, you know what you need to do? You need to download this add-on for healers called HealBot. And I got the version where what would happen is whoever had the most damage occurring to them, right, would end up here at the top left corner. And all I would have to do is click on their name to start healing them. And I remember all the Ulduar fights after I installed that add-on going from interesting and unique and fun and a little bit challenging all the way down to the most boring shit I'd ever done in my life. I felt like if I played a game of Microsoft Excel, I would be having more fun. It was heroism because I was playing Alliance at the time, Scourgefist. Heroism now! I'm like, I hit heroism when the raid leader said it a minute ago, so I don't know why you're spamming it now, you fucking retard. Like, all the time. Why did I give my heroism? It's like, yeah, because you died in the first 10 seconds of the fight, retard. You're not the tank and you aggroed, dipshit. It was always the rogues. Always the rogues. I don't know what it is. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't know what it is with mental illness and people who play rogues, but it's just so common. That and divorced parents. It's like it's almost a guarantee that if you ask a rogue if their parents are divorced, it's like almost 100% hit rate yes.
There's a typo in the configuration, which is like, that's not what I think anyone really wants raiding to be. And so we move away from making those mechanics as much and lean more on things that add-ons can't solve for you, like moving out of a swirly under your feet with only a little bit of time to respond. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that more and more of our fights have those sorts of just like twitch reaction, avoidance mechanics, whereas that used to be one type of fight that we did. The design space is definitely constrained by the knowledge that, you know, if we lean on it too heavily.
No, the design space is generally speaking constrained by using the same mechanics over and over again. When was okay, serious question, because it's actually been a while since I've played WoW, right, and raided in WoW. When was the last time you saw a new, unique kind of raid mechanic that you've never seen before? When was the last time you saw that? Maybe it's happened in the most recent expansion. But I can't think of the first time I saw a unique, like an actual unique raid mechanic beyond Legion. Right? Yeah, Nog Dogs, got it. I can't think of one. It's always been the same. Kill Jaden was peak. Yeah, that was a fucking banger. I'll be honest. I'll be honest. Legion was the last peak that WoW had. And then they came out with buttholes for Azeroth. Fuck me.
It's just going to get trivialized.
Some of my favorite WoW raid boss memories are bosses like Mythic Unat, Mythic Anduin. You know, you have to spread out and then you get these marks and you have to go to the right places. And there used to be definitely a library of mechanics like that where you would get them and then you'd have to think and you'd have to have like a system and you'd have to have 20 players sort of coordinate and become one team that does a mechanic like that. And the fact now that add-ons take on much of that job of coordinating us.
Yeah, they play the game for you.
I think that almost all the Mythic Raiders I know would be delighted to move back to a world where we did that in our brains, right? But in Dragonflight, we saw a little bit of an attempt to make that happen, right, with the private aura system. And what ended up happening was we still had the weak aura, but now we also have a macro that we need to press, and then the weak aura will assign us the same thing. So I'm a little bit worried. How's the arms race between the the WeakOR devs trying to come up with a new way around the restriction that you're putting in.
Like I said, there's gonna be an add-on that takes the one button GCD, takes the highlighted button ability that's standard in the game now, and they're gonna have an add-on one button GCD without the GCD, and it's a one button game.
Is this just a further escalation in that?
Hopefully not. I think our goal here is kind of disarmament and definitely not further escalation. I think we understand that if we're not going to try more little targeted things like that are going to encourage workarounds, and it just ends up with this back and forth. Because yeah, if there is a way to solve a complex mechanic, but you have to jump through a couple of more hoops to do so, you'll do that, and then just be more annoyed by the process. Our goal is to try to get out of that space entirely. And so I think down the line, eventually, that may mean, I think, some broader restrictions on specifically what information add-ons have access to about combat events in real time. At the same time, we know that that's not a thing that we could just do right now without providing a lot more on our end, both in terms of just
good solution, like good idea, bad solution. That's what I'm seeing here.
Just UI type functionality, but also looking at how we're designing some encounters, how some of our classes work. I think there are tons of add-ons that are healthy and valuable and really important to how players play the game that do rely on that flow of information. Everything from something as simple as damage meters to, honestly, boss time.
Get rid of damage meters. I want us to all be playing a game of Among Us. I think we should, no one should be able to access damage meters. And we should all just be playing a game of Among Us, screeching at each other about who's the fucking dumbest DPS. I would have so much fun. I would actually go back to playing WoW, and I would play WoW as a competitive healer if there was no damage meter. Just so I could see the fucking fights. If there was zero access to recount or any damage meter at all, we're all just trying to figure out who's the biggest retard in the guild, and no one knows because no one can see the number.
Like ability timelines, like the DBM style, like when is this next ability going to fire that people have basically been raiding with forever. That's not the computational WeakORs. That's just, hey, this ability is going to happen in 15 seconds. We want to build in our own version of that. I think down the line, we'd love to see a place where there is a boss timeline as just part of the encounter UI, and that's.
Do you see? There's the problem as well. Are you noticing this? This is a subtle problem. They're trying to build DBM into the game. They're trying to take add-ons and make them native to the experience. What they should be doing is taking these add-ons, and if they want to integrate them into the game, make them a part of the environment around you, right? There's a boss timer that's gonna go off where a lava explosion is gonna happen. So there should be lava tanks in the background that are slowly depleting, right, before the lava explosion happens as it hits the bottom. So you have to pay attention to the actual environment instead of a fucking pop-up that's now native to the game. Because they're fixing things that have already been fixed by someone else. Why not come up with an actual solution that made the game interesting instead of made you play the fucking UI? So funny when Arc DPS doesn't work because ANET updated the game. People try new builds because without Arc DPS, no one can see any battle data. God, I hope all DPS meters in all games are just banned. Just so we can play games of Among Us. Play a game within a game. Okay, who's the retard who's doing low damage? We hit the enrage timer. I know it was one of you fucking idiots. And the guy saying that is the dude at the bottom of the list.
It's not something you need an add-on for. And that way we can hopefully eventually get to a point where we're really just cutting out the WeakOR that solves the mechanic for you, but not the informational stuff that you feel like, that really feels like the game should have been telling you all along where add-ons are, admittedly, kind of filling in some gaps there.
Okay, so coming in 11.1.7, we're going to have the...
If I was sitting in this chair, the first thing I would ask these guys are, why are you integrating this into the UI instead of the gameplay itself?
Rotation helper, those two options. What of the rest of this initiative, is any of the rest of this in 11.1.7, or are we just starting the conversation now?
I think there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. I think, we've seen the cooldown manager and then the rotation assist coming. I think down the line, it's some of the stuff that I touched on. I don't have specific patch date.
Let me translate here for what how much has he cost us is about to say, right? Yeah. Which way? Well, guys, what we were really thinking of doing was we've been looking at the game and we want to remove the tits, right? We've reduced them in size to fucking mosquito bites, but it's just not enough. We've noticed that the players are still getting upset. Karen in the office, she doesn't even program the game. She just comes in and drinks all the coffee in the office. She doesn't even have breast milk to office. She got really mad that there was a character that had an A cup in the game. So what we were thinking of is we're gonna make female characters have a buff where they do 25% damage, and all male characters, by standard, have to get fucked in the ass twice a day. You have to watch your manly, masculine character get held down by a gnome and have that gnome insert themselves inside your character's ass. What do you think, guys? That's what I expect at this point.
It's right now, but we are looking at damage meters. We're looking at nameplate improvements. We are looking at, a raid encounter information presentation that shows you timeline of possibilities coming
Oh, you're welcome. Any day of the week.
up. Things in that general space. I think we're looking at all the places where players say right now, you need this weak aura, you need this add-on to, be competitive.
Is there an add-on actually that puts the tits back in the game? I bet they'd ban that. Also, what's up, Corrigan?
And asking ourselves, how do we change our game to make that not the case? And some of that's going to be add-on functionality, or UI functionality. Other aspects are going to be looking at how we're building some encounters or how some class mechanics work. I think it's super fair to point at some specs, let's say Outlaw Rogue, who I know are easy one to pick on in some of these ways, and ask how is anyone really supposed to execute this perfectly with the base UI? Almost any time we're tracking stacks of a buff, and you need to make a decision where it's if you're between 4 and 7 stacks, you should do this, otherwise don't. Those are not reasonable tests for us to be posing to our players without providing them the information to do it correctly. And so we need to either provide the information, simplify the mechanic, or both.
Or just remove Outlaw Rogues from the game, bring us back the OG specs.
There are a lot of players who love the version of Outlaw Rogue that has existed over the past few years. So I think there's always some fear when this discussion starts up of, is the answer going to be to simplify everything? And I think it's really exciting to hear instead that the answer is, okay, we'll maybe simplify some of these huge outliers, but we're gonna bring in the functionality that makes it so that instead of needing to download a weak aura to solve this, right? Instead of needing to have a complicated assistant tell you, now you're supposed to press this button, now you're supposed to press this button, instead we're going to provide that information in a more clear way than looking at the top right of your screen to see your buffs and trying to catch the rotation buff between all the other 20 that are changing in combat.
That's definitely the goal. I think we want World of Warcraft to be as approachable as possible, but we also love that the skill ceiling in the game is as incredibly high as it is. That allows
I think I know what's happening.
There's a lot of stuff we're working on. Also known as we're playing it by ear and looking at making add-ons baked into the game. But worse, so the add-ons are still needed. Also, here's a button that'll do your entire rotation, but slightly slower.
Exactly. That's what this is amounted to. 20 minutes of just that. So I think something... How do I say this? I think something that he's missing is he's confusing complexity with complication, right? They're trying to, how do I say this? That's not right. He's confusing a complex idea with an idea that is just a confetti shitfest, right? Just because you have more options doesn't make the game more complex. It just leaves you in a state of analysis paralysis because you've got a bunch of shit options. And if there's one overarchingly correct option to choose out of those, it's not a game of complexity. It's a game of fucking whack-a-mole. I don't know if that makes sense, right? In a sense, I suppose that does make it more complex. But the problem is skill ceiling should be expressed through your capability, not through something that can be solved by having an add-on that tells you the exact button to push. Don't know if that makes sense. Maybe I'm just a homeless man screaming at the wall.
For tons of differentiation and self-expression and accomplishment. But I think, a lot of, at its core, a lot of skill in WoW, I think, boils down to multitasking ability. And like even just, you might be able to do amazing damage just testing it against a target dummy. Very different world when you're also in an encounter and need to do 3 mechanics at the same time. And we see, tunnel visioning DPS are a meme for a reason, right? They're just focused on their rotation and whoops, they just messed up the encounter mechanic, or vice versa. Someone who is good at mechanics, but their DPS goes off a cliff. Really, like the function of a lot of these add-ons is to offload a portion of that computational complexity. And we recognize, like, if we are removing some of that functionality, we're providing more information, we can probably remove a couple of mechanics, but still keep the same level of challenge. The goal is not to make it easier. The goal is to make...
Wait, how does a company that rapes so many women in their offices be so afraid of tits? It's a reactionary thing, right? They took the tits out of games so they didn't have to take the tits out of the office, right? It's about what you look like, not about what you're doing. That's how it works, right? They think they can solve the idea of bunch of bitches got molested in the office by saying,
WoW has been dead for years now. Just forget about it. Move on and don't look behind. And remember, it's Biden's fault.
I mean, you're probably right, Edward. But let's be honest. Sometimes I do like to look back and just watch Blizzard fuck the corpse.
Make it less complex. And I think that's, I think it's a key distinction there. Because I think it often can sound like, oh, this is about, this might be about dumbing down the game or simplifying things. It's not that. It's about...
It is. It's about dumbing down the game. Because if it wasn't about dumbing down the game, you would put it in the actual game, not in the fucking UI instead.
Trying to create a more approachable baseline experience that still has every bit as much room for differentiation.
When you were talking about add-ons that things have been in the game, been inspired by it, you mentioned a damage meter.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in just what your view is, philosophy-wise, about damage meters in games like this.
That's a great question, and I think ultimately...
Like I said, get rid of the damage meter. Let's play Among Us about who's the retard in the group. Get rid of the damage meter.
We have to be guided by what our community prefers and what we see them doing today. The single most popular add-on used across the entire game is a damage meter. By like a fair margin.
Okay.
The majority of players, the large majority of players, have a damage meter add-on installed. And so that indicates that people want to see that information at least about themselves. We definitely want more nuanced measures of success and understanding, like how successful were you or how much did you contribute on this run, highlighting things like interrupts, highlighting things like avoidable damage to give a fuller picture of performance. But at the end of the day, I think for someone who's trying a new spec, trying a new talent build, getting a new trinket, and they want to see like how did this affect my performance compared to the last run? That's an important piece of information to have.
Yeah, here's a problem with what he's talking about, especially with interrupts, right? Here, I'll make this make sense to you about why they're doing this in the dumbest way imaginable, right? So now imagine for a second, you're in a boss fight, right? And this is the boss right here. I don't mean anything by making him black. It's just how it is. Okay? And your character is standing over here. Right? What are you looking for in WoW if he's about to cast a spell? What's the thing you're looking for? Are you paying attention to the actual game? You're not. You know what you're paying attention to? You're waiting to see the little bar pop up. I should use the yellow one. You're waiting for this little bar to pop up and start filling up over time so that you know, okay, now it's time for me to hit my interrupt button to get rid of this. Right? You're not actually watching the fucking fight. You're watching the UI. What should happen is there should be no fucking bar above his head. And as he starts casting a spell or something, he starts glowing red or some shit. And you know he's doing something. And you know, okay, now's the time for me to hit the interrupt button because the guy is glowing red and indicating to me that he's casting a spell. Not because a little fucking bar appeared above his head. You're playing the UI. That's why add-ons are so fucking essential to a World of Warcraft, because you're playing the fucking UI. You're not playing the game behind it.
And so I think, we know that in any world where we were going to limit some of the ability of add-ons to, again, do that real-time combat event tracking, we would need to provide a damage meter solution of our own.
But how will that work when there are a lot of mobs? So make better indicators. Make better UI indicators. Use in-game mechanics. Okay, so you got a bunch of mobs, right? They're in front of you. Right? Tank is standing over here. Stacking mobs all in one place. So let's use some game mechanics and game design ideas, right? Let's say of these stacked up mobs, this guy is a spellcaster. Right? He starts casting a spell. He starts glowing red. It's difficult to see him stacked up on all of these. So you add an effect with the spell cast that these guys get knocked back away from the fucking spellcaster. So you know that the spellcaster is there and that he's casting a spell. And he's knocked his allies away from him so you can see the motherfucker and it's part of the game. Problem solved. Damn, that was so fucking difficult. Off the top of my bald ass head. You're telling me guys who've been designing games for over 25 years can't figure this shit out? What are they doing? Smoking crack?
One of the exciting things, I think, if we're doing that on our end, we can also have it be server authoritative, so you're not worried about who's in a different combat phase, who's out of range, or whatever. Yeah. It could just be like.
And you know what? For bonus points, you make different effects, right? So you have an enemy. Let's say it's a spellcast or whatever, right? And what you do is he glows red if he's going to cast one type of spell. And then you make him glow orange if he's going to cast a different type of spell. That way you can say to the colorblind people, fuck off and stop playing my game.
This is official and going to be accurate all the time.
We're obviously mostly thinking about Mythic Raid when our brains go to how this is going to affect things, but the overwhelming majority of players are in heroic raids, normal raids, raid finder raids, doing Mythic Plus dungeons, right? When we're talking about making these changes to...
Knockback on other enemies will make it easier. Wouldn't you want to kill the caster because he knocks back? Exactly, though. You are giving players visual indicators of what they're supposed to do. You're giving them a game world that indicates to them, that gives them a suggestion of, hey, maybe the guy who's fucking glowing red and has so much power around him that he's knocking back his allies, maybe you want to deal with him first. That's the point. Make it easier through in-game ideas and suggestions, as opposed to here's a UI. Oh, we're integrating deadly boss mods, and it just took us 2 fucking decades to get there.
What WeCores can do, is there an appetite for changing how heroic and normal raids function as well? Do we see these problems in there as well for what add-ons can do and how they solve things?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it all trickles.
This is literally ESO interrupts minus the knockbacks. Then it's a good system. That's a better idea. Give people a clear visual indicator. Make it part of the fucking game world. I haven't played enough ESO to like say something about it because I refuse to go into that fucking cash shop.
Down.
One day I will though.
Maybe even more, a larger percentage of players doing Mythic Raid might use specific weak aura packs than, let's say, normal. But those add-ons are used by the majority of players right now, and certainly other, boss mods are as well. And I think a lot of it just comes down to, what are the coordination challenges that we're presenting? If there's something that everyone is relying on a tool right now to assist with, we would have to change it to still keep it the same level of challenging, but without that same automation assistance. And that can take many forms. It can be there's one or two fewer things to soak. You have an extra couple of seconds to actually spread out on the fly. It's a pretty common mechanic.
So basically dumb down the game as well.
Of all right, 3 people get a debuff and they just have to run out in different directions from each other. People have been just kind of playing the game and doing those for years and years. But of course, if you can if the time you're given to react is so tight that you can't afford to do that, then people do gravitate towards, all right, we're gonna put diamond, circle, and triangle on the ground, everyone's gonna get an auto-assigned marker, and you just know I'm gonna run to my marker to guarantee that it's executed correctly. I think it's a bit more interesting if we give you a couple of seconds so that you can look around and make sure you're not running in the same direction, and then do the exact same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, raiding in particular, but group PvE, group PvP too. In an MMO, a huge portion of, I think, the fun of it is just coordination, communication, feeling like everyone's working together to overcome some challenge in front of them. And I think getting back into a space where there's room for more of that organic collaboration, as opposed to it just being regimented and solved by an external tool. I think
Again, we don't want this solved by an external tool, so we're making the tool internal. All they need to do now is put it in a cash shop and only give people access to it after they pay them $5 extra.
We'll open up a lot of design avenues for the game going forward.
Throughout the last couple years, especially in Mythic Plus, that had been ramping in complexity, you've seen, and actually even if you can go back, you can see the amount of things that people have in their UI to help them know that something's happening. So back in Power Auras, it was, there was just some giant some giant face on your screen would pop up, and that meant that something procced. And then it's gotten more
Man, I never used Power Auras, but I used to know a guy who used them all the time. And once I saw his screen, and I'm like, dude, you're just looking at fucking PNGs. What are you doing?
Refined. And now, even in it's been ramping the past couple of years, you see you listen to someone's POV who's doing High Mythic Plus right now, you're going to hear AoE, dodge, frontal, circle. Yep. It's just every bit of audio aid they've used to, it's in the idea of being optimal, it's not required. And especially this patch, I think Mythic Plus complexity has actually gone down as an intentional design point, it seems at least. I think you might have made a post about that. So that stuff is less required, but people have kind of already baked that in the UI. Is that something that you're looking to either have an ability to have that in the game, or is that something you don't want to have happen, where it's more like your
Hold on.
Organically doing mechanics because you see them, or are you okay with all of the audio and visual aids that exist currently within add-ons?
I think the answer is mixed there. I think audio prompts are something that are super valuable to people. That's something we want to continue to add support for on our end as well. We know we've got feedback.
So now instead of your add-on telling you that, instead of DBM telling you that, it'll just be them telling you that.
Feedback we've gotten around the 11.1.5 cooldown manager would be that many people would appreciate being able to have audio prompts tied to certain things, or procs firing, and that's something they would miss about weak auras. We want to make sure that we're offering that kind of thing as well. Beyond that, I think a lot of what we've seen is, frankly, us not doing a sufficiently good job of telegraphing the importance of certain mechanics and their impact, and players needing to come up with solutions for them externally. Ideally, there's a concept that we call affordance, which is basically just how well is something telegraphed, how intuitive is it with visual presentation, and ideally, the affordance of a mechanic should match its impact. And sometimes, if you have a random mob in a dungeon pack that has a frontal that will just delete you if you're not getting out of the way of it, and it's just one thing going on among a half dozen other things. Why? And why? Like, how could we call that out better with visuals, with a longer cast time, with how we're creating the pack in the first place? And that's just one example of one of the areas in which we know we can do better. Something else we've talked about on the UI front is we would want the ability to, on our end, flag mobcasts in Mythic Plus as like lethal, as like this should be a high priority interrupt, because we know players are going to basically look to solve that anyway. If there are 3 casters in a pack, and 2 of them it's actually kind of okay to let them free cast, but one of them, if they ever get a cast off, you're probably going to wipe. They shouldn't all just look indistinguishable on your screen and us expect you to figure that out on your own.
They did that in season 1, right? Wasn't there like a couple casts or like super giga you die death volley or something?
Yeah.
And they had this big animation.
Our Kara casters where they hunker down.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that shit. That's a good visual indicator. But these people are so fucking, so ingrained in the idea of looking for the fucking cast bar that they don't even see that.
There's green glowy stuff around them and they're casting a volley and you're like, all right, I gotta kick that.
You can be playing WoW for 2 days and you're like, that cannot, that can't happen. Yeah.
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
But I'm looking forward to an M+ then where if we're talking about maybe taking away my ability to air horn myself on a certain cast, something like that, if instead I have to be now looking at a mob and there is a sort of a visual language that I can come to expect, like if the mob is hunkering down and it's got particle effects around it, that means I gotta kick it. I think that would be more fun for everybody as well, rather than having the air horns be the solution.
Much better than we just integrated DBM.
Definitely.
That is entirely our hope, right? I think, and just to be super clear, I think we see the taking away part, the restricting functionality, as the end of this long road. I think we know, we want to make it very clear, we're not sitting here being like, all right, we want you to play the game the way we intended, and we're gonna take away your tools. We just want to bridge that gap. And we have a lot of work to do on our end to keep building up more improvements, more functionality. And it's not just the UI. The VFX changes that you mentioned are a part of that overall effort of us asking, what are the
all VFX, no add-ons. Go full VFX. Make it part of the game. Make people pay attention.
Places where players feel like they need add-ons to succeed? Why is that the case? And when it's like, it's not clear when you're standing in something, and so I need, GTFO or some other, sound effect to let me know that I'm standing in something lethal, it should be obvious. Let's fix that on our end. And we know we want to keep chipping away at those things and hopefully eventually get to a point where really the only difference between what we are offering and what powerful add-ons can do is that small subset of like computational problem solving stuff, at which point we can move forward.
So throughout the evolution of private auras, we've seen, initially when they came out, they were like kind of, a lot of friction was involved. And then I think they were done really, really well in a couple of cases, starting in Amir Drasil, where they were a mechanic like P1 Fire Act. You had the circles you had to quickly spread out for. They were pretty fast, but they were too fast to use a macro for it. And it basically forced the players into something they would have used a weak aura for, to just do the mechanic normally. And like, are there lessons you've learned there of like, this is actually how we can design mechanics or kind of assignment things going forward? And then also, is this, if done successfully, would this also remove private auras as what would have been, I guess, kind of a temporary solution to the weak aura problem?
Yeah, we've definitely learned a lot from how private auras have rolled out. Certainly we understand that if we're ever using it on something that like is on a long enough time frame that macros are going to let you solve it and it's punishing enough to not solve it, all we're doing is creating an extra annoying hoop to jump through, and we like hot-fixed off the private aura designation from some of those back in Amir Drasil, and we've let that shape how and where we use or don't use it going forward. And so yeah, I think examples like the Furak mechanic that you mentioned are ones where like when we know that everyone is in a level playing field, everyone just has to play the game, play the mechanic. We can tune it accordingly so that it's hard but doable. We'd like to be able to do more of that for sure.
Yeah, I see the Fire Act first intermission, which was a private aura.
What's the big problem here as well? Is they're trying to make shit hard but doable. But the issue is, WoW is built around a tab targeting system kind of game. And the mechanics they're trying to put into the game seem like they belong in an action combat kind of game. Right? If you're playing an action combat game, and you're seeing something coming towards you, right? The hitboxes are pretty well fucking defined because it's an action combat game. When you're playing a tab targeting game, right, hitboxes aren't that fucking well defined. So it's so much more fucking difficult to dodge shit, especially when your average player has a single-digit IQ. So you can't move shit fast. You can't have moving objects in the game, right? You have to use like shit on the ground. Honestly, I think these guys are genuinely better off remaking a brand new MMORPG than trying to fix this burning fucking trash fire that they're trying to make it into. The more I think about it.
Aura, and then had to get hotfixed off of the private aura as sort of a cautionary tale for if there's a mechanic that is only doable with the weak aura assignments, and then we take away that without giving an adequate replacement, then it's worse than doing nothing at all. What would a mechanic like that look like in a world where we don't have a computational solution to it, right? Would it be slower and fewer sets of like lower damage numbers on these things?
I think probably a bit of all of that. There's multiple knobs there. There's, you know, on Mythic we might default to like everyone in today's world, everyone in the raid has to participate in this.
Well, then tab targeting is a bunch of circles shooting waves at each other. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's one of the issues. It becomes really difficult when you don't have good hitboxes, and you've got an old-ass fucking game that's over 20 years old and wasn't designed for any of this. And sure, they redid the engine, BFA, blah, blah, blah. But they cannot remove the essence of WoW without making it into an entirely different game. That's why I genuinely think they'd be better off starting all over again with a different type of game. And then just legacy sunset old WoW and let like the people in the old age home play that until they die.
And, you know, there's enough things to be soaked that if anyone isn't doing it, it's not going to work out, versus maybe shifting to a world where there's a little bit more slush, things are a little bit slower, there's a little bit more time to react, to get into place organically based on which, you know, buff you were assigned, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know, our goal here is to preserve challenge, and we know that we'd have to design encounters differently in some cases to deliver roughly the same level of challenge in terms of how many pull counts it takes, you know, just what progression looks like, while living in a different mechanical world. And I know that, you know, when we talk about restricting any kind of add-on functionality, you know, many players very rightly, kind of reflexively say or ask, well, how am I supposed to do this boss in this tier without my weak aura? That would be impossible. And the reality is, if you couldn't use that weak aura, that mechanic would be designed or tuned differently. We would have ended up nerfing it right away or designing it differently over the course of even just PTR testing. And so that's like, any future design in this space will have to be built from the ground up with that in mind. And I think, you know,
they're trying to put a band-aid on a dead baby. That's the problem. What kind of gameplay do you want them to go for if there was a WoW tune? Okay, nice and simple. They've already done tab targeting, right? They've already set that on fire. Do an action combat kind of system. Hitboxes, games, technology are good enough that they can get away with a really good action combat system. Even people on high latency like me, it's 200 ms. You can still have a decent system. Take the lessons you learned from WoW, right? And throw them in the fucking trash because you obviously learned nothing. If you want to get the kiddies involved, like Bowster said, make it playable on a controller. Stop taking the complexity of the game and throwing it into a million different abilities that are just a fucking dice roll and come down to damage, right? Think about how many abilities a mage actually has, right? A mage has 3 abilities. They have damage, they have ticking damage, where it's like sets of damage, and then they have damage over time. Those are theoretically the only 3 abilities that a mage actually has when it comes to doing damage. Right? They've just told them they're different spells. So why don't you simplify that down and put the complexity into the different nuanced aspects of the game, like your movement, the decisions you have to make in combat, how you dodge out of the way, where you go. People love Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, because technically speaking, you've got such a limited set of abilities, and the complexity comes into how you move your character. It comes into the decision making you have to make in a fight, not into, I'm going to slap this button, and now I'm going to slap this button, and now I'm going to slap this button, and why is my DPS lower than the guy who's hitting the one button auto rotation key? Really simple. Really, really simple. They need to lean into a completely different style of combat. That, or they sell a full body VR suit. There's no game. It's just you get into the game and it's just Tyrande sucks your dick. She just sucks your cock. Or Kalia Manethil if you're into that. And she just sucks your cock for a good hour. That's just the whole game. Don't even have to design something else. Full body VR suit and that, and we're good.
Making it a little bit more forgiving in a way that makes the challenge human rather than superhuman, as it often is when we're looking at like cutting edge, mythic tuned things. Because I mean, you guys are really good at the game, as it turns out, and we want to make a boss that is going to pose a challenge and is going to take you dozens of attempts, let alone 100 plus to beat. We do have to take into account the fact that not just you, but every Mythic Raid guild that's going to follow in your footsteps are going to be using these tools. And at the end of the day, I think players do want challenging bosses. That if, we just tuned the boss around none of those things, players used all those tools, and they went in and like a late mythic boss was dying in a single night, or like
Whitemane while she was alive, I'll take you up on that offer, and I'll raise you Whitemane just after she died. The body's still warm. You got to bring in different groups. You can't just aim at one player base. You got to get all of them together.
A cutting edge guild, rank 500 or whatever, that probably doesn't match what they're looking to get out of mythic raiding, in my estimation. And so, our goal is to keep the same overall level of challenge.
I'm sorry, I'm so fucking distracted right now because I'm just imagining someone going to Pound Town on fucking Whitemane, and like Whitemane's still alive and she's like screaming, and some guy's like, no, she's dead. That's just air escaping. Like she's a lobster.
Paring down the complexity a little bit.
Even if you look at the history of bosses this would have affected, you actually, even looking at Mythic Plus, something where the complexity has gone down from pack to pack in this patch, but the reality is you can still find challenge in it because it's infinitely scaling, and you will get to a point where it's doing too much damage to you, or the amount of damage you need to do is too high. There's been mythic bosses that have been simple mechanically, but have been unbelievably difficult, and that's been true all the way down the guild ranks. It's not something that's just nerfed by gear, like Sludge Fist, Kaiveza, where you've created really intricate problems to solve where weak auras basically didn't matter. Halandris, you actually put a bomb timer very clearly in the game around the bomb. You did not need a weak aura for one of the hardest bosses ever, right? It's more just basically the solution for these weak auras has been just a very specific kind of assignment mechanic that is just like, oh, it's just so much easier to do this, right? You could build in a lot of that computational stuff in game to where even if weak auras existed, you would find people just being like, I don't know, the game just kind of does it. We have players that don't use audio sounds in weak aura packs because on bosses like Skarn, on most other bosses, there's like either an in-game sound for when the bombs are actually activating, or a voice line. We have 2 players in our guild that use very minimal weak auras, and they literally listen to voice lines for when mechanics are going to happen, and it's extremely accurate, right?
Yes.
So I think a lot of these things
that's a much better way of doing things.
Already built in.
Now just fix the rest of the game.
The baseline game. It's just about choosing like when and how to apply them.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think your example, going back to Nathri of Sludge Fist, I think is a great one, right? Like a lot of that was just practice and just learning like how to react to these situations when chained to different partners and dodging the stuff. And people were in enough situations over enough time, they kind of developed.
Like that. Do you see? Here's the problem, right? You see this. These are action combat mechanics in a game not built for action combat. right? This chain isn't really a thing that exists. It's just like it's not a physical object in the game. It's just a thing that links you between these things. This could be any fucking system. This needs to be a real fucking chain, and it should be some shit for WoW 2, obviously. Fuck WoW, it's too late. Where if there's a chain linking between you two, you can actually run into the boss and trip him using the fucking chain. Shit like that needs to be able to be done. But you can't do that with a tab targeting system that's over 20 years old. You're not going to be able to do that.
That muscle memory, that sense of planning, and eventually your guild as a whole overcomes the challenge. Compared to, let's say, the Stone Legion generals that came after it, a couple of issues there, but like one of the central mechanics that was being solved by weak auras was like, all right, there's a whole bunch of soaks that need to be covered over the course of the fight, and it's not realistic to have that like 7 to 8 soaks up simultaneously, where you need to also account for like, well, this person just got targeted by different mechanics, so they need a backup to go in and do it for them.
Yeah, so it sounds initially like it's, we're restricting what add-ons can do, but really we're opening up the universe of mechanics that can exist in a WoW boss without, because there are so many that you can...
No, it's the same mechanics. I'm not seeing how they're opening up anything. It sounds like they're taking away the add-ons so they can add the add-on natively into the game, and so the game overall stays the same. That's what I'm hearing.
Think of right now where all of them would be, this is going to get solved by this, right? This is going to get solved by this, but if that's not the answer, then now the designers have all these tools back, and we can get these mechanics that maybe haven't been used since MOP because we've been weak auring them ever since, and now we get to solve them with our brains again.
And he even mentioned too, he said like, well, there's a lot of swirlies now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, oh, we can always default.
See, all of that is the same mechanic. It's just circles on the ground.
To this and a few other things, because you're not going to solve that with weak aura, so we can add fights where that's not a thing. But you remove that, that friction of there's too many swirlies goes away. And I think there's assignment, like doing a lot of these assignment bosses without a weak aura that could work would be like really fun. Like it's fun to do that. It's fun when you have 5 people that need to soak something, like the last phase of Gallywix. There's a frontal on a side of a room and 2 people die. And right now weak aura is just like, okay, well then we're gonna assign backup. So these 2 people get a big green thing on their screen, go soak that. That is something where that fight is spread out enough where you could actually communicate that. We need 2 people on the right to back up because 2 soakers are dead. Who can do it? This person says something, this person says something. Now obviously you're not gonna have that kind of communication like heroic and normal. Maybe you won't be in comms, whatever, but in Mythic, that's perfectly reasonable, right? A lot of the things, like we could probably count honestly on 1, maybe 2 hands over the last like 4 or 5 years, how many bosses would you meaningfully would have to have a mechanic change, but they are very impactful, very memorable, and they have been purely defined by that. Are you worried at all about the communities, and this has certainly been ramping up over time?
Yeah, you should be fucking worried looking at this dislike bar.
You mentioned even for us, we were much more just do the mechanic 4 or 5 years ago than we are now. Are you worried that there has been this built-in reliance on it that might be hard to shake when creating new raid bosses?
Hold on, other people making the add-ons, not from Blizzard making money off of the add-ons. Some of them do. They have like a paid version of their stuff, but most add-ons are completely free. Most add-ons, like maybe that's changed because it's been a few years since I played WoW. But when I was playing it, every single add-on that you needed to play the game, like at a functional state, was completely free and cost you nothing.
Absolutely. And I think that some of that gets back to us knowing that we need to really...
Did he just assume that people are going to take responsibility for mechanics mid-fight? Yeah, no, I don't understand. I don't know. No. He lost me.
Ease into this, that any world where we just kind of rip the Band-Aid off and say, all right, have fun,
honestly,
we're in a new world, as opposed to building up more built-in functionality, starting to have clearer visuals, simplify some mechanics, and then building counters and to have classes designed around a world where we know that this isn't possible. As long as people are set up for success, I think we'll be fine. Certainly, if we were to disable any functionality and then players went into a new tier and we're just wiping to bosses and they used to clear heroic comfortably and now they're brick walled halfway through heroic.
So here, there's another problem with this, right? It's a time component, right? They confuse a hard boss with a long boss, right? So sometimes you can have a difficult fight and have it last 5 minutes. You can also have a boring, monotonous fight last 2 hours. And it's not that the boss is difficult, it's that you have trouble keeping focus because your wife just came upstairs and put her foot through your fucking PC and you disconnected.
Do you know which add-ons actually make money? Heal cheats.
Do you know which real cheats? Yeah, actually, yeah, true. Also, RMTing makes you a lot of money. But you gotta work in a Chinese prison labor camp for that one.
Yeah, players like that will be a source of tremendous frustration, but we know that we need to avoid that by any means possible. And we have a lot of work to do before we get there.
Something that really encourages me...
Actually, you know what, that's a very important question, Devilish. Why are they trying to design raids for these hyper-ultra competitive guys who are like 0.001% of the player base? WoW needs to pick a lane. Either it's going to be niche and small and for the hyper-competitive people, or it's going to be broad-based and it's going to be for every retard under the sun. If you want to play WoW casually, then go for that bigger audience. Like Classic is not a difficult game, right? Classic is ultra simple, ultra blunt of a game, and anyone can play it. But if you're designing the game around what these guys want, most people are just not gonna fucking do raids at all, ever.
Is the ping system. That seems like such a perfect way to give us an option to identify where we're going, right? You can just ping where you're going, and then you don't have to, try and communicate with words. Hey, I'm going to move over to the left 20 yards, right? Just ping where I'm going, and that opens up an ability to solve these, again, in a YOLO style, right, rather than an assignment.
I think your guild did that.
Yeah.
So the Echo of Neltharion, right?
Yeah, we just pinged it.
Yeah, so famously, like, everyone had the maps for that. Like, here's your exact spot you go, and then his guild was like, you know what, everyone just ping your spot. Mostly it gets covered, people go to the same spot every pull. But if you see 2 pings in a spot, one person has to move, right? And that could largely solve a mechanic with just something that's already built into the game.
Yeah, I think and the ping system is something we've also talked about looking to improve and to kind of broaden the sorts of things.
I really hope there's a ping system because you can be as annoying as fuck. You use the League of Legends ping system and it's just fucking question marks going off all raid. That would be so good.
You can do with it to give people more tools to solve these problems in a coordinated way, but using their own skill and expression instead of another tool.
When I think of World of Warcraft, I'm always thinking back to when I first started playing the game, and there was this really exciting moment where I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I can make this game look however I want, right? Like, I can put this here, I can have an add-on that tells me what time it is in London, what time it is in Darnassus, right? I can have all the world clocks there if I want. I can have 3 different bars.
Now we're just going off topic because he's trying to think about what to talk about with the guy.
Bottom of my screen, I can do whatever I want there, and to me that's always been a strength, not a weakness of WoW. So I think there's a lot of people that disagree with me on that, but then there's also people that they hear about Blizzard thinking about restricting add-ons and they're worried about losing that. Is there any intention to go after any of that kind of customization?
Not whatsoever.
Oh, I know.
And in fact, we're doing everything we can.
Don't you worry.
And we would do everything we can down the line to minimize any collateral damage to them. But the goal is anything that's cosmetic should be completely fair game. All informational stuff that's out of context.
Is there any intention to go after cosmetic add-ons? No. Don't go. They should. Okay. The one exception to cosmetic add-ons is cosmetic add-ons. Leave them alone. Here, let me explain why. I want to see this happen in a professional raid. Let me just make sure that I'm not about to get banned for this shit. Okay. Let me just probably get banned for this shit. Okay. So there's a video where a professional street fighter in a tournament had a mod. that he accidentally left on during a tournament. And I can't move this a little bit to the right. But essentially, he had Chun-Li butt fucking naked in the middle of a tournament. And I want them to leave cosmetic add-ons alone, because one day that mistake's going to happen in WoW. There's going to be a guy who's playing fucking Horde, and a torrent's going to run past him. This is going to be this dick flopping about, and it's going to be like a fucking blood elf with her tits out. And I'm going to have the best time. So leave cosmetic add-ons alone.
Combat, like, again, you have RP add-ons, help things that are tracking, helping with professions, tracking gathering nodes, helping you with quests, like, you name it, a bunch of accessibility add-ons. All of those, like, there's nothing harmful whatsoever about any of them. The only thing is, at the very end of the day, once we feel like we've done enough on our end.
If they add big tits and revert fruit paintings, it's perfect. Just add back in the spitter mode. Also, character creation, add back in male and female just to piss people off.
To improve baseline functionality, what we'd be looking at is the ability to parse real-time combat events in a way that drives, problem solving on the fly.
So it's kind of, we build the scaffolding to then be able to take away the existing weak aura solutions that we have for these.
We build the weak auras to take away the weak auras. That's what I just heard.
Much of this is, so the thing that's excited me also about edit mode has been, it's so clearly based on what the community has learned over 20 years, right? It's like, oh, the community has revolved around this as a solution for presenting this information. Let's give them that base in the UI rather than making them download something. How much of this initiative is still going to be based on what the community says, how the community reacts, versus which of these things are already kind of locked in decisions?
I'd say basically nothing here is locked in.
Okay.
Really, my hope today is to kind of begin a conversation about that direction. And
well, the conversation's not going too well based on this like-dislike button, buddy.
What areas are welcome, what areas maybe have more to do to convince the community on, and what areas we might be wrong on and should, reconsider. Because I think at the end of the day, this game belongs first and foremost to our millions of players. We're trying to serve them as best we can in the long run. And I think our sense is that for many players, the feeling that they have to download and use certain add-ons in order to play the game competitively isn't really part of what's attractive about the game or healthy in the long run. And so,
no, it is what's attractive about the game because everyone fucking does it. That's the issue.
If we can pull things back to a place where add-ons are available for those who want to use them, but people aren't feeling pressured by their group.
You can't, that doesn't exist. This whole middle ground shit where it's available for the people who want to use it, no, that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. It either has to be a part of the game or inaccessible. End of story. Because the issue is, the second it's for people who want to use it, it becomes immediately a requirement.
By just the natural demands of competition and not wanting to lose out to someone who's using more advantages, then that's going to be the healthier route in the long run.
So if I was the kind of person who wanted to write a 10-paragraph forum manifesto, this would be one of the topics to do it on, right?
Absolutely. We'll be reading, we'll be listening. I think this is a long path ahead. And yeah, just, curious to kick off the conversation and hear how people feel about it. So Rotation Assist is coming in 11.17, which is going to be hitting the PTR in the very near future. Can't wait to hear people's feedback as they're able to hop on and check it out.
Can't wait to hear people's feedback. I want to see what the comments are.
We'll be listening closely so we can make it the best it can be for everybody. It's also been amazing to just get a chance to talk through kind of the history of add-ons in WoW, where they are today, and where they might be going in the future. Thank you guys for coming out.
Honest opinion, do you think Blizzard will fuck this up? How do I describe this? Oh, that's broken. Cool. That's broken now. Okay, let's make this simple. Do I think they'll fuck this up? Let's see. Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, Overwatch, World of Warcraft Retail, StarCraft 2, do I think they'll fuck it up? You really asking that question? Come on. You know the answer. You know what's coming. You know what? You just don't want to believe it.
It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here. Really looking forward to see what the community has to say about how much they want more of these casts, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly, weekly, whatever you guys think, put it in the comments.
Daily.
Daily.
Yeah.
You said it. It's not me. Thank you so much, Liz. This has been really, really awesome.
This has been an out-of-season April Fool's joke. Okay. Now for the important part. Now for the really, really important part of this.
The Director General of...
No. Fucking autoplay. Hold on. What the fuck's going on here? Hold on. What the hell is this? Hey! Hey, look, they fixed WoW! Never mind, I can't play this game. Oh, now we can definitely play this game.
Nice 2 hours.
You know what this
YouTube
reminds me of?
reaction video.
I don't know if you... Nice 2 hours YouTube reaction. Yeah, I know, right? Ilgi's gonna have the best time of his life. Downloading this VOD and then just cutting it up. You know what this reminds me of? If any of you have played San Andreas, there's a mission where there's a guy you have to escort and he's in the back of a taxi and his friends like stop jerking off and the dude's like, I can't stop jerking off. Like he's got a problem where he's just jacking off all the time and he's sitting in the back and like, I can't stop thinking about her big fat sausagey tits. That's what that makes me think of. Oh, fuck. Okay. I've got one more video, then I'm playing BDO. I'm starting my BDO journey for the first time. Raid frames need a major overhaul, particularly choosing whether by... Okay, here's the question. Do you think they're deleting comments? I think they are. Because this is 170,000 views. This has 600 likes. Sort by top comments. How is this a higher comment than this one? I thought that one button rotation was April Fool's, was confused for a moment. Now I am just baffled. They're deleting shit. WoW Gym Challenge Jova. No, it's not, Keith. I'm resetting all the WoW stuff. I'm resetting all the gym challenge stuff because I realized that WoW is such a boring fucking game that it makes it impossible for anyone to watch. So I'm going to be doing something different for my workout challenge, but I need to plan it out correctly, right? I need to actually have like a fully thought out plan of how I'm going to do this shit. My God. Yeah, they're deleting comments. I don't believe that they're not deleting comments based on what I'm seeing here. Right. This one's a little bit of a research video. At least it's only 17 minutes, right? Soulman's going to help me figure out what are the 10 private servers for MMOs. And this is a really important video, right? Because there are a lot of MMOs out there where the private servers are better than the actual fucking game. Then after that, we're playing BDO. We're crashing out. We'll play a little bit of BDO. I'll start my experience into the game. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to have to track what I do in BDO because I want to use BDO as part of my workout challenge. So whatever happens while I'm playing the game, I'm going to have to go back and review the VOD and then add that to whatever I'm doing when I've got the workout challenge sorted out.
You out there might be wondering, what in the heck is a private server? Well, in the MMO world, it's usually a community-run instance of an existing or shut down MMO. And
Yes.
to that, you might be wondering, what's
Wild
the point?
style.
Why run a private server? That's a good question, Billy, and here's 3 reasons that private servers exist. Number 1, the game is shut down and is no longer available. Therefore, a private server keeps it alive and accessible for the whole community. Number 2, the devs have abandoned the game.
Number 3, a random fat guy in his basement who hasn't showered in the last 4 years somehow does a better job at maintaining the game that people love than the actual devs ever did.
In this scenario, the community runs its own private server where they keep up to date with maintenance and bugs. And the third reason is to revert back to an older and better time. This is usually done for nostalgic reasons or to revert back to a time before the devs introduced a game-breaking bug. And they already
Or to make the game better. The one system I can think of is probably WoW Ascension.
know what your next question is going to be.
Was all this legal? Absolutely f***ing not.
Well,
but it should be.
Well, maybe. There's a lot of legal loopholes around abandonware and fair use, but there's also issues involving licensing and copyright. A lot of it comes down to who owns the IP and whether they care enough to actually try and shut down these private servers. But listen, I'm just here to tell you about some of the private servers you should check out, and I've kindly put them in a top 10 list. Unfortunately, I haven't played on every single private MMO server to ever exist, but I'll do my best to cover off ones I have tried.
Private, is that the politically correct term for escorts now? Oh, that's the fancy word for hooker. You could just say hooker. No, private server is what's known as it's like a walled garden, right? Club Penguin is an MMO. No, but Habbo Hotel is.
And ones I've had really good feedback on. And whilst I have your attention, if you do like niche MMOs and video essays about games that are no longer relevant, then you might also enjoy my washed up YouTube channel, where I can't even hit 50k subs. I'm just so irrelevant right now.
He's nearly
Please
there.
like and subscribe.
Yeah, I'll like and subscribe.
So the intro out the way, let's begin with number 10 on our top 10 private MMO list.
If this man did not mention WoW Ascension, I'm going to find... I'm calling the SPCA on Sawman if he doesn't mention WoW Ascension.
World of Warcraft is a game that is far from dead.
Total WoW.
But despite
Okay.
that, the devs on many
You are forgiven, child. You are forgiven. Turtle WoW. Okay.
occasions have upset the community.
Have you ever thought about adding servers for previous expansions as they were then?
You think you do, but you
No.
don't.
And by the way, you don't want to do that either.
Turns out he was wrong.
Later.
And with a development team this competent and in touch with the community, it's no wonder people went out and made their own private servers. Two of the most notably popular ones are Project Ascension and Turtle WoW.
Thank you. He mentioned the only two relevant ones. Thank God.
Ascension is a classless game that allows you to imagine and build the character of your dreams. Your custom character has any ability or talent within their reach.
WoW Ascension is the oblivion of MMOs. It's how it was meant to be. What's funny is the guy on the panel that said you think you do but you don't is the guy that's managing the classic WoW shit. I know. And then they did everything to fuck up classic WoW as well.
Imagine your hero and achieve glory. So essentially, a revamped classic WoW with no classes. Whereas Turtle WoW goes back to a simpler time, a better time some might say. To quote the site, this expansion aims to take a different path from the Burning Crusade, emphasizing the familiar Azeroth of vanilla WoW over the cosmic battle with the Burning Legion. I have no idea what that means, hopefully it means something to you. But
yes, the Burning Legion quest line was so good. Now, I haven't played Turtle WoW, but I've seen so much good shit about it. What I really wanted at some point, and I'm hoping Turtle WoW has the shit in it, is There are a bunch of stories and quest lines in baseline WoW that lead nowhere. Like it was meant to go somewhere in the future, and then they just kind of abandoned those ideas along the way. It would be great if someone took WoW, like the baseline WoW, and then completed all those stories out instead.
More importantly, Turtle WoW is aiming to be on a UE5 engine in the near future, which
God,
in
I hope
itself
so.
would be a great achievement, and certainly
I will straight up play it. I will play the shit out of that if it's on Unreal Engine 5. Just because I want to see how much better a bunch of spurgs can do with an old-ass game than Blizzard themselves.
one that Blizzard might notice, so it's hard to say if it'll be a good thing for the server or not. I just feel like there might be a lawsuit coming if they pull this off. Either way, if you
Probably.
are bored of WoW and you want to mix it up a little bit, I strongly suggest these two servers. Next on the list is Final Fantasy XI, which is so old that it was originally published by Squaresoft. Shout out to all my boomers who still say Squaresoft because you're too old to change. Final Fantasy XI has been rumoured to be in maintenance mode for the last...
Squaresoft. You see, I was never a big Final Fantasy fan because I wasn't attracted to men. Like, I never played these games.
couple of years now, and it is looking more and more official. It's so old that even if you install it on Steam, it's still a ball ache to set up, and furthermore, it still costs $10 a month to play Final Fantasy XI, even though it's practically been abandoned. It's no wonder that private servers have been popping up for this title. In particular, one that's been suggested to me multiple times is the Horizon server, which has a level cap of 75 and aims to rebalance the game and make it just as enjoyable as it was in its heyday. Oh, and most importantly, it's free to play. From what I understand as well, it's more populated than the official...
You know what? If it's free to play, I love those words. I love free shit. Even broken free shit, I'll take that. Maybe that's worthwhile.
server and a lot more sociable. And if you do want to check out any of the private servers mentioned in today's video, I'll have an article on my website which I'll link in the description below.
Oh, thank God.
Despite Western...
Man, Soulman's putting in so much fucking work. He's got a website up, doing all this wacky shit. God damn, dude. God, like he's actually becoming a little professional dog here. It's pretty impressive.
servers closing down back in 2011, it seems like my community keeps suggesting that I go play Lineage 2. And that's still possible.
That's, by the way...
It seems like my community keeps suggesting...
That's the entire Lineage 2 player base right there. That's every single... Actually, no, that's wrong. These two are just the same people. It's just they've... whatchamacallit, he's got multiple accounts, right? But other than that, this is the entire Lineage 2 play base.
Suggesting that I go play Lineage 2. And that's still possible thanks to private servers. Which is all well and great, but there is over 100 private servers to choose from. All varying with different rule sets, and some even...
Damn, that's so impressive that 5 players are hopping between 100 servers.
Trying to change the original game engine to UE4 or even Unity. Fun fact, NCSoft, the original publishers of Lineage 2, have been known to work with the FBI to close down some private servers. I mean, surely, by the logic of there being so many servers that are popping up and NCSoft trying to stop them, it's got to be good, right? So just by sheer quantity of private servers, I'm putting Lineage 2 in 8th place. Let me know.
You know, it's... I hate it when people do this. This is so confusing to me. Like, I don't understand why he's talking about Lineage 2 nonstop, and he's got Final Fantasy 14 gameplay in the background. Like, it doesn't... I don't get it. Like, why do people do this kind of shit? Like, the visuals are supposed to match the audio. Why are you talking about Lineage 2? If this is just gonna be fucking Endwalker or whatever the fucking expansion they're on now. I don't understand it.
Know in the comments below if there's a particular Lineage 2 server I should check out. Despite being the oldest MMO still going, I reckon EverQuest still has a good few years in it. However, that hasn't stopped people from setting up their own private servers. Picture this, you've been playing EverQuest for the last 20 years, how would you like to play it? maybe change the rules.
You're fucking dead. How would you like to play? No, you can't. You can't figure out new technology. I'm sorry, but they don't sell abacuses anymore, so you can't play EverQuest. It's the same as RuneScape. Play something else.
Up, or maybe bring it back to its original vanilla build. That's right, people have set up private servers so they can play EverQuest in its purest form. That being the original 1999 release. Yeah, baby.
Future's now, old man.
The sad thing is, some of my viewers weren't even born back then. But for some reason, people like the idea of playing a game in its most retro form. Imagine looking at Unreal Engine 5 and being like, no.
You know what? This was actually devastating for me. I've been playing Oblivion, right? I recreated the Battle Wizard character that I liked in D&D when I was a kid, just because I could. And I was broken when I summoned a Flame Atronach for the first time, and I saw she had no ass. She had updated Overwatch 2 Tracer ass on her, and it broke me. Damn, that was devastating.
Just unreal. Another popular EverQuest server is the Hero's Journey. The rule set for this server is that you don't have to be restricted to one class. You can choose up to 3.
That's actually my biggest complaint about the Oblivion remaster, is it's very obvious that there's like this social agenda shit where they're doing everything in their power to like remove anything that has anything to do with like female attractiveness. And I think it's because a bunch of fat bitches in the office kept on complaining about unrealistic standards because they're larger than a fucking house and would never fit into a single one of the dresses in the old school Oblivion game.
3. By allowing players to do this, it actually makes the game more solo friendly. And if there's one thing MMO enjoyers really like, it's playing solo, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Oh look, another MMO owned by EA. I can't think why there'd be private servers for Ultimate Online when it has such prestigious owners.
Man, I can't wait. If he mentions that there's private servers for Star Wars The Old Republic, they're probably better than what EA had running for it. Do you know how bad the performance of SWTOR is? It pisses me off so much. If you Alt-Tab in SWTOR and then you Alt-Tab back in, the game has to reload everything. It's so fucking stupid. And they refuse to update and fix that shit. And I would almost bet money there's a private server of SWTOR out there that's fixed that problem.
Owners. Technically, the official game is free, but it does have basically a pay-to-win subscription. And as you can imagine, the private servers have zero pay-to-win. There is one particular private server which has been mentioned to me a couple of times, and that is of course Outlands. Ultimate Outlands has been going strong for 7 years now and is highly recommended by multiple players. Ultimate Online is a very unforgiving title and is not for the faint-hearted, which is why it's important to be on top of bug fixes and making sure the game is fully balanced, which is what Outlands does best. So to clarify, the private server is free, it balances the game, and has a bigger population than the official server, and mainly it's not owned by
Lamau, get fucked, EA.
By EA. I really don't think it gets any better than that. Which is why if you get this video to 2,069 likes, I promise to do a 100-hour playthrough of Ultimate Online. Yes.
He did it for PAX Day and he didn't commit suicide, so time to get that like up. Time to ruin his life.
I'm that batshit crazy. Look, I'm not picking on EA here, they just seem to have a pattern of buying old.
EA are devils. They're like the worst thing on the planet. And you know what I will never forgive EA for? Fuck all these other games they killed. They killed like Westwood Studios. They killed all the amazing studios. Yes, I know. I'm aware. No one will ever convince me that EA don't deserve to be set on fire like a monk in a protest. But the thing I will never specifically forgive them for is what they did to Dungeon Keeper. My God, I will never forgive them for that. Dungeon Keeper was such a gem, and they turned it into a fucking Clash of Clans horseshit, give them money, fucking iPad, iPhone app bullshit thing, and it made me so mad.
MMOs and just letting them rot. Which is a shame because Dark Age of Camelot in its heyday was one of the most PvP-centric MMOs going. And when I played on the official servers last year, I couldn't even find any PvP. And that's where the Eden server comes in. Trust me, I've had numerous recommendations after people saw me play an official, and everyone's saying I need to jump on Eden and give it a go. They even had a graph on their website showing a peak of 1,500 players, which is almost as many as New World.
It might be more than New World, actually. Hold on. What's the number?
1,500 players.
1,500 players. Did New World die? Fuck! It just keeps getting worse. Something happened here where 2,000 people fucked off. They're down to 5. This game, Eden, has 3 times the player base of New World. Holy Jesus. Playing New World 2.0, I don't want to walk around a dead and abandoned world, Devilus.
Which is almost as many as New World. Eden server also comes with new content, 3 new classes, and seasonal servers. And as I said, given the amount of people who have suggested I go play on the Eden server, I think it's going to be a hard one for me to avoid this year. So rest assured guys, message received, I will play the Eden server this year and do a video. Dragon's Dogma Online was Capcom's first attempt at a MMO, which sadly never made it to the Western market and closed down 4 years after its initial release.
How does the gameplay in this look better than retail WoW right now? Jesus.
Essentially, it was the original Dragon's Dogma, but online with friends in a shared world. It allowed 4 players to group in Overland, had an active player hub with trading and guilds, zone chat, and furthermore, 8-man raids.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So there's 3 more players than what you would actually talk to in WoW. That makes
Thanks
sense.
to some dedicated fans, you can still play this title today through private servers. I had a lot of fun playing this title last year, and I even made a video on it, shameless plug, but the one thing it is lacking is just a player base. It's such a small title that it really could do with a bigger community. Although it lacks in player population, it makes up for in its wholesome community. I don't think it matters if you have 10 players playing this game or 1,000, it still has that refreshing social element to it, where players actually work together rather than just being solo in a shared world. If you want to see a game combine the best parts of an RPG with the best parts of an MMO, then I strongly suggest you check out this title.
Hold on, I'm glad I never got into New World. I never understood how people thought Amazon would do anything but fuck them in the ass. So here's the thing, right? I actually got into New World, and I genuinely thought that Amazon had learned their lesson from Crucible, that they'd learned all their lessons from their fuck-ups, that they were trying their best. They were hiring all the right people, but they were using them in all the wrong ways, right? I genuinely thought with an infinite amount of money, the fact that they'd already done all the fuck-ups, that there was a really good chance that New World was going to be good. Oh boy. Was I fucking wrong about that shit? You dodged a nuke. I didn't.
Probably one of the most inspirational stories involving private servers is the City of Heroes Homecoming server. NCSoft closed down City of Heroes back.
I have to play this someday.
Back in 2012, but luckily the source code was leaked by one of the devs before it completely vanished. The Homecoming server was one of the first to keep the game alive via private servers, not too long after the closure, and did so in secret. For several years, only those who'd been trusted with access.
Man, imagine being a fucking superhero and you can't fly and you're just the guy who has to run everywhere. You know you got fucked. At least Batman gets a car.
Were able to play on the server. It'll be a few more years before the Homecoming server went public, and the reason it stayed secret for so long was to basically avoid legal ramifications. However, in the background, it was seeking a license agreement with NCSoft, and eventually, what people assumed was impossible, NCSoft granted them that right. They were now an officially licensed City of Heroes server, which is the first time a private server has officially resurrected a dead MMO. There are, of course, other City of Heroes servers with similar setups, but this is the only officially licensed one. So the good news is, it's not likely to get closed down anytime soon. This is probably the first
We'll see about that.
time ever that NCSoft has endorsed a free-to-play server with no pay-to-win. I feel like this is some ploy in a bigger evil plan. In number 2, we have Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning.
This is another one I actually want to play. I never played this. I couldn't get a hold of this back in the day. And it's on a list, on a backlog of something I want to play.
People in the comments disagreeing and saying this should be number 1, and I can certainly see why. This is once again another EA blunder. Warhammer was closed down.
Oh, don't tell me EA is involved.
Back in 2013, and as you can imagine, the community were up in arms about it.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Every time.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Luckily though, one of the fans were tech savvy enough to set this up on a private...
Wait, hold on. Can you play private servers on stream? Wouldn't Dan Clancy be angry? Well, I can play private servers on stream for one specific reason that no one else can. I'm a literal fucking nobody. So I can get away with it.
Private server, which means we can all still enjoy this title today. This free-to-play MMO has been running for over 10 years now with no issues. Age of Reckoning was popular for its perfect blend of PvE and PvP content, and of course players are a huge fan of the Warhammer IP. The game has regular seasonal events, balancing and bug fixes, and the population can vary from time to time. Either way though, it's amazing to think that this voluntary project is doing better than some AAA studios. It goes without saying that what these guys have achieved with this server is nothing but outstanding. And it was very close between this and what's number 1, but either way, check this game out. It's definitely worth your time.
If he fucking says ESO private server, I'm gonna be so mad at him.
Before we look at number 1, just a special shout out to some of the following private MMOs. These ones aren't necessarily the most popular, and some of them aren't even finished, but it's worth mentioning because
I recognize this, and I can't figure out what this is. I recognize this. Oh yeah, this is New World, but they updated the graphics.
Because honestly, they could do with more support for their project. The first special mention is of course WildStar. Some dedicated fans have made a private server for WildStar, which allows you to play the first couple of basic tutorial missions, but after that, there isn't any more questing. You can, however, explore the open world, and you can even do player housing. I think we've got some time before it's the fully finished project. I'm more excited for the completion of the WildStar private server than I am some upcoming MMOs.
I'm playing that, by the way.
The Matrix Online private server has been ongoing for quite some time now, but unfortunately, it's still just a shadow of the game that it once was. You have all the ability to go and explore, but unfortunately, there is zero questing and zero combat. It plays out more like some strange VR chat room than it does a MMO. It is a fun one to check out. There was a point where Disney kept releasing MMOs, and one in particular was Pirates of the Caribbean Online. Some dedicated fans have brought this title back to life in its full glory, and I mean it is literally the whole game. The only thing it doesn't have is a huge population, but what it lacks in
I don't like this view. I don't want that's like fucking Play-Doh Jack Sparrow giving you the fuck me eyes now.
The size it makes up for in a wholesome community. And last honourable mention goes to Asheron's Call. It was one of the first MMORPG.
Oh man, I forgot about Asheron's Call. Oh man, I haven't thought about this forever. He's unlocking memories for me here.
To ever release, and sadly it closed down quite some time ago. But if you want some 1999 jank in your life, I strongly advise to go check this out. Personally, I tried it myself, and I just struggled with the controls. That's enough yapping from me. Let's take a look at the #1 private server you should check out in 2025.
If you fucking, I swear to God, if you say Elder Scrolls Online, I will find you and I will put you down. I swear to God, you better not fucking say yes, sir.
There might be a possibility that I'm being slightly biased because I am a massive Star Wars fan.
Of course.
But you know what? This is my video and I'm putting Star Wars Galaxies.
Of course. It's not going to be the Old Republic, it's going to be Galaxies.
At #1. I wasn't around to play Star Wars Galaxies when it first came out, and I wasn't around when it closed down. Which is why I'm thankful that private servers even exist, because I would have missed this opportunity. When you look at the history of Star Wars Galaxies, it feels kind of criminal that they closed this down and then replace it with Star Wars The Old Republic. It doesn't seem like a fair one-for-one trade. Although Star Wars The Old Republic is looked upon quite fondly by a lot of fans, I think by far Star Wars Galaxies was the more popular title. And
so the problem with Star Wars Galaxies was it was incredible back in the day because it was an unsolved game. The problem is everything about it has been solved, and because of that, there's no wonder or magic anymore. I don't think the Matrix Online ever got. Oh, what's up, Reliance? It's been a while. Online ever got past being a shell of a game. Yeah, no, they did the outline of the horse, and then they decided they wanted a penguin instead, and they didn't draw it, they just imagined it and told you it was a penguin.
the stronger title at that. Bad management caused this once great MMO to close down, and thanks to a dedicated fan base, there are several private servers that you can play on today and experience the nostalgia that is Star Wars Galaxy. Not only that, some of these servers have been adding their own content as well as rule sets.
Fucking, I can't believe they put Frogan in the game.
To give even the most veteran player a refreshing playthrough. A lot of the original systems that were in Galaxies were influential to modern day MMOs, and even by today's standards, still does a better job than some existing MMOs. There are several private servers to choose from, with Legends and Restoration being the two most popular, each with their own unique rule sets, with each server trying to correct the errors that were put into play by the old devs. I personally have been enjoying playing Star Wars Galaxies and hope to have a full review sometime this year. For me, Star Wars Galaxies brought people the ultimate MMO experience. You don't have to be the main character. You can literally be a dancer in a cantina, you could be a space merchant going around selling goods, or you could just be a pilot. It is completely up to you as to how you played the sand.
It's just a picture of Hassan when he doesn't shave.
To how you played the sandbox MMO RPG. And to be brutally honest, you won't see a MMO RPG quite like this one ever again. I don't think we'll ever get another Star Wars MMO. I just think it's never going to happen at this point. Which makes me so thankful that people can still play Star Wars Galaxies to this day. In reality, it should be dead and it shouldn't be playable, but here we are, and that's why it's number one on my list. And on that bombshell, I'm going to end the video there.
How long do you think before Disney comes to fuck the ass off of all these private servers? Because they own Star Wars now, right? Disney is just, like, the Eye of Sauron just hasn't looked in this direction yet.
As always, if you have liked my content, then please leave a like on the video. As I said earlier, if you get this video to 2,069 likes, I'll do a 100-hour review of Ultimate Online. And please subscribe so
Do it. People need to like this video, make his life hell.
I don't feel so washed up. I am very close to 50k subs, but as you can see, I haven't quite reached it yet. And where would I be without shitting my own website? Honestly, I have some good guides on there and some information about private servers, and even some other creators have posted articles. So please give it a click. And a massive thank you to my Patreon and YouTube members. As a whole, YouTube has been very up and down for me this year, so to have people backing me and giving me support has really meant a lot to me. So
yeah,
thank
good for
you.
him. He's been making gains last year and this year. Sawman's doing good. He's making gains. Sooner or later, he will be sponsored by some mobile bullshit company where he shills you like the new NFT scam or something, and then he'll live in a mansion, or at least a fancier doghouse. Well, it's not that easy to nuke private servers. Yeah, but this is Disney we're talking about. Disney will go out of their way to fucking ruin anyone's life. They are the Nintendo of movies, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they found a way. Have you checked out Schedule 1 by Fleekazoid? Yes, I have. So this is the thing, is Fleekazoid makes such unique content, and the way he speaks, it's almost impossible to react to one of his videos, Filter, because it's like, there's nothing you can say edgeways because he's just that good. He's just above giving commentary on top of. So yeah, I watch them, but I watch them for entertainment purposes, like alone and stuff. Motherfucker has ascended into a crazy person, and he's so good at it. Now, as I said, it's time for some Built for Big Black Desert Online. I always said that. I definitely didn't say that because it turns out that the fucking whatchamacallit, I definitely didn't say that because you know, the Dune MMO shut down a few hours ago. This was always the plan. This was exactly what I planned from the beginning. I didn't do this because this was going to happen. Fuck. Let's play some Built for Big Black Desert Online. You're going to play the child hero for BDO. Is that... Well, I'd play the child hero if I could... if there was in-game voice chat and like open voice comms all the time, and I had a voice changer to sound like a little child so we could entrap pedophiles. That's when I'd play it. I'm pretty sure I pressed this button, didn't I? Oh man. Oh man, maybe I've got a separate launcher for this. Hold on. I think I've got a separate launcher for this. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this even fucking works. It slowed down my fucking mouse. You motherfucking game. It changed my fucking DPI without my permission. No means no, Black Desert. Let's just open that shit up right there. Put that over there. Hit the confirm button. Wow, my account was unlocked. Okay, now I want to see if this game still does what it used to do, right? Because it tells you a region of residence. I want to see if the game, when it... There we go. Focus, goddamn. Okay, I want to see if this game is going to immediately give me Turkish. Because every single time when I used to open this game in the past, and I was trying to record some like beginner footage for different videos and shit, it would automatically put the game in Turkish. Activate Steam God Mobile. Yeah, I'll do that later. Start the fucking game. Agree. I don't even know what Sheem's Trime is. That bottom, that top right corner. I don't even fucking remember putting that in there. Come on. Come on. Tell me if you want to be boosted. I don't want to be boosted. I need the new player experience, which is basically creating a character and then jerking off like an animal. Oh, thank you, Pulibus. Oh, that's exactly where I wanted the game. I don't know how you knew that. Man, you're so good at this. Wow, I love Black Desert.
You gonna make a joke about the new war. Also, I got a new plane gifted by Qatar.
It still puts the game in fucking Turkish. At this point, I'm gonna bomb someone. Now I need to fucking figure out Turkish in the top left-hand corner of my fucking screen. Trying to figure out, oh my god. I don't know what any of this fucking shit says. Every time. Every fucking time. Oh, god damn it.
When I wanted to play with my friends from the EU, being from South America, I had to create an account directly on their website and buy it there. That's why I told you to create an account directly on their website
I'm not gonna
and buy it
create
again.
a whole new ass account.
Otherwise, it will send you to your nearest server, and you won't be able to change it.
We'll just greet everyone by saying, you know, mashallah, salam alaikum. Let's fucking beat some bitches up. You know, women shouldn't read. Good shit like that. Fucking like, okay. Okay, one step at a time here. One of these has to be a thing that says fucking change the game language to English. Anglicize. I'm assuming that means English. That's the sound settings. Well, I wouldn't fucking know that now, would I? Because I don't speak Turkish. Is that it? Anglicize. Onyala. No, that didn't help. Taiwan. What the fucking? What the fuck? So, someone, I'm sorry, but someone needs to find who dev'd out this game and just shoot up that guy's kid's school. Just a little bit, not a lot, like just a little bit. Like, I'm not saying hit the kids. I'm just saying scare them enough that they understand. Okay, Bulge. You're telling me to go to Bulge. Anglicize. Tamam. I'm assuming this means English. Uygula. The only words I know in Turkish are sikimiye because that's what a Turkish man once told me when I beat him in StarCraft 2. Gary AI. Go to Do. It's telling me to go to Do. Do Ayari. I don't see Delayari here. Ask Croc. I don't think Croc can even fucking help me here. Click Ulguya on the bottom. Ulguya. Anglicize. 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 Ulguya. It didn't help. Press the home button. I got some bad fucking news for you. No, don't take. Oh. Now I can't. Okay, fuck you. Fuck off. We're gonna start this again. Press uninstall game. I mean, what do you want from me? Hi there, I would like a game that's not in fucking Turkish. How do I make that happen? Chindian, thanks for the follow. That's my problem. Okay. I don't even remember entering this name, so I don't know where it comes from. And now the whole fucking website is in Turkish. If God doesn't hate me, Allah fucking certainly does, because he's trying to fuck me over here. Wow, it actually thinks I'm in Benoni. Holy shit, that's actually pretty far from where I am. That's impressive. Man, Benoni's the fancy area. It fucking God. Polybus needs to fix this shit. Okay, let's try this again. Blame Erdogan. They're too poor to afford English translation now. They had to remove it from the game to pay for Turkey's mistakes with their economy. Hey, okay. It's full screen now. That's a good sign. Won't let me skip shit. Oh my god, it's in English. I just needed to restart this piece of shit. Oh. Graphics. Remasters. I want to see some omega tits in this game. I want to see the best tits in existence. Don't you fucking dare. It's going to tell me to restart the game, isn't it? Ulguya. Okay, it's applied. Okay, good. Is this telling me to play this fucking game at 20 frames per second? Prioritize effects, prioritize performance. Adjust how far away from other adventurers will be visible. Listen, I got a 4090 in my system for a reason. Okay. Let's see if this old ass piece of shit game can handle this. Reduce snow buildup. No. Far away NPCs. Yeah, okay, that's all good. That's fine. Where's the motion blur setting? Camera performance. Adjust the intensity of all camera effects. Hey, 4090 for a reason. I want to see those tits moving. Workers and pets. Show workers work process. What does that even fucking mean? I think you can just turn off FPS limit that. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that. Also, alert, I nearly called you clit. I nearly did that. Low power option will reduce FPS. Turn off to improve game performance. Oh, absolutely. We will ulguya all those effects. System should be able to handle it. Let's see if we can play this game with a fucking 4090 in it. Show all pets. Don't hide NPCs. I don't know what work progress is. Sounds like slavery, but we'll handle that. It'll be fun. UI scale. I'm not gonna fuck with the UI scale because I feel like if I touch that, things are gonna go bad. I'm pretty sure you can see your slaves in the game going between jobs if you turn on the worker setting. Okay, but since we're forced to play the game in native Turkish, I hope all of them are wearing their dustbin bags. I want to see some dusty ninjas walking around here. Photo folder. Set the displays colors. I'm not gonna fucking touch that. Screenshots. Are you fucking serious? You gotta take some pictures to jerk off to. Man, I bet the camera settings are the most things. Please turn down the volume. You're right, that's probably a little bit loud, isn't it? Probably dial that back a little bit. We'll see how their volume like lands. We will ulguya those. And now we're gonna start this game. Now, I think I do have a character on this account, but I was using it just so I could look at her fat ass while I made that bangability tier list. Okay, main server. Okay, I don't know what any of these are, but if I see Turkish, I'm changing servers. I see we've got a season 1. No idea what that means. We've got XP. How do I change these to not Turkish servers? Break the game. I think I just broke the game by alt-tabbing. Here's the guide on how to change it. So this is a common problem that there's a fucking guide about this. Best way to change servers? Telling me I need to use a fucking VPN.
What's up guys, in this short tutorial I will show you how to change your Black Desert Online server region.
Yeah, tell me how to change my big Black Desert.
Easy tutorial. Everything you need will be listed in the description below. Make sure to close Black Desert Online and open up your Steam library. Here, Right-click Black Desert Online and navigate to the game's properties. On this window, in the General tab, you can add launch options. These commands will apply every time you...
Oh, we can't change it, huh, Keith? Oh, is that what you said? I don't know. It looks like we can. It looks like I don't have to play in Ulguya land. Oh, look at that. Okay, huh. Looks like I don't have to walk around with a bomb vest. And and no money. It looks like I don't have to locate where Hassan lives and beat him up. Shit down his mouth. I think that's that. Wait, no, that's the Middle Easterners with Instagram models. Never mind. Okay,
up your Steam library.
Okay.
Here, right-click Black Desert Online and navigate.
Okay, cool.
To the game's properties. On this window, in the General tab, you can add launch options. These commands will apply every time you launch.
Launch options. Wait. He needs to open it via a peer launcher, not the Steam. No. We got some options here.
Use the launch option, region selection true. You can copy it from the description below. When you next launch Black Desert Online, you will be prompted to choose a server region, which can help you in reducing server-related lag. I hope this helped you out. Leave a comment.
Okay, let's fucking Ulguya this game now. You give me these fucking options. Come on. Come on. Don't fuck me. Don't you fuck me on this. Where's it? You know, it's been a while since I've contemplated suicide. But Black Desert and Turkey is helping me get there pretty fast. Pretty fucking consistently. Okay, let's see if I've got the Black Desert launcher. I think I may have it separate. Don't you fucking Ulguya me. Oh, I think I might have it. I think I might have it. I think I might have a separate account. Oh, I think I've got it. It's just making me into a bunch of bullshit. Definitely read the terms of service. I definitely did that. there's what we needed. Okay. I had it separately on my PC. I just haven't updated this version. So what I need to do is set this version, this Turkish piece of shit version, on fire. Shut up, kid. I don't need you fucking sitting here. Tell me you told me so and you were right. Okay, I already know you were right. God damn it. Don't fucking Ulguya me like that, you bastard. God damn it. Yeah, have some AI music while I figure this shit out.
High above our tiny stature rises golems built by mind so wide.
I don't remember this one.
In our labs and secret places, strength and brilliance in...
Nah, okay. That one's gay. This is the Asura fornication song. Yeah, that's why I changed it. I don't want to hear about Asura having sex right now. I'm already having to deal with the Turkish.
In shadows deep where legends roam, her thighs of iron call me home. A grip so fierce it took my breath, facing rose and dancing with death. Air's thighs, they crush like waves on stone. Rose cries, now lost and overthrown. In the clash of might,
much better song.
power shown, choking life where darkness is known.
Much better song.
With every move, the earth would quake. Bound in steel, no chance to break.
Are you fucking kidding me? Don't patch again.
Was sealed that night. Strength of their
If this is the Guna game, I've got to say, it's doing everything in its power to make me as soft as fucking possible.
rose cries, now lost and overthrown. In the clash of might, her power
Jesus Christ.
choking life where darkness.
Oh, come on, don't fuck. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. Motherfucker. Okay, you know what? I need a piss. I need another piss. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab myself a snack. Enjoy the music. It's just gonna keep auto playing. I'll be right back. God damn it.
Every move the earth would quake.
Motherfucker.
Bound in steel, no chance
Can't
to
believe the
break.
game Ulguyad me like that.
Rose fate was sealed that night. Strength of her obliterates the fight. Air's thighs, they crush like waves on stone. Rose cries, now lost and overthrown. Thrown in the clash.
There you go. You can stare at that.
Her power shown, choking life where darkness is known. In the echoes of their fierce duels, bent by air's force as cruel, a legend carved in flesh and bone. Her thighs, a story on their own. Air's thighs, they crush like waves on stone. Rose cries, now lost and overthrown. In the clash of might, her power shown, choking life where darkness is known. He's the loner in the corner no one sees. Eyes like winter, chilly breeze. Lost in shadows, cries of pain. Building storms in his brain. Hey girl, you got the key to stop the madness. He's ready to flee. Just a smile or a touch today could keep the monsters at bay. She lifts her head, why can't they see? Beneath the oddity, there's a plea. A heart that's broken and needs a start. A chance to heal that shattered part. Hey girl, you got the key to stop the madness. He's ready to flee. Just a smile or a touch today could keep the monsters at bay. The world's on fire with no reprieve. Hope's a lie and trust they deceive. But give the weird kid a lifeline fast and prevent a tragedy that could last. Hey girl, you got the key to stop the madness. He's ready to flee. Just a smile or a touch today could keep the monsters at bay.
Now let's hope there's no more of this fucking Uguya bullshit. Ugh. Let's see. Has the game decided? No, I can go fuck myself. Okay. God. Come on, does it really need to download that much to make titties jiggle? Jesus Christ. This is probably going to be a prep for me playing fucking Black Desert Online because it's going to be another 4 hours. There are better ways to design a game, Polybus. But that's fine. This is now like an eating stream. That's what this is. You know, now if I was Amaranth, this is where I'd make my money. Is eating penis-shaped food on cam. That's how you do it, right? Obviously, you gotta have like the shot like this, though, right? You gotta be Amaranth in a fucking pink thong, eating something that looks like a half floppy dick, and just going like,
I can't assist with that request. If you have any other ideas or prompts,
got blow first to in it. You know what? I've planned for that game as well. You can select the Steam files directly. You know what? I'm not gonna do that because I'm so scared it turns it Turkish. I'm terrified that it scans those files and it's like, oh, okay, Turkish. And then we're back at fucking square one. Oh! A fucking spring rollers. Yeah, I am a pussy. I'm fucking terrified. You're goddamn right I am. There's no Turkish language in EU. So what you're saying is there's no Turks allowed in the EU. That's what I'm hearing.
Sorry, but I can't assist with that request. If you have any other ideas or prompts that are more respectful and appropriate, feel free.
The Chinese may have gotten a lot wrong in life. Eating babies and dogs. Having too many doctors. Murdering all the Chinese bitches. And just having dudes everywhere and turning their country into a fucking sausage fest. But they got spring rolls right. And I think, in a way, that's beautiful.
But I can't assist with that request. If you have any other ideas or prompts that are more respectful.
I don't know what the fuck they put in those rolls either, Pete. And I almost don't want to know. If I'm eating some like Ming Bao's fucking aborted daughter, I don't want to know. Spring rolls are Vietnamese. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Carrigan, that I don't make a distinction on the timeline of the next place to be annexed by China. I'm so sorry. First Taiwan, then Vietnam. America didn't lose a war in Vietnam just so China couldn't annex them, okay? It's just gonna take some time.
On the open range, he spent his
First India, Pakistan.
with a
Then we'll worry
heart
about the
full of
rest of that.
dreams in so many ways. But life took a turn, as fate sometimes can. For this rugged cowboy, this stalwart man.
You know what? While we're waiting, I might as well go see the god of Black Desert Online. See if he's got any advice for me.
Deep inside,
See if he's got any recent videos that'll be useful.
you can't hide. With a tear in his
Oh.
eye, he faced the storm.
Hold on.
For a family he
Hold
dreamed of.
on. Keep in mind
Unborn. He said,
that when you redeem a song, right, I have to approve it manually. I haven't figured out how to automate that part of it. So here, let's approve your song. So yeah, I have to approve it manually because sometimes the AI is like, I'm not going to do that song, fuck you. And then I have to like finagle your prompt to get it to work because it's not fair that you'd redeem points and not get it when I could just, you know, adjust it a little bit. Let's see what we got here. Apparently this is hopeless metal. Doesn't sound too hopeless to me. This spring roll is so good. It's not bad, it's a little bit generic, this song. So what makes spring rolls Vietnamese and not Chinese? Because where I go to get all Asian food comes from a Chinese dude who runs a place called Kung Fu Kitchen. And you can get everything from Japanese to every single fucking technique. Hey, I fucking should have seen that coming. There's a Chinese dude who runs a place called Kung Fu Kitchen, right? And Kung Fu Kitchen, he does all Asian food. There's like no difference. And there's just one dude in the back with a wok. And I don't know how he makes like 700,000 different things. And sushi. And spring rolls. And what I hope is pork. And pigeon soup. But he does. Oh god, that's good. And you can tell those spring rolls are good because I can feel my blood pressure rising. Fried tteokbokki. I have no idea what the hell that is. Let's Google that while we wait for this infinite download. I swear to God, XR, if this is some weird Asian porn where I'm about to see an octopus come out of a woman's pussy or something. Korean dish stir-fried rice cakes. I've never had this before. I've literally never seen this. I'll have to ask the next time I'm there. It looks pretty good. I'm gonna upset you if you're Asian right now, right? My favorite dish, my favorite meal of all meals that I've ever had ever, is an ultra spicy Chinese hot pot.
Super sits down with us, Chivy's grin, got his tail in his paws.
Oh wait, that's the same song as before. So, I really like super spicy Chinese hot pot, right? It's one of my favorite meals. And I gotta say, I had shabu shabu, and I was disappointed. I was real disappointed. And it's gonna upset Koreans. I know it's gonna upset Koreans. But it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good as the super spicy hot pot. The barbecue shit, fantastic. Wins the stream with the Carolina Reaper, or at least a ghost chili pepper. The problem is I'm liable to scratch my dick and balls after touching that thing, and then I'm going to the hospital. Did you know shabu in my nation is a Schedule 1 product? What the fuck? What, you mean it's not Korean hot pot? I don't know what oil they use for frying, but everything. It's probably sesame seed oil. Or the drained blood of babies. One of the two. Where was I? I'm just going to click randomly. Just going to click random. Let it randomize the list.
Painted mask, a cap so green.
Oh, this is my test song.
Greedy demons running wild.
Sometimes they tone it down for Westerners. They don't tone it down for me. I know the guy. So there's this little mom and pop Chinatown shop called Chongqing Hot Pot, right? And the first few times I went to Hot Pot there, they did tone it down. They dialed it back for me, right? And I kept on saying to them, it's not hot enough. It's not spicy enough. It's not spicy enough, right? And eventually they realize there's something wrong with me. And now whenever I go there, without even asking me, they bring out the spiciest hot pot they can manage. And like, even the owner's son is like, dude, you gotta stop. How are you not doing handstands in the fucking shower every night? And I love it. It's amazing. Let me dial that music. Let me dial that back a little bit. There we go. Now you can hear me. Nah, the music was a little bit loud there. They did dial it back. They were like, white boy comes in here, thinks he can handle spice, right? They don't understand something though, right? I'm not your regular white boy. I grew up with an Italian grandfather who was from northern Italy. And his favorite thing to do was to try and grow the spiciest chilies he could in his garden. And this was when I was like 4 or 5 years old, and I didn't understand what I was doing, and I was being a little bastard. He loved chili, so he put chili in everything. When I was dropped off with my grandfather as a kid, I would go to his house, I would walk into the garden and eat every single fucking chili off of every chili bush he had. And he had like 20 of them. Did he move to South Africa after 1945? So he escaped World War II, right? And he was in Zambia, then in Namibia, then in South Africa. And my grandfather used to get so fucking angry because he never caught me. And he thought it was like the birds or something. But every time he wasn't looking, I'd go into his garden and I'd eat every single fucking chili off of every bush. And he was so angry. He was mad. We have the best spice blend in the world. Taste Atlas. I don't even know what the fuck that is. I just know I like chili. It's really, really nice. Here's the problem, right? A lot of people have this issue where they look at chili and they think, oh, it's got to be the hottest thing imaginable, right? It's got to be so spicy. But if you're sacrificing flavor for just making it spicier, you've lost your way. If it's going to be super spicy, it's got to have some goddamn flavor to it as well. You can't just sacrifice all the flavor just because you want it to be as hot as fucking possible. That's such a mistake. There's this, like, I've noticed this, there's this obsession people have with the Scoville scale of, like, reading, like, chilies and shit like that. And along the way, they lost the magic of what spice was supposed to do. Right? They do this thing where they obsess so much about making it, oh, this is the spiciest dish ever, but it tastes like shit. The worst hot sauces I've ever tasted in my life were in the US. Where they like super flaming, burn your asshole off kind of shit, right? And I tasted it, and I'm like, I can handle the spice, but it tastes like garbage. It tastes like ass. It tastes like someone ate this and shit this out with 5 dead, rotted raccoons around it. Why would I eat this? It's the worst thing I've ever tasted. Sounds like the bomb. I've never had the bomb. I've seen that on the hot ones, but I've never had that one. I don't really do spicy food, but my understanding of spice is very simple. If your asshole can't handle it, then it's too spicy. Well, I gotta disagree with that one. There have been many a night when I've had like an Indian prawn vindaloo and thought it was fucking delicious. And I paid for it the next day. My asshole was fucking redder than a fucking highlighter. But I never regretted it. I sat there clutching my stomach, being like, my intestines are a pussy, but my tongue can handle it. I'd do it again, and no one could stop me. And I did, many times. Many a time. I still remember once someone tried to like prank me with Tabasco sauce. We had like these spicy chips, right? They weren't really like spicy as in like hot chili spicy. They just had a lot of flavor on them. at university, and one of my buddies was like, we're gonna give the white guy a ton of Tabasco sauce. And he put it all in my chips and I barely noticed, and he was very confused. He was like, what the fuck? I'm like, what? He's like, I put so much Tabasco sauce on it. I'm like, what, did you put the green one or the red one? And he was like, I put the red one. I'm like, that's the weakest one, asshole. It's not gonna do anything. What's wrong with you? At least put the green one. Tabasco is ketchup water. Yeah, it pretty much is. I don't know who thinks Tabasco, like, okay, my wife can't handle spices. She thinks fucking water is spicy. But that's because she's French. But I literally grew up eating every single spice under the sun. You don't live in a country like mine and not have spice in your food. That's just like illegal. Uncle has the black Tabasco. That's just the green Tabasco sauce that's gone off. that one may have rotted away a little bit. It's not that good. Is there a black Tabasco sauce? I've never heard of that. I've only ever seen green and red. Oh, it exists. Look at that. Huh. Yeah, this shit's not spicy. I got another one that really actually upsets me. I don't know if anyone knows sriracha sauce. Sriracha sauce to me is like what happened to Cocoa Pops. Something happened. I'm not sure what, I'm not sure when, and I'm not sure where. But there was a point in time where Cocoa Pops went from amazing and they changed something about it. And I'm not sure what they changed. But they taste like shit now. And the same thing happened to sriracha sauce, where it was really good in the past. It had flavor. It wasn't the spiciest thing on earth. It had like actual flavor. And then there was a point in time where I tasted sriracha and I was like, this doesn't taste like it used to. Something changed here. And it wasn't spicy. It's not gonna like make you fall over dead. It fucking... I sat there just staring into space being like, why does this taste like shit? Something changed. Sriracha is basically slightly spicy ketchup. Yeah, pretty much, right? But it tastes nice. It tastes good. And then it just didn't one day. And I know they changed the formula of how it's made. I don't know how. Whatever was giving me cancer before they changed the formula, they need to go back to that thing that was giving people cancer. Craft dinner used to be good, but you see, I've never had a craft dinner. We didn't get that down here. I like Tabasco for its black, green, olive-like flavor. I think, like, Tabasco is kind of like a... It's kind of like salt, I suppose. Where it's like it makes things taste better, but it's not overpowering. It's not like it takes away from the thing you're eating, which makes it nice. And that's the problem. Is like, I'm concerned about one day tasting something like a Carolina Reaper. And my concern isn't actually the spice. My concern is that it's just gonna taste shitty. If that makes sense. Like, it's just gonna, like, taste like ass. That's spicy. I've also got another problem with spice, actually. There's one downside to spice for me. And I think this is a white people genetic thing. And it's Szechuan peppers. Everyone else tells me that Szechuan peppers taste amazing. But every single time I've tasted Szechuan peppers, it tastes like soap. Apparently that's like a genetic thing, where some people have it where like they taste like cilantro, and it just tastes like soap to them. I've got that, but with Szechuan peppers. It's really disappointing because every time I eat something with Szechuan peppers, it tastes like I'm eating a fucking bathtub. It doesn't even numb my tongue. It just, I taste soap. That's all I taste. It just tastes like soap to me. Not spicy soap, just soap. And I know that for a fact, because when I was a kid, I called my teacher. How do I say this? I called my teacher the F slur in front of the entire class because she was behaving like the F slur. And what she did in response was she grabbed me, took me to the bathroom, and washed my mouth out with soap. This was like back in the day. This was, I must have been like 6, I think. 5 or 6. It was like just, actually no, it must have been 4 because it was just before I entered school. So it was like, it was still like preschool kind of thing. And that old bitch grabbed me and dragged me into the bathroom and like actually washed my mouth out with soap. And when I tasted Szechuan peppers, it brought that memory right back to me. You need to buy the game. No, don't fucking tell me that. Don't tell me. Okay, fuck it. Free trial. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No! Oh, I didn't select the region! No. No. Don't fuck me on this. Don't turn me fucking Turkish. It was on Europe. I fucking hope so. I hope so. The game routinely goes on sale for like $5 on Steam. I've got it on Steam, but Steam keeps giving me the fucking Turkish version. I think I actually bought it for $5 on Steam. If I have to buy it again, I'll just wait for the sale. $5 is too high. Yeah, it's goon time. You better not fuck me. If I see Turkish writing, I'm be fucking mad. I'm gonna turn off the stream so I can phone someone at Perlibus and start fucking sending them death threats. God damn it. Oh, finally. I'm going to have to do all the settings again, aren't I? Oh. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not looking at Turkish writing right now. Oh, the relief I just felt is fucking immense. Let's full screen that shit. Don't fuck up. We good? Optimizes UI, blah, 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 blah. Yes. Okay. General settings. Region, English, global, English. Thank you. System tray sound. Don't care about that. Nearby music. Overall volume. Did it keep my settings? Did it actually somehow keep my settings? Display settings. UI scale. Crop mode. Display quality. It kept my settings. Holy shit. Render in-game graphics. Smaller than the actual no, absolutely not. We're gonna upscale that shit. I don't have an AMD card, so I'm not gonna play with this. Low power option off, that's right. Display filter, blah, blah, blah. Remove others' effects. No, absolutely not. Turn that shit off. Okay, didn't save my settings. I was getting excited there. Camera vision range. Max that shit out. Motion blur can fuck right off. Vibration. Oh. Oh. Yes, I have a 4090. A PC I could never afford, but luckily there's a guy in Cape Town who runs a PC building shop. And he saw my Guild Wars 2 video and he was like, I can use this as a tax write-off. Do you want this? But the motherfucker screwed me. He put an Intel core in it. No wonder he wanted it as a tax write-off. I think that's all good. FSR doesn't care what GPU you have, but it's not great. Okay, well, we'll leave it off. Does he need any more tax write-offs? I'll ask him. Ultra? What's better? What do you think is better? Remastered or Ultra? It's very strange that Ultra isn't here between very high and remastered. It's a very strange setting. But I'm going to assume that it's been remastered for a reason. Color vision age. Okay. You know what'd be really dick? Is if they took these color vision aid things and they made only this section the color of whatever the color vision people can't see. Just to fuck with them. What's that say? Oh, I guess it doesn't have that accessibility. Okay, I guess that's good. Her son was arrested at the airport. For what, trying to kill a Jew in public, or was he trying to bomb someone? Leave it off because FSR 1 sucks. Okay, I'm going to leave it off. I'm just going to leave it off. I'm not even going to bother looking at it. This all looks good. Alright. Now let's design the world's dirtiest hole. Welcome to Big Black Desert. Adventurers will start their journey on the Season server, where new adventurers can enjoy various benefits. Black Desert is a world where you can freely choose from and move between any server at any time. That way we don't have to tell you about server Hey, hello. Hey, the graphics did get better. Fucking hell, god damn. They've got to find this uniform for my wife, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? I click on a warrior and it just... Oh, what the hell? Yes. Full screen mode. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Wow. Such incredible game. I can't believe it doesn't have a higher player base. When it can't even fucking... Oh, god damn it. What a fucking disaster. Let's just fix this. No, that's not the right one. There we go. It's so amazing. Wow, I can't believe they've done such a good job with the UI. What do you expect from a mobile first game? I mean, fair. What I mean, damn. Why would I ever expect them to do a good job? You know, it's very strange. I click in this top right corner and the game immediately doesn't like it. That's really annoying. Okay, create the trial character. Yes, okay. Let's try that again. You know what? I look at these Asian games, I start to understand why all these fat bitches in America are mad. I get it. Because if you knew this was possible in reality, and you weighed about the same as a house, don't create a trial, you'll be closed in arena. Can't you create any on normal? No, I can't. If I go back, standard. Oh wait, I can. I suppose. He's not really giving me a choice. Holy shit, for all the graphics in the world, you'd think they would have a better fucking UI than this shit. Okay, unplayable. Unplayable dog shit immediately. Fucking... Why won't you let me click on that part of the screen? Again, unplayable dog shit. Hold on, actually, I think I figured out what the problem is. See if that helps fix it. Nope, didn't fix it. Okay, unplayable. Absolutely unplayable, holy shit. What? I don't understand. Why did they make all these unplayable fucking characters? It works great on a phone. I suppose it would work great on a phone because you'd want one free hand to jack off to all this shit. That makes sense. Okay, she's not good at defending against the dick, but she's good at attacking the dick, evading the dick. That's terrible. Comboing with the dick and controlling the dick. She's good at everything except defending. What the f- Okay. Okay, this is ridiculous. I'm gonna fucking play this game. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I can't even play this game in a smaller screen because I can't change the resolution of the game. This is devastatingly retarded. This does remind me of Air. It's looking like a good choice so far. Just a hot scholar. Hey, I put this in my last video. I remember that ass. Biggest problem with this character is the pants are too long. Feels like a DEI thing. This is the college girl you wish you fucked when you went to university, but you never got the chance to because every dude knew she was dumb as a box of rocks and they were trying their luck.
This game
No, babe, I swear it tastes just like a popsicle. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. This is new. Oh, that's perfect. They kept only the important parts of the face
Guardian has
uncovered.
massive fucking tits. I would fuck those tits until my dick stopped working.
You know, there's a phrase when it comes to this. Where's it? Where's it? It was one of them. Here it is. There was a phrase I once heard a long time ago. It's been on the internet forever, so now it's been overused. But the first time I saw this character, that phrase ran through my head, and it was I would drag my dick through a mile of glass just to hear her fart through a walkie-talkie. God damn. They really knew how to design characters, huh? What happened to Western games? What happened? We had such a bright future, and the Asians just came out of nowhere. God damn, they just came. Never mind, they didn't come out of nowhere, they just came. Jesus Christ. I think something's wrong with the animation there. Something tells me that that's not supposed to be happening to the chick from Kung Pao. Ah, finally, a fuckable male character. Now, obviously, this is a very difficult choice to go by. Because what I have to try and figure out is which one of these is the hottest character. Okay, that's the girl out of Kung Pao. That's Wee Woo Girl. Your hair loopies drive me crazy. Yeah, no, not that one. That's the ugliest woman this game has shown me so far. It's fucking weird shit I have to do to select characters. Ah, that's a dude. Doesn't matter. Unplayable. That's better. Much better. Damn, look at that movement. Jesus Christ. What's with the fucking flailing fucking... What the fuck is going on here? This bitch is invincible. Because if I saw that shit, I'd be walking the other direction. I'd be like, she's possessed. Nah, too many clothes. We're getting there. Hey! Yeah! Finally, some gameplay. Just... Okay, unplayable. We can just skip. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting into the kinky shit. God damn. Okay, unplayable, unplayable. Woosah! Wasn't that the thing they said in Bad Boys? To calm down? No, that's way too many clothes. I was gonna say that's way too many. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's borderline. That's like you're going to prison until you see an ID. Okay, I think the choice is obvious. Oh my god. My wife could cosplay this shit. The choice is an obvious one. And then I get to fix the fucking settings at some point. Okay, now we gotta pick a fucking horoscope. We got the Giant. Dreamer, Ambitious, Swift, and Observer. Easier to become friends with an NPC who shares the same horoscope as you. Horoscopes do not significantly affect other aspects of general gameplay. The Camel. It's easy to become friend. Okay, so this is just like a... People who are NPCs with the same sign will be your friend faster. But that doesn't matter. None of the star signs matter when you have tits that fat. I get tired from overtuned character customization. I mean, that's fair, but you can just set the randomizer and come up with the horrifying monstrosity. It should be there, but it's not mandatory. I'd rather it be there and you can just skip it than it not there at all. Yeah, okay, so this is just who you become friends with. Yeah, I think we know which one we gotta go for, because she's gonna have an absolute fucking wagon when I'm done with her. It's not weather, that's background colors. Oh, that one's good. I like that contrast. That's what it's meant to be. Yeah, there we go. God damn. I'm surprised Twitch doesn't ban me for just opening this game on stream. Holy shit. Hair. Hairstyle will be reset, yes. Stop fucking telling me about a hairstyle being reset. How? I don't understand it. I don't understand this game. How do you have graphics this good and the UI is such a big fucking piece of dog shit like this? My god. This is the can I speak to the manager please haircut, so we're gonna skip that one. Jesus Christ, everything about this is fantastic. Let's go with that. Wait, hold on. Is there handlebars? I don't see a handlebars hairstyle, which is a little bit disappointing. What is this? Shape. Is this her hair? Is this for her fucking hair? What is this? What does this fucking do? It's not doing anything. Makes me think of the beta for Scarlet Blade. God damn. Look, that's all that matters. It's when you move the character, its tits jiggle. Just as God intended. You can remove the clothes to see the hair. You can remove the clothes? Where's that button? How do I remove the clothes? This is important. You don't. Headgear. She doesn't have any headgear on. That's not what I wanted to remove anyway. With a body like that, who gives a fuck what her face looks like? Oh, okay, there we go. At least I can see something moving. Aside from her tits. Her ginormous titties. Yeah, no, it looks better. It looks way better when it's straight like that. She looks dumb. That's the point, Filter. You don't want them to be smart when they're this pretty. You'll never get a hold of them. Yeah, that's good. Hold on, is it? Let's have a more realistic hairstyle here. Tips. I have the tip of my dick. Fucking roots. I don't see any change. This is too, like... This is too dark of a color. Hold on. Maybe we choose a ridiculous color, we'll see it. Nope. Oh, okay, now I can see it. What are we going with here? You're too focused on the face, Faith. Here, let me help you. Okay, now I can see what the fuck's going on. Okay, that's better. There we go, we'll go with that. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that's good. Fuck's sakes. This fucking game won't let me click on the right side of my screen. It's ridiculous. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the body. Don't you worry about that. Man, what a dog shit UI. See, they tried to make this face... I can see this is like an attempt at making this face look pretty. But the problem is, it's the lips. The lips fuck it up, and the nose. She's got that like pig nose thing that women think is attractive. And then dudes see it and they just like this. She looks like I could plug a two-prong electric socket up her nostrils. That's the problem. Hey! It just reminded me of a Bleach character. I don't remember her name, but I remember the nuts I busted. The Twilight Girl, Kristen Stewart. God, now I've got to check. No. Okay, fine, we'll go with that face. Even if there's a fucking stupid nose. The most jaundiced woman on the planet. Everyone's like, I can fix her with my cum. Okay, so we got anemia, jaundice, sunburn, hospital. That's radiation poisoning. I'm just gonna leave it there. Oh, we can... We can make the tits shinier. There's a shine light. There's a slider for shine. What the fuck? The tits can glisten. Oh my god. She could be walking around all oiled up. God damn it. These pillar burst assholes need to fix the fucking game's UI. Good lord. Fucking goddamn. I had the perfect one and then I missed it now. Now I can't fucking find it in this mess. I fucking lost it. I'm just gonna leave it there. Okay, this is the shit.
Baby drill that Guardian.
Let's bring that up. You know, one of the problems with the 3D mapping thing is if you're facing her, I feel like sometimes it moves back and forward. As opposed to, like, just side to side. Damn, that's detailed, though. Fucking fix that billboard forehead. Just do that. It's too much chin. God damn. That's ridiculous. Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with this too much because I know I will end up with an abomination. I know I will. I will make a retard character later. Holy Jesus. You know what? I don't even think I'm gonna get to fucking playing the game at this point. I'm gonna go pass out soon. But I'm gonna have to spend tomorrow fucking fixing the UI of this goddamn game and trying to get it to function. What's wrong with your nose? Yeah, so this pig nose shit that people have, I never understood the obsession with it. You want a bitch with a big nose? Fucking no. Okay, no, that's shalom. No, let's fix that. You see, I fucked with the nose, and now I don't know how to make it better. I fucked it up. God damn it. Fuck. Oh well. You're gonna have a fucked up nose. Makeup. Okay, I've seen that look before. Hold on, where is it? There it is. There it is. I'm just gonna say this now. The day I met my wife for the very first time, she had a choker on and black eyeliner. And that was me. That was me done. I was like, I found myself a black belt in dick sucking. And I want to make that makeup run off her face. There's an undo button in the top right. It's too late now. We're in too deep. Okay, we're not gonna fuck with this too much. Are you fucking kidding me? You could give them the heart eyes? This game was made for designing porn. This game was made for porn. This is just a fucking porn game. This is bullshit. This is not an MMO. This is just a game for jerking off. This is such horseshit. And you can, oh my god, you can make the fuck, oh Christ. No one's playing this game. There is not a single player playing this game. This is quite literally people go into the character creator, they jack off, and then they're done for the day. That's it. I refuse to... No. I refuse to fucking believe anyone's playing this game. The fucking cum stains. No one's playing. I'm sorry, no one's playing this game. You can fucking have cum stains on her cheek. Look at this shit. Look at her fucking cheek. That's just cum that she didn't wipe off. This game was made for porn. This is just a porn game. I'm playing a fucking porn game. That's all this is. I understand it now. I get it. And I'm not mad about it. Wrinkles? Absolutely not. We can skip all of that. Whoa, that's creepy. Okay, not that one. Okay, that's better. You can open her fucking mouth. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I'm customizing a sex doll here, not a character to play in a video game. Oh my god. You know that moment where they like shut their eyes tight before before you blast them? Before you give them the mayonnaise shot to the face? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way they didn't know what they were doing. Oh my fucking god. Even the way the lips open and close is... Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's not linear animation. Holy shit. This... This whole game, I feel like I'm not going to hit play now. It's just going to be like, order sex doll. And that's what's coming in the mail. I'll also be coming in the mail. But that's another thing. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. I can see why Blue Squadron plays nothing else but this game. It's making you say, oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. Holy shit. Okay. Well, you know they gotta be wide. You know that shit's gotta be wide. Her star sign is literally the wagon. What the fuck do you think? Of course it's gotta be wide. Oh my god. No, okay, no, we're not having Hank Hill ass here. Thank you very much. That's not happening. How do I fix that? Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, we can make it taller. I suppose Asian women don't really have ass, right? So it kind of makes sense. Make her Latina. I'm not going back. I'll fuck it up. Oh my god. Oh my god, the fucking legs. Plus, that torso is way too long to be a Latino. Latino women are midgets. They're just angry midgets that they turn into fat fucking goblins once you marry them. I know, I've heard the stories. I've heard the tales. Oh my god. Fucking give her orangutan arms. Jesus. You can fuck with the feet? Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna max that out. Jesus Christ. Give me 1 second. I gotta lock my door. I don't need my wife busting through this fucking game. Through my door being like, what the fuck are you doing and finding this? Jesus Christ. No, definitely not going for that neck shit. Jesus. Holy Jesus. And you can give a washboard abs. Of course you can. Of course you can. Why wouldn't you? Why fucking wouldn't you, huh? What's the other direction? Smooth. Ugh. That's a bit gross. That's a little that's a little bit too far. Oh my god. And you can make the tattoos white. The tattoos can be white. Because of course they can. Of course you can just cover her body in cum. Of course, of course. Why not? Why wouldn't you? It's a fucking cum gutters. Yeah, no, she can't. It's more than a cum gutter. Jesus Christ. Those are birthing hips. Those are high T hips. That's you gotta have a testosterone score of at least 800 or above. I hope this is 18 plus. I don't know. We'll find out if I'm banned off of Twitch or not after this. Where's the order now button? I don't see that. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. No fucking way. Now, I fucked around in the character creator before. When I was making my bang ability tier list. I didn't notice there's an... I didn't notice there was an edit pose. No fucking way. No fucking way. And the tits still jiggle! The tits still jiggle! What the fuck? I'm not gonna fuck with this. I don't need you people coming over the thing I just created. Flat ass though. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Asians have figured out the technology for fix this ass. They got the hips right. They just don't have the technology for ass, it turns out. They haven't got that one yet. At least not for the... The ass jiggles. Of course it does. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't the ass jiggle? Sweet Jesus. No, but take off your clothes when you do that. Just give me a second. There's a Guardian class, right? What was this class's name? Doesn't matter, I'll take a screenshot. Don't worry about that. I just remembered something important. Okay. Can you turn off your camera? It's too late now. Damn, look at that tit move when she gets mad. All I'm saying is a woman built like this doesn't need... She can have a head as empty as a fucking... as a bomb shelter after the nuclear air raids passed. She get whatever the fuck she wants in life. My God. The most devastating part of that strike was her hiding the tits away behind the shield. It's a bowl of porn flakes. You're not fucking wrong. Holy fucking shit. I can see why Blue Squadron plays this game all the time. Oh my God. Sweet Jesus. Okay, let's hear voices. Wait, what's this? No. Yeah, touch the titty, that's good. That's good. I feel like I'm filming a porno here, like what the fuck? I can't tell the difference between the voices. But I suppose if you're this attractive, it doesn't matter what you fucking say to people. No, that's a little bit too... That's a little bit too close. Let's hear deep. No, okay, there's an Adam's apple somewhere in there. No. Jesus Christ. Okay, 2 it is. Pay to win. What? Pay to wank? P2W. Fucking goddamn. Who cares how good you do in this game? You're too busy jerking off all the time. We'll go with a traditional Norse name. You probably can't see that behind the thing, so there you go. The perfect name for this character. The kid Air was supposed to have, instead of that fucking walking abortion known as Braham. Oh my God. Oh my God, how the fuck? They downgraded the gear and she just got hotter. What the fuck? Okay, I need to fix the settings. Oh my God. I'm gonna just fix something quick before I click that button. There's something I gotta check, because I think something's fucking with my display here. Yeah. Give me a second. And of course, I break the fucking sound. No, it's not the 4090. It's that my monitor was set at the wrong resolution, so I couldn't click in the top right corner for some reason. It just wasn't letting me do that. Yeah. There we go. Proceed with the tutorial. Oh look, the immediate turn off. Some pay to win shit. Come on, show me them jiggle. I'm not asking for much. Don't crash on me.
Are you awake?
Oh my god, and she's sitting there with her fucking hoo-ha in the wind. And the split down the middle of the dress? Of course.
Was it a nightmare? You even cried out.
Holy Jesus. They're so shiny. God, 10 nice tits, bro. Do they move? I can't tell.
How are you feeling? We must be on our
I'm
way.
feeling all oiled up.
We made it this far. Thanks
I know
to
I've
you.
got to enable all,
You're the
like
first
full screen
person
mode.
to cross this black desert with me.
But I can't get
Let's
to the
press
fucking
onward.
settings yet because I'm in the tutorial.
We're almost there. We stand on the sands of the Black Desert, called such for the long-buried black stones, whose supreme power has captured the attention of many nations. Endless war has painted the dunes with blood. So some know it as the
we've got
Red
keyboard
Desert
turning.
instead.
We've got to fix that as well.
Our destination. Let's hurry.
Damn, look how big this bitch is. Oh, this is my everyday with my wife. It's so good. I can't explain to you, bros, how good it is. But you got a big picture on your side. You see, I can't change the settings because if I try, it takes me to this, and it's like the tutorial is still in progress. Oh my god. Please. Please let them jiggle. Let me just... No, let me just... Ah, Jesus. Stop turning my character. Run, please. God damn it. Hold on. We gotta solve this problem. Excuse me. This game is giving me ideas.
Blood. The Traveler of Ages shall awaken the slumbering heart with their blood.
Oh!
Let us perform the ritual. The knife.
Oh, look at that jiggle.
Wait. What is happening?
Look, I can't believe I'm saying this, Devilish, but yeah, Diddy was right. Maybe he had all that baby oil for a reason.
Your journey ends here.
Fuck off, I'm hotter than you. Left mouse button? Okay.
Elezra, you even brought a mercenary. Are
Yes.
you so desperate to sin?
Put the shield down.
I will not let their tired traditions tie me down. Don't worry about my safety. Unleash your power upon them.
I'll unleash something upon her. That's for fucking sure. Wipe out all enemies. Oh my god. You know what this feels like? With the way that felt, this feels like a fighting game.
Foolish mortals. You're not hurt, are
Oh,
you? I admire
look how
your
oiled up she
resilience.
is. Oh,
Let's sacrifice them to awaken the giant.
good god.
Now, bring their hearts and...
Why do we put up with wives when we could have video game waifus? I'll tell you why, Dean. Because if you find the right one like I did, you can dress them up like the video game waifus. And they'll do it. I just gotta buy more baby oil, because holy shit, Diddy was right about something. Who gives a fuck about the voice acting? There's not a single thing a hot chick has ever said that held any value.
That giant is the key to the ancient ruins.
Do you see what I mean? Who gives a shit? I didn't hear her voice. I was looking at her lips.
We must go after it before it finds the heart.
Jesus Christ. It's like, I mean, I don't know, have you ever met those girls who it's like...
somewhere deep below this desert.
Oh my god, when you zoom in the camera, it doesn't zoom in on the face. I just realized that.
Power we seek.
The tits it goes straight to the tits.
A power so
that was a
pure and
decision that these devs made.
Enough to put the black stones to shame.
It's like when you meet those hot chicks in university. Excuse me, my eyes are up here. We're like, yeah, but your tits are down there. Jesus Christ. Look at those thighs go. I'm gonna have to increase the UI scale. But I can't do that right now because it doesn't let me do that in the tutorial, which is fucking ridiculous. Trying to get me back into modded Skyrim. I mean, is there an all oiled up mod? Is there a Black Desert conversion mod for Skyrim? Because I'm starting to fucking think there should be.
It's been a while.
Oh, it's my balls! Yeah, touch the balls. Don't neglect them.
At all. Take me to Histria. Why is it not responding? Could this be another of that fossil Cartian's tricks?
I don't know. I'm too oiled up to know. Jesus, look at those hips.
What's the matter? Could it be? This voice. Do you hear it?
Well, something's gonna get rubbed raw, but I don't think it's her skin. Let's touch these balls. Nothing wrong with a little 2-on-1 action. Okay, that animation looks terrible. Her fingers look all kinds of fucked up. About to bust a nut in the tutorial. I have no idea what the story's about. You're right, Filter. I'll have to look it up on a wiki later. Okay, that looked bad. For how good the characters look, the animations look fucking miserable. They dressed. Oh my god, there's a schoolgirl pack. Of course there's a schoolgirl pack for your cat. Oh, fucking course there's. This is a fucking Asian game. Of course they did that.
Finally, we've arrived at Histria. We'll have to part ways soon. Too soon, sadly.
What?
Once I hold the hidden artifact, your mission will see its end.
What?
Seems they won't make it easy. Protect me.
My god. Okay, shift and W to dash. Okay. Shift and right mouse button to attack. Oh, right mouse button. I was clicking left. Hold right mouse button to attack the enemy. Shift and F to attack the ancient weapon contingent. I feel like I need a fucking controller for this game. I'm wondering if this game is easier on controller.
I'm glad to have you by my
Oh,
side.
look at the jiggle.
Let's press on. Through that door to our final destination.
Animations look bad because the devs couldn't keep their hands on the keyboard and mouse. I just think they shot so much cum at their GPUs that it fucked up the animations in the process.
This is my
It's not enough play, but okay. So it doesn't get better.
Return to me unscathed.
Fucking Shift F.
For my sake as well.
Okay, things went awkwardly silent. Shift left mouse button. Right mouse button. Hold on. Shift left mouse button. Right mouse button. Shift F. What a fucking strange button can, like, Shift F. Shift A or D. Okay, that's dodge. Wait, A or D plus right mouse button. Okay, that's dodging. Basically. Yeah, I don't feel like I need to focus too much on all of that shit. I can just fucking swing. Jesus Christ. This big bitch is actually really strong. It's interesting. That's weird. I just noticed something. You know what the combat feels like? It feels like Melee in Space Marine 2. Is that a weird comparison? Basically, all you really need to remember for combos is Shift F space left mouse and right mouse button.
Are you injured? No? Good. I was worried.
5 buttons. Yeah, okay. I'll figure that out. Did she just stab me?
Worried
Oh.
that my precious key might get damaged.
She did. She thrust the purple dildo into us.
I was confused when I saw the cradle awaken on its own.
It would be so bad if she just took
But
our
when
clothes
you
off right
two
now.
heard that voice, it all made sense. When Cartian spoke of the key, she wasn't referring to her king. The key was you.
Oh no, I'm on the ground and all vulnerable. It would be terrible if we took our clothes off and scissored in the sand.
Come to me and begin your journey anew.
Sesame timbers.
With this power, darkness will consume Medea.
Isn't Medea that one black singer?
Although, I do
In the
wonder
US?
why you held such power.
Or was that, is
Alas,
that, or isn't she an
that
actress
story
or some
will never
shit?
be told. Thank you for all you've done. Farewell.
Is a gay guy playing an old black woman? Oh, it's one of those movies. Is it like the Black Mrs. Doubtfire? Because I've heard the term Medea before, and I know it had something to do with... What the fuck? Okay, Mountain of Eternal Winter. Experience a brief flashback recounting the story thus far, then awaken in the Mountain of Eternal Winter. Awaken near the mysterious ruins and experience the story of Black Desert from the beginning. Experience a brief flashback recounting the story thus far, then awaken in the Land of Mourning. So yeah, it's telling me new adventurers. So I'm not going to say no to that. We've been disconnected. Because there's a dev somewhere out there who just saw me create this character and is currently downloading the model and the settings, ordering it off of Amazon right now to his house. Which, fair, don't blame him. Oh man, the animations are so bad. For such good character models, the animations are so dog shit. Oh my god, those hips. I feel like I'm looking at my wife. Thought you were dead. Turns out you were only mostly dead. Do you have any idea how bored I was this whole time? Hey, what's with that look? Are you pretending you don't recognize me? You did hit the ground pretty hard. Might have rattled your brains out around a little bit. Someone over there seems to be waiting for you. Sure, may look like a good person. All bad people do. Okay. No one else can see me. Don't fret. Just go talk to them. Whenever, wherever, press that button and we'll be together. I mean, I'd also stick to her like a fly on honey. Okay. Look, I prepared a little something special for you. Eden's Adventures. Man, I gotta increase the size of that. Descriptions. Journal encompasses not only the adventures of Eden, but also those of other Black Desert adventurers. Okay. What do you think? Quite something, isn't it? I'll keep it in your inventory, so read it when you have time. Hee 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 hee. You can find Eden's Adventures in your inventory. Using Eden's Adventure will link you to the adventures. Aha, there it is. There it is, the biggest fucking cope piece of shit thing imaginable. This is, I'm going to say this now, and Blue Protocol convinced me of this. Adventurers boards are the most lazy fucking MMO design choice in the world, because it means the devs were too lazy to integrate it into the fucking game and just made it a UI segment in the background that then just gives you XP. What a shitty system that they keep on putting in games. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh my god. Dear Jesus, how do you put on more clothes and still be that hot? Okay, let's fix the settings here. Okay, display settings. We gotta full screen that shit. I just thought I lost my character. Oh! Oh my god! Okay. What the hell is going on here? Okay, there we go. Okay, just took a moment to adjust. That's fine. That's fine. What else do I have to fix here? Music's not bad. Not bad. Okay. Let's see what we got. I got a good 5 minutes before I'm going to go fuck off and pass out because I got to go to the gym tomorrow. Let's see what we're dealing with. Oh my. Hello. Good morning. I don't know how anyone makes it past the fucking tutorial in this game.
Ah, I see you're awake.
Oh,
Nice
Jesus,
to meet you.
dude.
My name is Eden. I'm a ruins excavator.
Oh, fine. We'll talk to you. I don't remember anything.
Huh? You've forgotten who you are and where you came from.
Oh, get this gay shit
By
out of my
all outward
face.
appearances, you look well enough. Did you hurt your head? We found you without a tall's heart we excavated yesterday. At first, we mistook you for a mummy. What in the world happened?
Probably would have a better time with the controller. You know what? The next time I'm playing Black Desert, I'll strap in a controller. I'll strap on one. See if it works.
Worker, come hither. Haven't you heard time is blackstones?
Oh, that's better. Thank
Sir
you.
Jordine isn't half as patient as I.
At least they know how to design characters.
The eminent Lord Jordine must be as quick as a choppy on a full moon. Now, I would love to hear your story, but it seems like it will have to wait. I was hired to excavate the ruins down below. Since the princess's prodding eyes are upon us, let's continue our conversation there.
No, let's go back to the princess. I have an idea. Okay, enough with this nonsense. We have a contract. We're partners. And what about the White Witch? Human bodies are so fickle. To lose your memories just like that. Give those ancient ruins a look. Maybe they'll jog your memory. Did you plan on sleeping forever? Do you know how bored I was? Okay, that's the same thing as before. Oh my god, okay. Okay, listen. Before I die of a fucking cum clot to the brain, I am gonna have to go get some fucking sleep because I have to get up and go to the gym in like 3 hours. So I'm gonna go pass out. I'm gonna leave it here with Omega Mommy, daughter of Air, the true child Air should have had instead of that fucking abortion called Braham. God damn, I gotta get me some baby oil. My wife's not gonna know what hit her. Next game, Zenless Zone Zero. I suggested it to Muck and he said absolutely not. I'll take a look into it. I don't even know anything about Zenless Zone Zero. But this shit, god damn. Holy Jesus. Dead, God, holy God. Log in tomorrow, following events, whatever. Okay. That's fine. So going to close out the game? Without... Man. Alright. I'm going to fuck off now. I'm going to go get some rest. Jesus Christ, what a game. I'm starting to understand Blue Squadron. I'm starting to get it. I see why this is his favorite game. Who gives a shit how good the gameplay is? Or the voice acting or anything when the characters look like that? Holy shit. I'm actually on a more serious note. I am actually interested to see how the gameplay of Black Desert does play out, because from what little I've played previously, it really felt like a fighting game with the way that you have to combine different buttons and shit. It reminds me of old arcade fighting games, except this is like played from like a third-person MMO standpoint. So I'm actually really interested to see how that works out. Also, I've never tried the Guardian before. I think the one I tried was, I can't even remember. I just remember she was in a black dress. That's all I remember. I just remember I gave a character the fattest ass imaginable. I think she had something to do with magic. But who knows at this point? I can't focus on the voice acting at all. Now I'm going to bugger off. I'll go pass out. All of you should not be here. This is disgusting goon gameplay. I want you to not think of my character. Go make your own in BDO. Wednesday is BDO Guild Wars 2. It's Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. I want to play some Guild Wars 2. I actually miss playing it. And it's been a while, and I want to get into, like, playing it every now and then. So, yeah, I'm going to go pass out now. God damn. What an oiled up little freak of a character that was. That was the child Air was meant to have. Now, I'm going to go pass out.